Well, good morning everybody and welcome to coverage of round 8 of the Whilton Kart Club Championships for 2021, sponsored by FastR, here on your Alpha live stream on the 24th of October 2021. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. We'll be joined by Anthony Jordan shortly. Here's your circuit layout for today. We are on the international layout, 1200 metres, 13 turns, 23 feet in elevation change, and sure to be a challenge as ever, but particularly today because it's quite cold to that point of the year. No rain at the moment, few clouds in the sky, a light breeze across the circuit, but a maximum temperature expected today of 13 degrees Celsius, thanks to JMW forecast for that information. So grip isn't going to be particularly high for the drivers. You can get involved on the YouTube stream in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting, if anyone in particular. Our running order for today, just to go over through the... we won't have the graphic, well, I'll just go through it quickly. So this will be the rotation order for each of our 3 groups of heats and then the finals later on today. Honda Cadet first, followed by Army Cadet, then our 2 mini classes, X30 ahead of Rotax Max. Then juniors, Junior Rotax Max, followed by X30 Junior, and then our 2 senior classes, X30 Senior, followed by Senior Rotax Max. If you want to follow the results as they come in, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That is where you will be able to get all of the information, not just for today, but also the season so far. See a small crowd on the balcony there outside the clubhouse. Everybody very much up for this one. Out at the moment, you've got Senior Rotax Max practice, so don't worry, you're not missing any racing action. Whilst we're going over the schedule as well, the heats will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap today. That's a change from the normal 8, but as we say, we're getting to the point of the year where it's a little bit chilly. And the light will start to go on the end of the day. So we're looking to run a prompt schedule here this morning. And for the rest of the day, in fact. Hello to Luke Ford. Mixer asks, will there be a paddock show today? I don't think we've got one scheduled. No. Apologies. Maybe next time. But Anthony Jordan will be with me in a few moments' time. As I say, we will be kicking things off with Hondas. And the good thing, the easy thing for... everybody watching today, we've not got any classes that have more heats than drivers. I mean, we've not got 5 Honda Cadet heats, for example, with drivers racing in 3. So no need to worry about that. If you're following a Honda Cadet driver, they will be in every Honda Cadet race here today. Checker flag out for Senior Max practice. For what it's worth, Lewis Wild is quickest in this practice session on a 45.35. Good morning to Gillian as well. Gillian Bennett. Good luck to Aaron Richardson. Love from all the family. Thank you, Gillian. Thank you for getting in touch with us. So last couple of karts coming over the line to complete their practice. Oh, just there we go. Tommy Edmonds has just popped in a 45.26. Good indications there for Tommy later in the day. That completes our practice sessions, though. Let's get ready for the first heat of the day, the first race of the day, which will be Honda Cadet Heat 1. Getting ready then for Honda Cadet Heat 1. Let's have a look at the grid for this first race of the day. The first heat, as ever, all the heats randomly allocated positions averaged out across the field. Everyone starts one from the front, one from the middle, one from the back. Noah Barham will have pole position for this first heat in Honda Cadet. Jack Price alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 has Oliver Meek and Charlie Wolfett on it. And we'll just get the graphic up for you as well, just to go through the grid. So as we say, Noah Barham and Jack Price on row 1, Oliver Meek and Charlie Wolfett on row 2, Zach Champney and Jake Schules starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Leo Licata and Max Fallon will start the race from row 4, Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith inside the top 10. Joshua Smith, the E-plate holder, and having a very good season so far. Expect him to make some moves today. Oliver Majewski and Theo Champney on row 6. Sebastian Tuzio, Kai Clark on row 7. Hayden Gray and Mayan Patel on row 8. Adam Hill and Ellis Pullman-Memin on row 9. Joshua Bajembi and Albert Friend start the day from row 10. Elliot Potter and Riley Till on row 11. Callum Wilson and Alexander Krejnikov on row 12 there. Sergio Wirtz and Zach Starbuck on row 13. Finley Lyons and Jensen Walker row 14. Max Endicott and Thomas Butcher into the novices now. Oliver Spencer and Jacob Backler on the 16th row of the grid. It's a 32 kart field. As we say, a very beautiful day, especially for October, and a very beautiful time to introduce Anthony Jordan to the stream. Morning, mate.
Morning. How are we?
We're pretty good.
Sorry, I've been sorry. I was late. I was walking around in the paddock area, going, right. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? What chassis are you on? What tyres are you? Like, you know, just mingling. I was loitering. Put it that way.
It's all right. It's all under control.
It's all under control. And then all of a sudden I heard the stream in the PA and I was just like, oh, I think I should be in the commentary. And the chap I was talking to at the time laughed very muchly. So, yeah, no, it's good to be here. And, yeah, it's quite chilly, but it's a lovely morning, isn't it? It's a lovely autumn morning.
It's, as far as I'm concerned, these are almost perfect conditions for karting, especially for the engines, because it's quite cool, but there won't be as much grip as, say, in June, July, when it's 25 degrees on a good day. But, you know, there'll be some good power from the engines today, and will be good racing conditions, I'm sure. Lots of messages coming in. Keep them coming in, folks. Hello to Mixer as well, who's cheering on the Argenti team. Hello to Michael Burke, as ever. Watches a lot of Alpha Live streams and is tuning in from the epicenter of Australian motorsports, I think we should say Bathurst, and it's currently 7:45 p.m. in the evening.
Now, Michael's learnt, because every time he joins us on the stream, he always puts, I'm watching from Bathurst, be like, yep, Michael, good morning or good evening from wherever you are. And of course, he never put the time, and I always ask, what is the time where you are? And then he puts it a little bit later. So he's learned his lesson now, and he puts the time of day on right next to where he's from. So good afternoon, Michael.
Thomas Spearing cheering on Synergy Motorsports today, and Hadi Mamasi puts mince pie. I'm
Excellent.
not quite sure why.
I love mince pies.
It's a little bit early in the year to be having
It's
them.
not early for mince pies. Mince pies can come in October. It's absolutely fine. The ice mince pies, they're the one. Iced mince pies. Are you Googling when mince pies should come into?
No. I'm going for my Honda Cadet scores on the doors, because the thing that we haven't said, and obviously, DJ, you've been doing a lot with the British Championships.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like today is similar to what we probably saw in the British Championships, probably around, September?
Yeah.
It feels like moving day, championship-wise. 3 rounds to go. At the moment, mathematically, there's plenty of people who can still win all these titles. As I was going through the scores, all of these championships that we're seeing today are all very wide open, which is great for us as neutrals, but that will not be the case after today.
No.
As certain drivers make their moves through the field.
They really will. So, and of course, there are lots of position changes. Maths is, well, I say maths isn't really my fault. It's scoring systems aren't my forte. It's I always fail when it comes to scoring things. So that's why I always like, can someone do the maths for me? And if there are people at home who are thinking, you know what, I'm quite savvy when it comes to maths or anything like that, head over to Alpha Timing. You can check out all the results pages on there. You can see the scores on there, and you can add them up, and you can do it all for you. And you've just put up your little data sheet there to tell me I can do that for you. But yeah, if anyone at home wants to do it, play along as well, please do get your calculators out and let us know where you think people are going to finish in the day. 36 points for a race win, of course, or a heat win, and then I think it doubles in the finals.
60,
indeed, 60 points
for a finals win.
So there you go. Get your maths calculators out.
And drop scores are applying on the basis of it's a collective score across the round. So let's kick things off, as I say, with Honda Cadet and Joshua Bajembi. This is with 2 dropped scores applied into the current scoring. Leads the championship on 783 points. So currently his round 1 effort and his round 6 effort are the ones that are being dropped. Joshua Smith, on that scoring basis, is only 1 point behind on 782. One of his drops is an absentee round, which was round 4. So watch out for Joshua, because he's had some, especially since missing round 4, has had some fantastic form, was the winner of round 5 and 6. Mayan Patel is third on 7.20. Theo Champney having a good battle with Mayan there. Over that third spot is 3 points back on 7.17. Adam Hill is there on 6.72. 6.67 for Findlay Lines. Hayden Gray's in that battle as well for the top 5 honours on 6.64. Zach Starbuck 6.30. Max Fallon 6.22. And our Super 1 champion from earlier in the year, Oliver Majewski, there on 6.09. Much longer list after that, of course, but we'll be here all day if we go through it. You can look at it at your leisure at results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC.
We can indeed. Now, Honda Cadet, we can look back all the way to 2016 on the Alpha Live, Alpha Timing page, everything like that. We can look back at previous champions, of course, as well. In 2016, Honda Cadet champion Harry Garman, Theo Makuris in 2017 and 18, so the back-to-back Honda Cadet champion there, obviously racing in the senior divisions now in the British Kart Championships is Theo. Spencer Broom as well, and Riley Bishop are your champions that we've had in previous years. So yeah, it's a busy old championship and a busy class, and Honda Cadet always provides some excellent close racing because it's a totally different kettle of, like, it's a totally different style of driving, really, isn't it, compared to what you would see to seniors or anything like that, as they fire themselves up and make their way out onto circuit.
They do indeed. It'll be a standing start as ever. Oliver Majewski having a small issue there. It's fixed now because the number 40 is underway. Hello to Joel Taylor, who's cheering on the drivers. Hope we have a great day here at Whilton Mill. Thanks for getting in touch, Joel.
Watching from home, which is good. And it's nice and warm at home.
Yeah, it's not too bad in here, though, in the, in the Alpha Live comms box.
Yeah. Obviously, we appreciate all the marshals and what they're doing. They're having to suffer out there in the cold, as well as the drivers. If anything, the drivers have got it worse because they've got the wind chill factor to hold on to as well.
So the field heading round on their formation lap then. Just a quick reminder of that grid. If you're just joining us here, this is the first race of the day, Honda Cadet Heat 1. Noah Barham has pole position. Jack Price alongside on the front row. Oliver Meek, Charlie Wolf at row 2, Zach Champney, Jake Schulz row 3, Rio Licata rather, and Max Fallon row 4, Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith. That's your top 10. And as ever, as we say, just in case you're joining us, everybody starts one of their heats from the front, one from the middle, one from the back, unless you're a novice on a novice plate and licence. Therefore, you start all the heats from the rear of the field.
Well, there you go. Look at that busy grid.
Love a Honda Cadet grid for this reason. It's
Don't you just?
Lots of excitement ahead for this one.
Of course,
Parents, guardians and mechanics, just ensuring that everybody is in the right position ahead of this one. Marshals will look to have this one under control. 7 minutes plus 1 lap here for the Honda Cadets.
When is X30 racing? Mini X30 is at 9:12. Oh, that's practice, sorry. Total lying there. Mini X30 Heat 1 is at 10:12.
Here we go then, ready for things to kick off for round 8 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Away we go in Honda Cadet. Good start from the front row of the field. They'll go through the first corner, looking to make a good run up to Christmas Corner, and a clean start, DJ.
Yep, very good start then as they make their way up the hill. And again, the classic line you always see, everyone tucking to that inside line, and a spin. A spin in the mid-pack, 2 karts round 3, 4, 5, and a big pile up there. Everyone seeming to be okay, and most of the pack getting underway again. A couple of karts stalling, but all seem to be okay. Several karts involved.
Yeah, several karts involved indeed. I think Zach Champney was just about picking his way through all of that and a bit involved. Noah McNicholas has had a slow sector 1, was also involved in the number 18. Theo Champney, Sebastian Tuzio, Ellis, Pullin Memin and Albert Friend. I think we're all in the mix and in the middle of all of that, and there is Tuzio, the number 24, out on lap 1.
Yeah, that's a big shame then for the start of the weekend or the day. So hopefully they can get that kart going again for the next one. So we cross the line then, and the order as far as Barham, Price, Wolfit, Licata, Meek, Fallon, Smith, Majewski, Clark, Schulz, Patel, the top 11 as they go through. And again, just in this mid-pack here, you can see everyone again just slotting into position. No one going for those lunges yet, as of course, as going for any lunges. So we'll see how that fares.
Yeah, we will indeed. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Noah Barham nicely leading here. 1.23 seconds clear of the rest of the field at that last count at the end of lap number 1, which is a pretty big lead in Honda Cadet terms at this stage of the race. Can the pack behind start to work together, though? Here's the number 76 of Kai Clark and Oliver Majewski. So I think that is Majewski behind Clark now. Yes, it is. So the number 76 making moves through the field. Let's have a look at the start again and what happened here. So as you say, DJ, they were all going very defensive on the inside. Round there. And then, yeah, it's just a bit of a mess in the middle there. You can see Theo Champney, the number 55, getting spun round and was very lucky to not collect anybody else. But the good thing is everybody's okay out there.
Yeah, that's the main thing, of course, isn't it? So as they all go through, and like you were saying, that lead starting to opening up there. So Noah Barham, the 22, pulling away slightly, clear by 1.4 seconds at the moment from this next big group that are battling from second all the way down to about 12th place now. 4.5 minutes left to go of the 7 minutes plus one additional lap heat. And as they go in, who is that? That is the 95, Charlie Wolfett, second place. So this is the battle for second place on your screen. There, your leader there, just pulling away from the main pack. So this is second all the way back to, like we said earlier, 12th place.
Still good amount of time on the clock as well. Joshua Smith sets the fastest lap of the heat so far, 54.11, but that's beaten by Albert Friend in 16th place, but making good progress here, 53.48 for the driver number 91. I think, is that Albert indeed making a move up the inside? Yes, it was. That was on Hayden Gray, looking for 15th place. So watch out for Albert later on in the day, because this was the race where Albert started towards the rear of the field. Could be a factor as we go through the heats and into the final in Honda Cadet.
It could be indeed, yeah. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one as the E-plate. Joshua Smith dives to the inside, manages to get past Jack Price, moving up now into P3. It's got a lot of work ahead if he wants to close that gap up to the next field. But of course, like we were saying in Honda Cadet, it's all about the slipstream. It's all about momentum. It's all about working together to try and close those gaps. And at the moment, that doesn't seem to be the case because the field isn't as closed up as you would usually see them.
I think the key thing, though, in this particular race, as we are going to be talking championship today, Joshua Smith in third, his title rival Joshua Bagembi down in 10th. There's Majewski down the inside of Licata for 8th place. The number 40, once again, as we've seen on quite a few Alpha Live streams so far this season, making good progress in this heat.
It is indeed. So less than 3 minutes to go then for our first heat of the day. Of course, Honda Cadet, plenty more heats coming up. We've got lots to get through today, so do stick around, ladies and gentlemen, at home. Get your comments in, of course, who you are supporting and who you want to get involved. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to share it out, please do share it out. Get those likes in, get those comments in, and get sharing the stream out so everyone who is watching today, or anyone who you think might enjoy watching today, can see your friends and family racing out here today.
Big battle going on there for 4th place. Jack Price defending from Oliver Meek. Meek gets shuffled down a couple of spots and we're going to go 3 wide into Christmas Corner. Oliver Majewski takes advantage of the situation, gets past both Meek and Fallon. That was a good move there from the number 40. Here comes the number 20 of Mayan Patel, has been having a really good season. Nice overtake there on Oliver Meek, and I think that is for 7th place.
I think you could be right there as they get through, and again down the inside there going the 76. Kai Clark there getting a good move done. So as they all slot through then again, now we're starting to see a train start to form. This is what we usually see in Honda Cadet. That train then, if they do stay in that one long line, they will just power through the pack if they all work together, if they all push each other along. And of course, Whilton Mill is a tough circuit to try and stick in a close gap because of course it is quite bumpy, it is quite rough out there, so they've got to be very careful. It's a very demanding circuit here in the heart of the UK, so they've got a lot of work ahead of them today. But like I say, 90 seconds or less than 90 seconds left to go then, plus that one additional lap. Still plenty of action on circuit, but your race leader still clear by 1.6 seconds. It does look like Joshua Smith is closing because he has managed to get past Charlie Wolfett as well, of course, earlier on today, earlier on in the race. So he is closing that gap. He took about 0.3 of a second out of Barham's lead.
Championship leader Joshua Bagembi is in this group. You can just see him there. Kart number 52, white, sky blue, and black details on the helmet. Working very nicely with Mayan Patel here in the number 20. And coming over the line, there'll be two. Oh, it's off there is the number 45. It's Charlie King, one of our novices. Oliver Spencer, currently the leading novice in this race, in 29th position. Albert Friend has continued that really good progress that we mentioned earlier. Is up to, is down the inside, goes Patel on Fallon. Did Bajembi get through as well? Not quite that time, but the 91, Albert Friend, another new fastest lap of the heat so far, 53.2, and up now into the top 10.
Yep, definitely so. Timer striking 0 in the next 3 seconds or so, so the last lap board will be out this time around as the 52, Joshua Bajembe, makes that move done on Mayan Patel, moving up now into P6, up 3 places in 1 lap so far, so he's having a great lap this time around. I believe that's Stu Stretton that I just saw there waltzing around the inside of the boot section as they come round the boot section out of the paddock bend, and the last lap board comes out. And Barham, at the moment, his lead is down to now just 0.6 of a second from Joshua Smith. Joshua Smith, you can see him there, the E-plate on the Project 1 kart, closing in as fast as he can, trying his best to try and close that gap. And can he get it done by the end of this lap? Only a few more corners to find out.
If he's going to do it, I'd imagine it's going to be into the boot, but he is rapidly closing in. 0.2 in the first sector. You can visibly see the gap closing. Barham's going to have to be wise here to defend any last-minute lunges, but this is just a heat. Joshua Smith won't want to throw this one away. It's good points to kick off the day for round number 8. No move offering into the boot in the initial part. I think Noah Barham's going to hold on to this. Just drops across the front to defend the position. Although, is he going to run wide? It's going to be a drag race to the line. This will be very, very close, but Barham takes it by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Joshua Smith. Charlie Wolford 3rd, Mayan Patel 4th. Good points for Joshua Bajembi again there in 5th. Oliver Majewski in 6th. Max Fallon, Albert Friend, Zach Starbuck and Kai Clark is your top 10. Oliver Meek, Jack Price, Elliot Potter, Rio Licata and Jake Schulz take us down to 15th. Hayden Gray, Max Endicott, Callum Wilson, Riley Till and Finney Lyons inside the top 20. Difficult races for Theo Champney, Alexander Korejikov, Zach Champney as well. These are all drivers who had problems on that first lap. Oliver Warner, Adam Hill, Jensen Walker, Sergio Wirtz and Noah McNicholas. Yeah, they'll all be looking to bounce back in Heat 2. Oliver Spencer was your top novice in 29th ahead of Thomas Butcher and Jacob Backler. And then 3 retirements, I think, in that race, or 3 off the back of the field. Ellis Pullamemin, Charlie King and Sebastian Tuzio. Good first race that from Honda Cadets. We'll see them back out again, scheduled around 11:24. But we're going to move on to the second race of the day and the first appearance here at Whilton Mill for round 8 of WMKC 2021 for our Army Cadet. Army Cadet Heat number 1 next up here at Whilton Mill. Hello to Gillian, who's cheering on driver number 68 in this next race. It is, of course, Levi McGrath. There they are, all sat in the dummy grid. Let's have a look at the grid then and how they line up for Army Cadet Heat number 1. Jensen Chalk will have pole position. Archie Lovett alongside on the front row. Will Green and Max Mason on row 2. Levi McGrath and Sukhmani Kira are on row number 3. Canish Grau and Henry Clark start their day on row 4. Ethan Weldon and Aaron Richardson on row 5. Findlay Hines and Braith Murdoch on row 6. Jake Flewitt and Enzo Butterazzi are on row number 7. Rami Dramain and Max Cuthbert on row number 8. Harley Musk and Kian Amy on row 9. Harry Curry and Henry Carter start inside the top 20. Quinn Cross and Jonty Restrick go from row 11. We're into the novices now, by the way. Simeon Stone and George House there on row 12. Max Wright and Joseph Smith on row 13, Ben Gibson and Millen Tomlinson on row 14, Teddy Woodard and Mason O'Connor on row 15. Charlie Lomas is the last of the runners, and I think we may have had one withdrawal from that grid as was shown on the graphic, but never mind. Out they go for the formation lap. current situation in the championship very, very quickly before we get going. Fiddley Hines is your current championship leader based on 2 drops at the moment on 6.71. 2 points back is Max Mason on 6.69. Braith Murdoch third on 6.38. Zach Green fourth, 6.29. Archie Lovett fifth on 5.86. Kira, Richardson, McGrath, Chalk and Rao all inside the top 10 in points at the start of the day. 7 minutes on the clock for Army Cadet. Are we good to go? No, we are not.
No.
It's a false start. We'll go around again.
We will indeed, yeah. Very spread out there at the back of the field, so drivers have got a really concertina up in this one, and that's where we'll see drivers, because you see it's massively spread out there. We've got one driver even going around all his ears at the moment currently, so yeah, very spread out at the moment in this grid. So a good call to false start that one. Ladies and gentlemen at home, if you are joining us on the stream, please do let us know who you are supporting in the IAME Cadet class. Let us know who you are watching at home, where you are watching from home, what time it is, and what you had for breakfast. How about that? What did you have for breakfast this morning, Andrew?
I had a very nice sausage and bacon bap from the clubhouse. It was top notch.
Top quality goodness here from Whilton Mill Kart Club. The clubhouse you can see there, the red building just in the back of shot. Of course, a fantastic cafe area that they've got. Lots of pictures.
A little bit of a moment towards the back. I think some of the drivers towards the back end of the field weren't quite anticipating the slowdown for the start of the race, and I think we've lost one driver already, and I think there'll also be some front fairing penalties as a result of that. But we are now good to go for Army Cadet. Heat number 1 here at WMKC round 8. No, we're not. We're going to go around again.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it was quite untidy there in the mid-pack. It's you've got to remember, you see that yellow line in the circuit there, the one that spreads across the track. That one is the acceleration line. That's where you go, and a lot of the drivers are going way before they even get to that line, and a lot of them are not in the tram lines as someone's gone for an unintentional rotation in the mid-pack there. There, the 34 has gone off the track. That is Max Cuthbert. And Max, usual in the British Kart Championships, and yeah, it's a shame to see him spinning around and not participating in this race, which is very unfortunate. So hopefully, attempt number 3, third time's a charm, eh?
We definitely hope so. Jensen Chalk was also in trouble on that first lap, and this is looking a bit more orderly now on the back straight. And we'll confirm in a few moments' time whether it is still 7 minutes or if any time will be knocked off for the multiple restarts here for the Army Cadets. Either way, though, Heat 1 ready to go here at Whilton Mill. And indeed, we're underway for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start from Will Green there in the number 54. Getting a very nice start as they run up towards Christmas Corner. For the first time, it is Will Green in that distinctive helmet design, made famous by his dad in his DTM racing, of course. And a bit of squabbling towards the back in the novices. But very, very nice work there, DJ, from Will Green.
Yep, it's a good start to this race, but like you said, it's not over just yet because we've only just started there. Archie Lovett still there in second place, latched right onto the back of Will Green. There's a nice dive down the inside there by Braith Murdoch on Ethan Weldon through Oi's ears. Moves up now into P9 in the mid-pack section. Timer counting down at the end of lap number 1, and a little bit wide there goes Will Green. Archie Lovett capitalising on that one, going straight down the inside through Paddock Bend, and a change for the lead then after 1 lap of racing. Lovett leads from Green, Mason, Rao, Kira, then it's McGrath, then it's Murdoch, sorry, then it's Richardson, Carter, Hinds, Butterazzi, but again side by side, 4 wide into Christmas Corner, steady on, it's only lap 2.
It is indeed. Great move though by Max Mason. He takes the front of the order at the moment. Currently second in the championship. Has had a smattering of heat wins across the year so far. Was your finals winner at round 4 earlier in the late spring. Can he take advantage of this situation now and get his day off to the best of starts? You still see there the number 88 of Archie Lovett, who's had great form since a break in the summer. Round the outside there is going Archie Lovett. That's going to open the door for Green again to come down the inside. and take the lead. And indeed, yes, Will Green, driver number 54, back to the front.
This is what we like to see. Second race of the day, and it's already kicking off. Love it. Miami Cadet Heat 1, 5 minutes to go, and we've got a battle here. Breakaway, the top 6 with a breakaway here. You can see Max Mason there, the 71, trying to go back down the inside, but he's been nerfed out of the way because the 22 of Kanish Rao has come through, but he fights back, and Rao now falling back down the order as the rest of the field comes through. This is the challenge with Miami Cadet, is that if you get nerfed offline, this is where it can go P-tong very quickly, and you lose positions very quickly. There's Sukumani Kira there just trying to get through as well. Max Mason under pressure, and Will Green with a contact warning. So despite the fact that he's leading the way comfortably at the moment, he is still getting, the steward is keeping a very close eye on me as he sets a purple set to 1.
Levi McGrath in the middle of a battle there. Count them through at the end of lap number 3. So it's Green from Lovett, Mason. Sukmani Kira, good lap there. Up a position to 4th. Braith Murdoch up 2 to 5th. Canish Ground, Levi McGrath, Henry Carter, Aaron Richardson and Enzo Butterazzi. That is your top 10. The number 20 of Butterazzi getting a little bit forced out wide there. Did well to hold on to that because this time of the year, the grass doesn't quite have, well, it doesn't have good grip in the summer. It definitely doesn't have good grip now, and that could have easily seen Butterazzi round there at Christmas.
One would say mildly moist would be the grass, especially after a cold night like we had last night, of course. It's probably suboptimal racing conditions on slick tyres on the grass. Down the inside there was the 18 going through. Jensen Chalk on Ethan Weldon. That was for 15th place as they go through. Eyes on this group here because the 14 is there. This is Braith Murdoch, Sukmani Kira and Kanish Rao. This is the 4th, 5th and 6th place battle that you are seeing on screen. At the moment, though, your race leader, Will Green, is starting to break away. 0.7 of a second is the gap, and on that last lap, set a new fastest lap of the race, 53.14. Then down the inside, there goes the 72 of Henry Carter on Braith Murdoch. That's moving up into 6th place now, so good position changes all the way throughout, but it's not what they want to be doing. They want to be working together, closing that gap. But are you going to tell them that? No. There we go.
They're racers. They're born to race is what they're going to do. Will Green, actually, just looking through the records so far this season, has been present at 4 of the 7 rounds completed so far. Hasn't had a race win so far this year, though, at WMKC, so this could be breaking that duck. Just looking down into the novices, currently Joseph Smith is your top running novice. He's in 17th place, and he's got quite a good lead in the novice ranks as well, so good work there from Joseph. Henry Carter up a position on that last lap to 6th place. Here is 3rd, 4th and 5th, Mason, Kira and Rao.
There's your race leaders there, showing you that gap that they've got. And then this group, yeah, Mason holding back everyone here, or Max Mason, I should say, holding back everyone as Kanish Rao manages to get back past Kira. Kira now moving down the order as well, because who's got through? That looks like Henry Carter. It does indeed. Henry Carter getting through. Again, a lot of familiar names here in the British Champs as they would come down. They've had a lot of practice this year racing in that, and yeah, to come back here to Whilton to strut their stuff, it's always a good thing. Here's a little look further back as well.
Oh, there's a problem there for the 99, who's had a mechanical flag, so Simeon Stone in the number 99. I think it's the front bumper has come, has not just dropped down, it's loose, and a broken exhaust is what I'm hearing in my ear as well. So the number 99 is going to have to come into the pits. Down the inside goes Kanish Rao, good move for 3rd place, and Carter follows through, and Kira, good heads-up driving from those taking the opportunity.
I think Max actually let them by. I'm not too sure. He did have a hand gesture there, and it was just like, right, go on, you go down the inside there, and he pulled right to the side. So it was obviously well executed still by the entirety of the field. But yeah, I think there is some, there could be some
issues there, yeah.
Or tactics. I think tactics. I don't think there's any issues. I just think he wanted someone in front, because, you know, it's always easier to follow someone than it is to lead. So, you know, maybe there is that aspect. But he's coming back down the inside, though, is Max Mason. And there we go. That was a bit spicy. It
was indeed. But they just about got through. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from our race leader, 53.02, Will Green. Who, I think there may be 2 more. Yeah, I think he'll sneak over the line for another one here. We'll keep an eye on it the number 44 Sigmatic here. Oh, yes, I can definitely hear the broken exhaust of the number 99 all the way inside the comms box with a set of cans on. So, yeah, that number 99 is going to need to come in. 15 seconds on the clock. Leader may just sneak over the line and get another lap in, maybe not. But we'll be seeing the last lap board shortly. It's just going to miss out. So, yes, we are going to go on to the last lap now. Still this battle going on for 4th place.
There
you can see the exhaust. Ah, yes, there's a significant piece of exhaust missing there.
Sounds great. I think we should leave them out there.
That's reminding me of a few years ago, a former student. We had a four-stroke bike engine do that, and it sounded like a Ferrari V12 Formula 1 car from back in the mid-90s.
That's what you need. I think
it's very illegal, though.
Well, yes, of course it is. We don't condone things like that, ladies and gentlemen, but it sounds great.
Down the inside goes Henry Carter, makes a move there on Braith Murdoch for 5th place. And this is what Army Cadet's been like all season here at WMKC. Very close racing, very competitive. It's a wide open category. But to kick things off here today, Will Green is going to take the first victory of the day and a first victory of the year in Whilton Mill Kart Club Racing. A good drive there from Will Green. Archie Lovett, strong points in 2nd place. Canish Grau 3rd. And then who's going to take the battle in 4th place? It's going to be Henry Carter on the line ahead of Max Mason, Braith Murdoch, Sukmani Kira, Aaron Richardson, Harley Musk and Enzo Butterazzi. Kian Amy finishes in 11th place. I think that's quite a good drive because didn't Kian start? Yeah, started 18th and finished 11th. Good progress. Jensen Chalk 12th and Ethan Weldon 13th. Jake Flewitt, Henry Clark, Levi McGrath, all of those on full plates. Novice winner was Joseph Smith ahead of Charlie Lomas. Rami Dramain and Simeon Stone in the top 20, but as we say, Stone had a meatball flag there, so will probably be excluded from the results. George House 21st. Good drive there from George. I've seen George racing so far in Bambinos this year, so that's a good effort from George in 21st. Harry Curry 22nd, Teddy Woodard, John T. Restrick, Millen Tomlinson, Ben Gibson, Finley Hines. So that's quite a big one. Finley Hines, we didn't spot that. The championship leader did not have a good start to the day there. Finishes 27th. Mason O'Connor a lap down on Max Wright. I think there's a retirement there, 5 laps down. Good entertaining race though from the I-Armies. We'll see them out again. Heat 2 scheduled around 11:36 if we stay on time for that.
Sorry, it's nose cone watch. Sorry,
I
forgot this from last weekend. That's the number 22, Kanish Rao, getting a nose cone. By the look of it, the photo came out there, or the phone came out, and a photo was taken.
Yeah.
But yeah, I forgot about nose cone watch. I do enjoy it. It's my favorite. Well, it's not my favourite part of the day because it's obviously quite disappointing for some drivers who receive it. But it's definitely an element to the day.
Yep, it definitely is. We're going to get ready though for the next heat and the first appearance of the day for X30 Mini. They're out next. And we're back here at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of race day for round 8 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships 2021, sponsored by FastR. There is a group of X30 Minis all set to go and head out on circuit. Let's have a look at the grid for this first heat of 3 for X30 Mini. Jack Owen Drawbridge has pole position in this one. Zach Green alongside him on the front row. Moving up to this level, Fred Green and Riley Bishop are on row 2. Sebastian Mins and Charlie Mills are on row 3. Ryan Gill and Jensen Pugh on row 4. Morgan Hill and Lucas Field start this race inside the top 10. Finn Leslie and Jack Mowat are on the 6th row of the grid. Harrison Mackey and Ashton Wiggins on row 7. Luke Fleming and Daniel De Bedentis on row 8. Joshua Jones and Luca Brooks on row 9. Max Tompkinson and Charlie Neve on row 10. And then Thomas Cucurello Yeomans, shown on the graphic there, starting on row 11. So we're moving up in speed into the X30 Minis. And just to go through what their championship is looking like at this stage. Riley Bishop is your championship leader on 746. First 2 rounds being dropped on Riley's score at the moment. He's got a decent lead, 30 points over Lucas Field. Further 5 back is Jack Mowat in 3rd. Finn Leslie 4th on 692. Jack Owen Drawbridge 5th on 657. As there's an incident already, that's the number 77 of Lucas Field pointing in the wrong direction. Looks to be okay though. Suspect that was on cold tyres. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, getting the tyres warmed up. Oops, a daisy. Yeah, that's we've all done that at some point. So I'm not gonna roast him too much for that one. It'd be very hypocritical to do so. Just to run through the rest of the points runners to watch out for: Jensen Pugh in 6th on 642. Joshua Jones 580. Charlie Mills 575. Jack Hobson 558. Luke Fleming 530.
There we go. So, Zach Green, you can see there at the front of this. Riley Bishop alongside. Riley Bishop, of course, your 2020 Honda Cadet champion in the Whilton Kart Club. What can they do at the start of this race as green flag does go out, and we are underway then in towards oblivion. They go through the mist, clearing it out of the way.
Whoa.
A spin in the mid-pack, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts off, and one of them is your race leader. Zach Green off at the side of the track, and now the 32 of Riley Bishop leads the way. So I'm not sure what happened there, because it was just off camera, but several karts involved, but they all drive away cleanly by the looks of it.
That was quite a bizarre start. It's like almost if there was a bit of moisture down there. At turn 1, there's another spinner just out off camera shot there. Let's have another look at that. So, what triggered all of this? You can see green in the yellow on the left-hand side there, and immediately the flag goes out. And yeah, I don't know if everyone just checks up, and that's folks in avoiding action. But yeah, that has really split the field apart. I think 9 drivers were involved in that, and there is the 35 of Max Tompkinson going no further.
Yeah. He's got to be careful that bumper doesn't go any further, though, because it's about to fall off by the looks of it. There, though, is your race leader, Riley Bishop, currently leading the way at the moment by 0.6 of a second from Jack Mowat, Jensen Pugh, Ashton Wiggins, Fred Green, who did manage to get back there out on circuit, now down in 5th place. So despite that spin, has managed to recover well as it comes through. But I don't see him in that pack, though. Fred Green, but it does say he is there in 5th.
Whoa, spin there. And that's the number 75 of Luca Brooks. And I was going to mention the rear end of that kart looked very lively. And I'm just going to have a look. No, everything looks okay. I was just wondering whether there's some moisture or substances being thrown onto the rear tyres that was causing that loose nature. But either way, Luca around and will lose a few positions as a result of that. But it's okay. And back in the race.
Just had a bit too much waft in the back end of that, and yeah, the rotation came around. So, bit of a shame. Another one going wide there. Who's that? That's the 14 going wide. That is Luke Fleming, just in the back of shot, who's gone onto the grass. He gets back on track, though. So, very interesting start then to this Mini X30 Heat 1. And, there, and another spin. That was just a lock-up under braking. The 84 going round. Joshua Jones, the novice driver, from 12th place. That just looked like under braking a little bit too much of the stop pedal, and, they locked up that rear axle.
Yeah, grip is at a premium today with the cooler conditions. It was a good recovery, though, from the driver that ran wide. I was out there myself a few weekends ago, and let's just say I didn't re-emerge back onto circuit.
No.
A little date with the tyres on the right-hand side of your screen there.
Well, hopefully you paid.
Yes, I did. I paid with it with a lap. But Riley Bishop continues to lead this race. The number 77 of Lucas Field there, looking down the inside. So recovering from that formation lap spin. And up in the mix here, there's the number 60 of Jensen Pugh, trying to find a way. Oh, gets a bit squirrely through hoses there, and doesn't quite get the move there for 7th place. But 3 minutes and 43 to go.
Indeed, then, as they go through. Round paddock bend then, avoiding that massive inside curve that, again, I recommend not touching in any way, shape or form, but they're going through. This is the battle for 2nd place. That's Jack Mowat and Ashton Wiggins line astern. what can Wiggins do? Because he's looking quick out there is Ashton. How has he done so far this season as Ashton Wiggins? Ashton currently 13th. He's had a third and a second in his heats. Then he missed 3 rounds, and then he was here at the last one, but he's not yet won a heat or a final or anything like that. So what can he do there? Currently sitting in third, and he's battling rather well, I would say.
Morgan Hill in a bit of space out there for those at the side of the track. Number 22. And space to stretch the legs of that kart. Went purple in sector number 1. So look out for, and in fact it's just done the fastest lap of the race, 47.95. So Morgan Hill may have some overtakes coming here in the remaining 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. On your screens now, you've got the number 51 out there. Which is interesting because I don't have a 51 on my timing, apologies. There's the number 29 though of Finn Leslie, and Jensen Pugh just sat behind with some good pace there. In fact, it's Fred Green, isn't it? Yes, it's 51 that's showing as 15 on our timing, apologies. So just keep an eye out for that one. You can see the JDR kart just behind as well of Morgan Hill. We said he was moving quickly and has caught up to the rear bumper of Jensen Pugh. So Leslie now confirmed ahead of Pugh after that last lap, 6th place, and another new fastest lap of the race from Morgan Hill. Here he comes down the inside. Surely this is going to be a textbook manoeuvre. Oh, Pugh holds that really well. I always like Christmas Corner for that, DJ. You've got some good camber up there. You can hold a line around the outside.
You can, yeah, and again, you can hold it around the outside at Ashby, apparently, because that's slightly off camber, but still managed to do it very easy to one right there. But yeah, Pugh holding on to that one nicely. But yeah, you can just see that Morgan Hill, he had some serious pace. He was coming up to there, and that's the crucial part, is trying to get past quickly in towards the boot section, manages to get it done. A prime opportunity for overtaking is going into the boot section. Of course, you've got boot 1, 2 and 3, and then paddock bend as we've just come round now, back over the start-finish line. We restart a new lap, 1 minute to go, and position changes as Morgan Hill gets past and goes up into P7.
Down the inside, there goes Finn Leslie past Fred Green. Quick check of the novices as well. Luca Brooks after that spin earlier in the race, and clearly there isn't a major issue with the kart because Luca is running well, 13th place overall, and as we say, top novice. But Riley Bishop, this has been a very good start to his days. Down the inside there goes Morgan Hill past Fred Green. A few track limit warnings you can see coming in here as well. 25 seconds to go. Leader starts a new lap, so there'll be 2 more here in this one, DJ.
It will indeed, as a new fastest lap going out to Morgan Hill, the number 22 from 6th place. Couple of comments coming in there. Nigel Gary Smith comes in many years ago. There were quite a few gearbox classes, 125, 210s, 250s. Are they still going, or am I a dinosaur? It depends how old you are, sir. Yeah, but none of those classes race here right now. And a change here because second place has moved around as Lucas Field has managed to get past Jack Mowat. And that is a change for second place. Managed to close up that one. Ashton Wiggins as well, also closing in also.
Morgan Hill continuing to put in some fantastic lap times. 47.37 last time around. Morgan Hill started in 9th. It's one of those, I think, slightly compromised at least on the first lap, but has fought back well here to 6th place. Final lap then, Riley Bishop has had a strong season so far, was your final winner at round 5, and has been pretty consistently in the top 3 in this class since the final of round 4. I really do feel like today could be a day where Riley Bishop starts to take this class away from everybody else. Lucas Field's still there in 2nd place. Jack Mowat's looking content to take 3rd. What will be another good haul of points for kart number 23. But Riley Bishop, well, there was chaos behind him, but he kept it simple at the front. Riley Bishop takes heat number 1 today here in X30 Mini. A very good drive once again. Lucas Field in 2nd place. Jack Mowat 3rd. Ashton Wiggins 4th. Morgan Hill fights back to get a top 5. Finn Leslie 6th. Fred Green, Jensen Pugh, Harrison Mackie. And there on the line, Ryan Gill is your top 10. Charlie Mills, Jack Owen, Drawbridge 11th and 12th. So Jack, another driver moving up through the ranks here at WMKC. Good race for him. Luca Brooks, your top novice, in 13th. Zach Green, a frustrating race there in 14th after that incident at the start. Joshua Jones, 15th, had a spin. Luke Fleming will be 16th. Sebastian Mins, 17th. Charlie Neve, 3rd of the novices home in 18th. Daniele de Benedictis is in 19th place. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans in 20th. Max Tomkinson was a retirement on lap 1, but good run there, DJ, from Riley Bishop.
Yeah, very good run. Cool, calm, collected. No issues, no dramas whatsoever. Nicely done as nose cone watch begins. Excellent. A couple more comments coming in. Owen Turner, apparently, I think 18, I suspect his age, and I want to get started in karting. Anything, really? What can I actually get part in? Well, there are lots you can get part in. You can get part in the Club 100 championships that are out there. Again, a very affordable karting championship that it's a arrive and drive sort of basis. So you would pay your fees, pay your license things, and then you would come down and the kart would all be prepared for you by the Club 100 team. You can come out and race at all the circuits around the UK. That's a very good one to get started in, Mr. Owen Turner. Nigel Gray Smith comes back in, or Gary Smith, sorry, comes back in and says, I'm 56. Well, you're a young man. You're a young man, Nigel. So as to why your question, why are they not racing in it? I have no idea. They should be. They should be.
Good number, 56.
Yeah.
My favourite number. Anyway, right, we'll move on. We'll see the X30 Minis out again later on, just around lunchtime. And race 4 is coming up next, first heat today for Minimax. Here we go then for Minimax and their first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill. There they are, all are ready to go in the pit lane. Let's have a look at their grid. Harrison Morrow will have pole position, Edward Rose alongside on the front row, Lucy Whilton and George Ivanov on row 2, Daniel Amour and Michael Dalton on row 3. Oliver Sander and Corey Fowler on row 4, Damien Barras-Haggett and Ben Crossley form out row 5, Harry Higgs and Victor Hansen on row 6, Harry Bartle and Oliver Smith on row 7, Hugh Moulton and Sasha Bagley on row 8, Callum Gosh and Josh Salvadori on row 9. Finn McElraith and Mitchell Mulvey on row 10, Jensen Powers and Milo Manderson on row 11, Lena Summers-Kelly and Oliver Bocock on row 12, Alice Snow and Dalton Hayward on row 13. These are all drivers having their starting from the back one. Seth Hathaway and Ollie Wise on row 14. Devon Nolan and Harry Clogger on row 15. We're into the novices now. Zach McDonald, Charlie Gregory and Riven Welsh completes the grid. It's 33 karts in the field for this one.
Indeed, a busy old grid then for Minimax, and yeah, it's I do enjoy Minimax. Again, it's the opposite really to Mini X30. It's basically the Rotax version of the class, so pretty much the same chassis sizes, but yeah, just the different engine that they've got out there, and some favourable to others. Some go for the X30 class. Viewers at home, what is your? Do you know what? I'm going to start it. I'm going to start the argument on the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Rotax or X30? You decide. Let us know. I'm risking it all there. I'm risking it all. Oh, dear me. But is it too early in the day to start arguments like that? I mean, there's no going back on it, really, is there? So we'll have that argument.
Championship situation after 7 rounds of 10 for this season. Again, this is considering 2 dropped scores into account, so it's not the complete total points over 7 rounds, but this is the way we're cutting the cake today. Daniel Amour leads on 763. It's actually one of the biggest leads across all of our categories here today. Second place is Oliver Smith on 677. Damien Barras-Haggett on 673. However, Damien's form has been very, very good. Won last time out in the final at round 7. Ronnie Coburn is 4th on 658, Callum Gosh on 610, Mac McFarquhar 605, Woody Radford 588, Ben Crossley on 546 and only started his season on round 4, so he's definitely coming up through the order. Harrison Morrow, our pole sitter in this race, on 536, Sasha Bagley on 523, That is your top 10. For more info, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC.
I think I made a mistake.
Oh, what have you done? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. I've never seen the chat so active.
There we go.
Steve Brown's not even appeared on the
I know,
stream yet.
he's not even out there. Yeah, he's coming out later today. But there we go.
Holy moly.
Oh, dear.
What's the consensus then?
Well, a lot are saying Rotax is good. A lot are saying IAME is good for like Europe rounds or anything like that. You know what? They are as good as each other. You know, they have their own benefits in each way, but they are both fantastic classes. It's purely down to your personal preference. So, yeah, I mean, I like all of them, to be honest, because they're all quick. They're all fantastic. It's just, yeah. I don't know how they work spanners-wise.
I could make it even more controversial and start throwing in engines that aren't even here today.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
TKM or Rock, anybody?
Oh, dear.
I'm still in Rock mode from last week as well.
Yeah, how was it out there?
It was good. It was good. It was some high-quality racing. First trip to Lenato. We still had all of Lando's banners were still up from his kart launch the week before. Okay. Anyway, there's a race about to begin. Let's talk about that. It'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the first heat of the day for our Minimax drivers. Harrison Morrow, kart number 75 on the left-hand side of your screen, will take us from pole position. No, we won't, because it's a false start and we'll go round again.
There we go. So it did look quite spread out at the back of the field there, didn't it? So everyone got a concertina up. They've got to sort it out. Yeah, try not to sit on the fence here. And, you may indeed get an unintended splinter somewhere along the line. There are plenty of benches around that you can watch from as well. So yeah, but I definitely wouldn't recommend sitting on the fence there. Yeah, I may have started a war in the chat there.
Really
I may have made a mistake. Oh dear.
Keep your comments coming in, guys. Do hope you are enjoying the coverage here. FastR 2021 WMKC Championship round number 8. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today. Things looking a little bit more orderly now for Minimax and their first heat. Hopefully we are good to go for this race. And once again, Harrison Morrow and kart number 75 will take us from pole position. We are good for a start. Away they go into the first corner. Hopefully this one, no, it's not going to be a clean start. There's quite a few novices off towards the back, and I think the 89 of Lena Summers-Kelly is in there. The number 54 of Mitchell Mulvey is in there as well. They've all got going again. But another incident through oblivion on lap 1. Yeah, that was a tricky one, that one. It is a very fast corner. I saw Devon Nolan in there, yeah. So, yeah, Drama has another spin in the background as well. Not sure who that was going to ride, but it's all action here at the front, because side by side and off the track there goes the 22 of George Ivanov there. So, and another spin as well. So, Drama at the start of this race. We've got the 56 and the 45 off the track. So, Ollie Wise and the 45 there of Harry Higgs. So drama at the start of this Minimax Heat 1, and I have to say, for the first heat of the day, everyone's getting a little bit antsy. Yeah, it's, as I say, and there's a full course yellow, because we've got the 38 stuck together. That's Oliver Smith, and the 68 of Dalton Haywood. And, yeah, that is a situation that the marshals will need to deal with. Have the drivers? Yes, I think the drivers have now received the message that the race is neutralised. Yeah, albeit one of them on the grass at the point of figuring that one out. So there we go. Well, that's why there might be some confusion there. So okay. The lights are showing green. Yeah, the Battenberg flags are out. If that's a new one to you, if you're new here, that's as I say, it's effectively like a full course yellow board in a WEC race. Yeah, yeah. So basically everyone needs to bring it down on the speed, no overtaking, and of course just be ready to stop at any point out on circuit. So drivers just need to be aware of that one. What about X10? No comment. I'm going to talk about Daniel Lamour being lead of the race, and this is it's been a strange season for Daniel Lamour, leading the championship in terms of points. He's had the consistency, but actually hasn't won a round since round number 2. So this is a good start to his day. Did likewise at round 7. In fact, had a very solid round 7. Took a heat win, a second place in the 6th, ended up 4th in the final a month ago. Time continued to tick by the way, so the drivers won't get this time back. There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And we'll just see whether we are good to go here for the remaining time. Yes, we are. Green flag back out. Daniel Moore takes the field from first position. Down the inside goes Damien Barris-Haggett, who's been on fantastic form, as we say, recently. Won the previous round and has got up to second place. A great restart.
Yep, very good start then to this race as they go up again, clambering for position. Again, 3 wide through Christmas corner. Everyone getting through, though, and avoiding those curbs on the inside and then outside through Inkermans as well. Down the hill in towards Ashby. Watch out for the braking zone in this one because you can run out wide very, very easily. That's why they have got that runoff area there for your pleasure to use as the rest of the field go through. There is Oliver Bocock. I believe that was Ben Crossley, the number 5, just getting past. It was, so that's a move change there for 10th place as the timer strikes down 3.5 minutes to go then. Round into the boot section we go. The main pack follows, but across the line at the end of lap number 4, Amore leads the way from Barris-Haggett now, who's up into P2 from Morrow, Bartle, Sander, Fowler, Moulton, Dalton, Ghosh and Crossley, the top 10 at the moment. Down the inside here, going the 29 of Corey Fowler, getting that job done, moving past Oliver Sander for 5th place, as the rest of the field tried to slot in as well, because the 51 of Hugh Moulton trying to get involved in this battle. Yeah, and Hugh putting in a good move there. This is quite a key battle, I think, at the front order for the context of the day, as Ben Crossley continues a recovery drive, has got past Ghosh there for 9th place, because Damien Barris-Haggett hasn't been an ever-present so far this season, so his drop scores at the moment are the 2 rounds that Damien wasn't able to be here for. But when he has been present, the form has been very, very good. And the lap time there, 48.42. Damien Barris-Haggett, what does he do here? 2.5 minutes to go. Are they going to push on? A little adjustment there on the radiator flap from Amore to get some more cool air through the radiator. And it looks like they are going to work together, which I'd say is the way to go at the moment. It's going to be the way to go, because you see there's a huge pack behind, of course, you've got to remember. And if they start scrapping, there's still 2 minutes to go. They need to work together, create themselves a battle buffer, I believe. And then, and then when there's about 30 seconds to go, that's when you can open the taps and you can send a cheeky one down the inside somewhere, anywhere. But let's see what he does, though. He stays behind, absolutely nose to tail, no changes all the way through. He's got to keep an eye on what the drivers behind can do as well, though, because Bartle's still there and Fowler. Morrow's still there as well, just slotting in, but Fowler with the fastest lap of the race now, 48.01 as they go across the line. So that gap's starting to close up, and again diving down the inside at Christmas corner. Fowler getting that job done and moving past Bartle. Bartle now down into P4. Yeah, Harry Bartle, a driver who's, when I've been seeing him so far this season in the mini classes, has had a good year on the national circuits. So that's no mean feat, getting past the number 73 for Corey Fowler. That'll be 1 minute and 10 on the clock. So still a good amount of racing time to go here. I don't think we mentioned Sasha Bagley, unfortunately, is out of this race. Kart number 61. I think that was one of our spinners on lap number 1 through Inkermans. So unfortunately, Sasha will have to recover now through heats number 2 and 3. 50 seconds to go. And I think on time we'll have 2 more laps, so 3 in total for the race. Daniel Amore. I just wonder, because we saw the radiator flap being opened there, whether Daniel was just managing this through the early stage of the race, especially running a little bit slower under that full course yellow as Ben Crossley goes down the inside of Oliver Sander. That's for 7th place. Did he have something in hand here? Because since Damien Barris-Haggett has caught him up, the pace of the 41 has increased quite impressively. It has, yeah. I mean, last lap, like you say, yeah, he did set the fastest lap of the race. He's into the 47. So, yeah, I think you could be right there, because, like you say, when it's at Whilton Mill, the start of these heats, is very crucial. The start of a heat is always crucial. You need to make sure you've got a clean bit of air. But now it's starting to get a bit tasty, because Haggett comes down the inside and gets that move done. So Daniel Amore now down into 2nd place. But watch Amore. He's not going to let him stay with this one. He's going to stay right there, and I guarantee he's going to come back at Haggett very, very quickly, but he's got to do it quickly as well because Fowler is starting to close in. He's only a little further behind, and he's starting to close that gap. You can see it there visibly. There, the 29, Corey Fowler closing in on our top two now as they go through into the boot section. No lunges there from Daniel Amore, but keep an eye on him because I guarantee he's going to go for a move. Last lap board out this time.
This is a really good drive from Corey Fowler. Best result so far this year was 1 second place in a heat back in round 3, so this could be a second top 3 on the season. But Damien Barris-Haggett continues to lead. That's Christmas corner done. That's one of the big opportunities for a driver in second place to try and get by. Oliver Sander has got some good pace at the end of this race. 9th place, a 47.52, fastest lap of the heat so far. We're staying focused though here on the battle for the lead here in Heat 1 for Minimax. Damien Barris-Haggett onto the back straight now. Will have to go defensive into the boot. Is there going to be a way around the outside for Daniel Amore? That's really well dealt with by Damien Barris-Haggett. Can he lock it down? Yes, he can. A very good victory indeed in a slightly chaotic race for Damien Barris-Haggett ahead of Daniel Amore there in second place. Corey Fowler, one of the best runs for Corey so far this season. 3rd place there in the number 29 and the fastest lap to boot at the end. Harry Bartle 4th. Harrison Morrow in 5th. Hugh Moulton in 6th. Callum Gosh, Ben Crossley, Oliver Bocock and George Ivanov all in the top 10. Michael Dalton in 11th. Josh Salvadori in 12th. Oliver Sander in 13th and had an issue there on that last lap. Set a 50.2, lost nearly 3 seconds and a number of positions. Victor Hansen in 14th. Very good drive as well from Riven Welsh. 15th place, top novice, and top novice by quite a distance as well. Devon Nolan 16th. Ellis Snow, Finn McElraith, Jensen Powers and Milo Manderson is your top 20. Ollie Wise, Lena Summers-Kelly, these are all drivers who had incidents out there, mostly on the first lap. Harry Clogger, Zach McDonald, Mitchell Mulvey, that's 20, takes it down to 25th. Charlie Gregory and Harry Higgs, the last of those on the lead lap. Lucy Wielden, 2 laps down, 3 retirements. Sasha Bagley, Oliver Smith and Dalton Hayward. What's happening with the watch of the bumpers?
Well, nose cone watch is revealing that everyone's been very good out there,
good.
And they've all got they're all comfortable.
Right, that is Minimax done for now. They're back out again around noon. We're going to get ready for the first heat, the first appearance of the day. Next out on circuit, our Junior Max.
Indeed, yes. Junior Rotax on their way out onto the circuit in just a moment. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us on the stream, please do let us know who you are supporting, because we are out in the PA, and at the moment the drivers can hear us, unfortunately for them. But yeah, if you do have any comments out there, please do get them in. Ashley Priss comes in going, any tips for indoor karting? Does anyone lean the opposite way or anything like that? If anyone's got any tips for indoor karting, get your comments in, let us know. The chat is there to be friendly and to give racing tips as well as enjoying the racing out there. Have you got any tips?
I would say I've not done indoor in quite a while, but when I have, I've always tried and be smooth. It's the same adage with anything that's not particularly high powered. It's all about momentum and hacking at the steering wheel and lots of aggressive pedal inputs.
Tipping it in.
You know, I mean, yeah, you can balance them, but yeah, if you start wrestling the kart, you may feel like you're going quicker, but you're probably not. Use the wall to turn and never brake. No, I've tried that as well, Owen, and that hurts. That really does hurt. So don't do that.
Yeah.
Shall we have a look at the grid for
Yeah,
Junior Max Heat number 1? And I'm quite excited about this field today. It's a really, really strong entry. Murphy Aldridge has pole position for the first heat. Jack Cooper alongside on the front row. Spencer Brown and Max Lee on row 2. Mikey Porter and Alfie Bray are on row number 3. Oliver Kerr and Jessica White start on row 4. Zane Khan and Daniel Chabula on row number 5. Holly Miel and Ronnie Smith are on row number 6. Miles Dawn and Ronnie Mansfield start on row 7. Leo Purchase and Mac McFarquhar on row 8. Noah Hadley and James Jackson on row number 9. Lexi Belk and Ethan Simmons are on row 10. Luke Ringham and Jamie Perrelly on row 11. Ryan Willis and William Ray on row 12. Charlie Pritchard, in fact there's another row there, Harry Maynard and Freddie Ingram on row 13, then Charlie Pritchard and Ollie Ward on row 14, Jensen Weston and Bobby Rosier on row 15. Reza C. Worthen is the last of those not on the novice plates, and then we've got Ewan Thomas, Jack Spencer, George Allen and Nikolai Cox. There's a lot of drivers there, DJ, that I've seen racing quite a lot so far this season from the Super 1 ranks. You know, your likes of Charlie Pritchard in there, James Jackson as well, Daniel Chabula. And then you've got a lot of WMKC regulars, you know, Spencer Brown, former Honda Cadet champion, Jessica White. I've just got a feeling today that this class in particular is going to be one of the most exciting out there.
Yeah, I think you could be right there. So they do provide excellent racing to Junior Max and in many other championships, as well as an unintentional rotation there. Jessica White, yeah, the 37 Vision driver. Not facing the right way, gets back onto the circuit, albeit several positions down from her original starting spot of 7th.
Ronnie Mansfield is your championship leader on 7.14, Spencer Brown 6.50, Max Lee 6.28, Lexi Belk, Jack Cooper, Leo Purchase, Ronnie Smith, James Jackson, Oliver Kerr and Daniel Chabula all in the top 10. Are we good for a start here, or are we going to go for a false start? I think we are good. No, we're not. We're going to go around again. That's all right, because that means I can do a bit more of a better rundown. As there's a problem for the 23 there of Holly Meal, and Jack Cooper also hasn't come over the line. So I think, yeah, we've got a couple of karts with problems. So yeah, as I say, Mansfield 7.14, Brown 6.50, Maxley 6.28, Lexi Belk 6.26, Jack Cooper 6.16, but as we mentioned, has not had problems so far. Leo Purchase 6.13, Ronnie Smith 6.02, James Jackson 5.99. That's his point score, by the way, not how much he's worth.
Oh, right.
He's worth far more. Oliver Kerr on 5.89 and Daniel Chabula 5.63. And actually, mathematically, it goes even further than that. But the grid is now formed up. We are just about ready to go.
Yep, looking much more concertinaed up this time around. Plenty of support on the stream. Lexi Belk getting support in. Same with Freya Belk in the senior Rotax category as well. So please do get your comments coming in, and we're about to get our first heat of the day, race 5 for junior Rotax, about to get underway. This is looking much neater now. Into the tram lines we go. Is it going to be green flag? It is green flag, and off they go in towards turn 1, and one of the cars joining from the pit lane as they come round turn 1. A much cleaner start then, and then the long run begins up into Christmas Corner, very familiar to the Honda Cadet class race. Everyone diving to the inside, and off wide goes the 65 of Spencer. He goes wide there at the corner, gets back onto circuit though. So Spencer Brum there struggling with maintaining that car on the track, but gets it done cleanly, gets back onto circuit, albeit a couple of positions down now.
It's quite rough and ready in the midfield. There we go. Off goes the number 47 and the number 40.
It's Jamie Perrelly, one of them.
Yeah. And yeah, that's their races compromised now. Zane Khan was the other driver involved there. But the good news for those at the front, it's already starting to spread out. Max Lee has a 3/4 of a second lead at the end of lap 1 from Mikey Porter and Jessica White. It seems spinning on the formation lap is the best way of achieving things today, because once again we've got someone who had trouble on the first formation now having a good start, and Jessica White a really good move up there up to 3rd.
It is a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off. But as they go through, less than 6 minutes to go then, in towards the Ashby hairpin we go. Max Lee leading the way from Porter, White, Brum, then it's Carr, Mansfield, Smith, Purchase, Jackson, Sabula, the top 10 as they go around. And again, position changes all the way throughout. Who is that? The 62, that's Ronnie Mansfield. He's got Oliver Kerr just in front. And the pressure of, well, it's actually Ronnie Mansfield just behind now for Oliver Kerr as they go through. Leo Purchase crosses the line there, just in front still of James Jackson and Sabula. Lexi Belk now up into P11. There is Jessica White. You can see there now into P3, right behind Mikey Porter of the battle for 2nd place. This is a little look further back as well. That's the 17 on your screens, as it looked like someone's gone for a rotation. The 87 possibly.
I think the 87 is not quite showing on time at the moment. The 137 of Ollie Ward was having to take avoiding action around the outside.
Mac McFarquhar,
Yeah.
the 87.
So Mac back into the race. There's Daniel Tribula on the outside there versus the number 41 of James Jackson. These two drivers know each other very well. That's a great switch back from Jackson. Gets through, and also following through out there, I think there's the number 83. So James Jackson up to 10th place. The rest of the field coming through there. The number 42 of Ryan Willis is making moves as well. Gets past Tribula for 12th. As, oh dear, back at Christmas, there's all kinds of other things. Zane Khan involved there again in the 67. That is a very second-hand number 87. Is that McFarquhar again?
It is, yeah. That is McFarquhar, and that side pod, not where the manufacturer intended it to be placed. So, yeah, that car not looking very healthy out there.
Race continues at the front. Jessica White has got past Mikey Porter, by the way, into second place, and has got more pace than Max Lee at the moment. Here comes the number 62 of Ronnie Mansfield up the inside of Oliver Kurt, takes that position, and Spencer Brown and Ronnie Smith are fighting over 6th place as well. Ronnie Mansfield last one around is off there. There's lots of offs in this one. It's the number 30 of Jensen Weston back onto circuit, and also with a slightly displaced left-hand side pod there. So Mansfield, 2 round wins so far this season, rounds 2 and 3. Had great heats a month ago, third and first, and then a not-so-good final, finished in 13th. So good progress this, up to 4th place.
Jessica White now into second place now, the 37 getting past Mikey Porter and closing in current race leader Max Lee, who's leading the way. Nice dive down the inside there by the 75, that looked to be. Not quite sure who that is, unfortunately, as they slot through. And again, it looked like it was a mid-pack section there, so it could have been the 76 of Freddie Ingram on William Ray for 16th place. There is Jessica White, the 37. This is the battle for second place. Now, Jessica White through the season has not had a best result in a heat, was 3rd place, so currently sitting there in 2nd. This could be a best finishing result for Jessica so far this year. Can she go for a heat win? Because at the moment she's looking like that could happen, because she took 0.3 of a second out of Max Lee that time around, so is closing in. Now 0.6 of a second is the gap, but at the moment she is keeping Mikey Porter at bay, but Mikey Porter is keeping up as well, so getting dragged along now and closing in on Max Lee. Both of these drivers are in a sharpish pace, I would say.
Yeah, best finals result of the year so far for Jessica last time out. Got on the podium. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. So a good number of laps here for White and Porter to keep working together, pull in that gap. It's just less than 3/4 of a second at the moment. Leah Purchase, by the way, has got past Lexi Belk on that last lap for 8th.
Ryan Willis with the fastest lap of the race as well on that last one, 45.45 in 10th place by the number 42, so closing in as well. That gap now update has opened up now to 0.7 of a second, but that visibly looks a lot less than that one, as whoa, Mikey Porter trying to go down the inside there through Oi's ears and failing to do so, so has lost momentum, has lost time, and that has possibly cost Jessica some time as well, trying to close in on Max Lee as they go through. Time of less than a minute. They'll get another lap in, they'll get another 2 laps in after this one, because of course the last lap board will be out this time for the drivers when they next come to the start-finish line. So that gap now back to 0.6 of a second. But what can we do? Looking at the sector times, Jessica is slightly faster through sector 1, as well as that time around as well, so we'll keep an eye on it, but making this race very exciting coming to the end of it.
Support on chat coming in for Harry Maynard in kart number 93. He's had a really good race. Started 23rd, is now up to 11th. Has just got past James Jackson in the number 41, and is now setting sights on Ryan Willis's 10th place. Not long to go though in this race. 10 seconds or less than that on the clock. They are just going to sneak over the line with 4 seconds on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps for Max Lee The gap, though, is now 0.5 of a second.
I thought they were going to get last lap. They were going too quick for me. There we go. They thought, oh, you know what, I want a cheeky extra lap in. That's bad news for Max Lee, good news for Jessica White, though. And for Mikey Porter as well, and Ronnie Mansfield, and Oliver Kerr, and Spencer Broom, and Ronnie Smith as well. So.
Harry Maynard goes quicker again, 45.26. This one is just coming to the boil quite nicely. That was a good run through Osiers from Jessica White. Has got good speed down the back straight, is setting this up, I'd say, for a move into Christmas. Keeping it tidy through the boot. Last lap board will be shown now. And this is a crucial run through Oblivion and Fine Lady, but Jessica White is right there in the toe of Max Lee. Max Lee checks over the shoulder, sees that Jessica White is there, will have to go defensive. Can Jessica White find it round the outside? Well defended by Max Lee. Also retains the position through Boxing Day into Inkermans now. Next opportunity for Jessica White. Down into the Ashby hairpin, down the inside. Oh, here comes Porter, and there's contact between them as well. And the Lee's off. Lee and Porter out of the race. Max Lee is understandably absolutely furious because a potential race win is gone.
Well, that is absolutely fantastic what's just happened there for only one driver, Jessica White, but obviously a commiseration to Max Lee and Mikey Porter, of course, because what drama it is between them, but taking a first win of the Whilton Kart Club FastR season goes to Jessica White. Ronnie Mansfield crosses in second place from Oliver Kerr, but I'm wondering if we can go back to that one at Ashby and what happened there, because that was, well, like we see it in, reminds you of the, well, obviously it's not as dramatic, but the Senna and Prost moment at Suzuka, of course, diving down the inside and trying to go for that move, and like you just see there, absolute frustration from Max Lee, and completely understandable.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you know, the fault will have to go on to Mikey Porter for that one. Just got a little bit too hot into Ashby Hairpin, and it is easy to do because, of course, gravity's working against you downhill. It's the last lap of the race, but Jessica White, brilliant drive, one of the best drives I've seen from Jessica this year, and a well-deserved first victory. Ronnie Mansfield will like that as well. Is a big beneficiary in the points situation with that incident on the last lap. Kerr, Smith, Purchase, Brown, Belk, Willis, Maynard, Chabula, that's your top 10. Jackson, Pritchard, Ray, C. Worthen, Ringham, your top 15. Top novice was Ewan Thomas. We're going to take a short break, though. Junior Max will be back out again later for their second heat of the day. Next out on circuit is X30 Junior. Getting ready then for the next heat, which will be the first appearance for X30 Junior. And once again, a randomly generated grid, average positions of each driver the same across the morning and the early afternoon. Let's have a look at how they line up for this next race. Micah Taylor will have pole position. King Gohill scheduled to be alongside on the front row. Luke Sintler and Leo Brown row 2. Zaki Hussain and Sam Baker on row 3. Finley Harrison and Tyker Dixon on row 4. Luke Taylor and Jack Collins on row 5. Oliver Harris and Henry Gregory are on row 6. Cian Geraghty and Ryan Etchberg, lots of experience there on row 7. Rhys Lomax and Amelia Pennington on row 8. Benjamin Rowe and Archie Heron start the race on row number 9. David Marshall and Anastasia Dean are on row 10. Jaden Gregg and Dayton Coulthard on row 11. Morgan Moore and Sam Longley start on the 12th row of the grid. And then we've got Kian Leon Gamio and Remy Gilbert on row 13. Jack Cox and Kira Harris row 14. Josh Agambar and Jake Bell on row 15. Kai Carrington and Anthony Whippich on row 16. Championship looks like this for X30 Juniors with 7 rounds completed, 5 counting. Finley Harrison is your championship leader on 726, but only 2 points over Gabriel Stilp. Micah Taylor third on 692. Rhys Lomax on 681. Henry Gregory on 668. Leo Brown on 664. Luke Sintler 644. Jude Fernerhoff on 573, Thomas Reddy 567, and Sam Longley on 557. That's your scores so far with 3 rounds of this WMKC 2021 championship to go. How's the chat looking, DJ?
It's okay. Obviously, there was a bit of frustration at the end of the previous race that we just had, of course, from people. But, you know, that happens. It's good to see the support coming in and to see what people's opinions are on it. Obviously, we can't make opinions because that is the race directors and, of course, the stewards and everything like that. It's their decisions to make calls on things, of course. I know I'm one that to keep my nose very clear from those sorts of decisions because, yeah, it can all go a bit P-tong. But, you know, let us know on the chat. You know, let us know what you think because, of course, your opinion is also very valid as well out there, of course. But, yeah, let us know what you were thinking of out there. Of course, right now, Junior X30 about to go out. Then it's Junior or Senior X30 after this one. Then it's Senior Rotax Heat 1, and I'm sure there are many viewers at home who are watching, wanting to know about a specific driver, i.e. Mr. Steve Brown or Super GT. He'll be out later today in that one at 11:15. Alan Harris comes in saying, come on, Henry, the number 77 out there. I'm guessing that's Henry Gregory, who's currently, he's one of, I tell you what, he's one of them karts lined up out there on your screen. Not sure which one, though. Can't really tell from this angle. But he's one of them.
Out onto circuit then go the X30 Juniors. And this category who've been one of my favourites. And I know I sound like Bruce Forsyth, like in that man, you're my favourite. I'm not going to do the impression. Well, I did, but it was a very poor attempt at it. But X30 Junior, you know, have been very, very good the last few years here at WMKC. You can see, though, the wind is getting up. Oh, there's a problem there for Sam Longley. Back on circuit now in his number 11. Now, is that as having a look at some incoming weather? I will fire up the radar.
Fire up your weather app.
We had some absolutely awful weather here earlier in the week.
I like what you did there. Fire up your app. Absolutely.
So good, I didn't even realise I was doing that one. Are we ready for a start then here in X30 Junior now? We're going to surely go around again.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, it is a false start grid, far too spread out. Do you know what I think? Now, that it could be tactical. It could be tactical. They want an extra lap in to warm those tyres up. And, of course, they're not warming the tyres up. They're testing the steering, ladies and gentlemen. Because in certain championships, drivers are not allowed to warm the tyres. And the drivers wouldn't be dared to see doing one of those. As unintentional rotation testing said steering. The 63 has gone around. That is Charlie Neve. One of the novice drivers going around there, which is a bit of a shame. So slotting back into position. Cameron Pratt-Thompson joins the stream. Come on, Morgan Moore. Well, there we go.
Rudimentary weather service. JMW far better than this, but from what I can see on the radar, there is a system off to the west. Moving in as a band of rain. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that and whether it affects us here at Whilton Mill. We're going to go around again for another formation lap.
And I would just like to say it wasn't Charlie Neve, sorry, because I was looking at the Mini X30 competitors list there. The 63 that spanned there was Oliver Harris. So there we go. I'll correct myself on stream. There we go. Got it wrong.
So Micah Taylor and Luke Sintler, reminder, is your front row, the 48 and the 72. Leo Brown and Zaki Hussain on row 2. And Sam Baker and Luke Taylor on row number 3. Seb LP says he did a Club 100 test day earlier here this week, and I think I know what that was for. That was a BUKC, and I was in the office in Coventry, texting the folks at Whilton Mill, going, "Prepare yourselves. You're about to get hit by a thunderstorm in about 20 minutes," and sure enough, they did. That was big levels of rain, especially for this part of the country.
I was also here on that day, but I was working in the Alpha Life headquarters main office.
Yes.
Very technical building down the bottom end. Lovely area. But are we going to get this race underway this time? It looks a little bit better this time around. It is green flag. Off they go then for Junior X30. Good start then from the front row. Mackay Taylor breaking away from the main pack, although comes back onto the circuit and now is under pressure from Leo Brown, who dives up to the inside and again 3-4 wide into Christmas corner. You always see it, but this time around they all get through it nice and cleanly. Good start then down then in towards the Ashby hairpin. Everyone slotting into position. Sam Baker, the 36, also there. Zach Hussain, also the 13, and a couple of karts off in the background. One of them looking like the 68 there, and as well the 99 has gone off as well.
The 99 being Benjamin Rowe. Looking around for the 68 in that region. We'll confirm that in a few moments' time. So there's a spinner in the boot as well. So I think this is the thing with it being cooler than it was earlier in the year now as being in October. The first lap and getting tyre temperature. It's Anastasia Dean, I think, the other driver involved on that first lap. You know, trying to get the tyre temperature up is inherently more difficult at this time of the year. And sometimes drivers, when they go for that big first lap, they go into a corner at full pace, you know, not quite got it up to where they need to be. And that's why they go round.
It is harder, and you know, you got to remember that a lot of people with these tyres, you know, they're pushing these tyres a little bit, sometimes too hard, maybe heating them up too much, and you know, the tyres, if they are too hot, then they can also lose traction out there. So you got to watch out there. But at the end of lap number 1, we go on to lap 2. Fastest lap of the race goes out to Mackay Taylor with a 46.54, currently in second place and a breakaway from the top 3. Leo Brown, Mackay Taylor and Sam Baker currently running away with this one at the moment as they go through. Then we go back to third place, Reese Lomax, Cian Geraghty, Henry Gregory, Rylan Eschberg, Archie Heron. Then it's 9th place at the moment. It's coming up with the transponder number, so I can't identify who that is at the moment. And then Luke Taylor running up the top 10 as they go through.
Midway stage of this race then. Had a quick run down into the dummy grid when the X30 juniors were about to head out for their practice early this morning. And Leo Brown, I did note he looked very cool, very calm and ready for his racing. And he's showing a really, really good turn of speed here. Here we've got down the inside going the number 18, that's Jack Cox, past Remy Gilbert. Gilbert, I have asked him, he doesn't really care whether it's the French or the English pronunciation, but that was Jack Cox going through for 11th place.
No, yeah.
I do sometimes have to ask them though, it's like, I know the drivers themselves don't care how the names are pronounced, but what does Mum want?
Oh, well, yeah. Got to watch out for Mum and Dad.
2 minutes to go, Leo Brown still leading, but Micah Taylor, very quick indeed, 45.78 last time around. Henry Gregory has got some good speed as well, is in 6th place at the moment, trying to work with Cian Geraghty, the number 73. And Cian Geraghty, who started in 10th, so has gained 5 so far in this race. Here comes the number 34 of Jaden Gregg down the inside of Amelia Pennington for 16th place.
Looking like Sam Baker is starting to drop off the top lead pack, and Reese Lomax is starting to close in as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. That would be the battle for third place. There is Reese Lomax. And who is that he's got behind in the 73? So that is still Cian Geraghty behind. So Baker still in front. But like I say, he is starting to fall off the front two. Now, where has Mackay Taylor gone? Because apparently on my timing screen, he's not crossed the line.
We'll track that through as there through goes Geraghty and Gregory on Lomax. And Gregory down the inside as well, going for the move. That is very good stuff from Henry Gregory. Gains 2 positions in the opening stages of this lap number 6, and is on the move here.
For any viewers at home, Mackay Taylor did cross the line. It just appeared on my screen now. So there we go. 25 seconds to go then. Last lap board will be out this time to our race leaders, Leo Brown and Mackay Taylor, who are absolutely line astern. There is Dayton Coulthard, currently on the right chassis that he's got out there. So I had a look at that chassis before it went out. Crystal clean. It was perfect. It was looking rather beautiful out there, and all the sticker kits are perfectly applied as well. So the team done a fantastic job getting that car prepped and ready for today. Here is your battle for the lead, though. Your race leader there, Leo Brown. Lots of support out there for Leo Brown as well. And Mackay Taylor still there in second place, closing in as that sun is directly into their eyes there as they come into the boot section.
Yeah, it does make it a bit tricky in those conditions to pick your braking point. This is a big day, I should say, for Micah Taylor, because, of course, no Finley Harrison here, no Gabriel Stilp either. So he is the highest-ranked driver in the entry today in terms of points once you apply the drop scores. So he'll be looking to consolidate today. We're on the last lap. Leo Brown continuing to lead in the 133. Hasn't had a race win so far this season. Has had a number of seconds and thirds. Could this be a first win of the year? He's got good lead to Micah Taylor behind. And Micah Taylor was a little bit out of shape through Christmas Corner. But Leo Brown into the boot then for the final time here in X30 Junior Heat number 1 to take a very good victory, a well-deserved victory, and a first of the season. Leo Brown takes heat number 1. Micah Taylor there in second place. Sam Baker third. Henry Gregory, Cian Geraghty in the top 5. Reece Lomax, Archie Heron, Rylan Etchberg, Luke Sintler and Zaki Hussain all inside the top 10. Jack Cox 11th. Josh Agambar 12th. Sam Longley, Luke Taylor, Cian Leon, Gamio take us down to 15th. Remy Gilbert, Amelia Pennington, Jaden Gregg, Jack Collins and Oliver Harris all in the top 20. Lily Jeffs, Morgan Moore, Dayton Coulthard, Benjamin Rowe and Anastasia Dean is your top 75. Jake Bell, the first of the 2 novices home ahead of David Marshall.
There we go, as the Karts then bring themselves back to the pit lane. Of course, for the ladies and gentlemen at home, nose cone watch will begin in just a moment, and we'll see who has been good and who's been a very naughty boy. There we go. So let's see what happens then when they get to the line. It's a thumbs up for Leo Brown. It is a thumbs up for Mackay Taylor, and it's a thumbs up for Sam Baker. There we go. So your top 3 through cleanly, as well as the 73 Cian Geraghty and the 77 of Henry Gregory. There we go. So everyone being nicely and well behaved in that one as well.
As they should.
As they should.
Being at a junior level. We're going to get ready, though, for the first appearance of the seniors. They're out next. X30 Senior Heat number 1, race 7 on your schedules is out next. Still perfect conditions for October racing here at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championship, and we're getting ready for the first heat and first appearance of the day for our X30 Senior category. Here is their grid. Nathan Amos and Oliver Henwood on the front row. Lucas Ellingham, Championship leader, and Jude Fernhoff on row 2. Alex Johnston and Thomas Massarella are on row 3. Ellis Bourchier and Ty Stansfield start on row 4. Can both do something from there. Alex Doddington and Benjamin Southgate inside the top 10. Christopher Bingham and Harry Cottrell on row 6. Tyler Reid and Jerome Phillip on row 7. Daniel Hackett and Thomas Mullett on row 8. Archie Forber and Cameron Coombs on row 9. Hugo Gilbert and Martin Auger are on row 10. Brandon Matchell and Jensen Buckingham on row 11. Benjamin Watson, Carly Atkins on row 12. Jacob Stilp and Vishal Patel row 13. Stephanie Hobieka and Finley McKee on row 14. Harrison Pugh forming out the 29 kart field.
Jacob Stilp, obviously out there, brother of Gabriel Stilp, the winner of the Mini X30 class in the Miami World Finals, of course, just a couple of days ago, or yesterday, I believe it was, actually. So congratulations to his brother Gabe, who's out there celebrating still, which is why he's not here this weekend as well.
Stilp's very busy on the international stage. We had Oliver was at Lenato last week as well for Rock Cup. Anyway, away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in X30 Senior. Are they all going to make it through the first couple of corners cleanly? Just about. There's a 3 or 4. No, it's a big moment there for Alex Johnston. And has he got damage as well? As towards the back of the field, number 42 is on the grass there. That's Jacob Stilp. And, well, I'm slightly amazed, DJ, that we didn't have a more serious incident there as Alex Johnston came back into the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, so Christopher Bingham, the 20, was also one of those karts involved. He was kind of sandwiched in like a four-way kart thing. He had absolutely nowhere he could go and went up into the sky and back down. So interesting developments there. Here's a replay then of that start as you go through. So keep an eye on the number 20, Christopher Bingham. He's kind of in the mid-pack section there in the middle of the shot. You can just see there up in the sky. And yeah, just gets absolutely sandwiched there and absolutely nothing he could do. But managing to keep that kart in the straight and narrow, good stuff. We end lap 1 then, and there is your race leader because it's changed around. Lucas Ellingham has changed the lead from Nathan Ames. So that is a change around, but they are managing to close up and open up a gap now to the drivers behind them. So keep a close eye on that one. Third place as well, Thomas Massarella from Oliver Henwood, Ty Stansfield, Jude Farrenhoe, and Tyler Reid, the top 7. Harry Cottrell and Alex Johnston from Daniel Hackett, the top 10 out there. Contact warning for Tyler Reid, the number 10, currently in 7th place. And a spin there in the boot section, and the 304 goes round Alex Johnson and gets it through. So obviously one of the Mad Croc Promotions driver based here at the circuit. Of course, their garage just behind you there in that shot. Yeah, drama in this senior X30 race, but everyone round and still going by the looks of it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have another look at that one. I think it was Tyler Reid getting involved. And how far alongside was Reid into the corner? Sorry, it was the number 11 of Harry Cottrell, and he was a fair way alongside. I'm going to sit on the fence here and say that was a racing incident.
I'm not going to say a thing, and I'm going to leave it to the stewards.
Down the inside, here comes the number 38 of Brandon Matchell. That's going past Daniel Hackett for 10th place. Archie Forber in the 14 just behind as well. 4.5 minutes to go. Lucas Ellingham leading this race, and of course leading the championship as well. 768 points for Ellingham at the start of the day, ahead of Nathan Amos on 691. Here goes Forber down the inside of Hackett there, and the number 75 of Phillips trying to get involved as well.
Tried, and through they go. Down the inside, though, the 75 come back through, so Jerome Phillip there making that move. Mann's got moves and made moves there into Ashby, and is moving up this order nicely. 4 minutes to go then as they go round. Senior X30 for their Heat 1 in towards the boot section. We stay here watching the 75 as he goes through. But as they come back down in towards the start-finish line, that will update. And like it says, up into P12 now for the 75. Back here at the front of the field, that's Thomas Massarello in the 21. And a dive down the inside there from the 53 of Jude Farrenhoe. That was on Ellis Brashear there as they go through. So that was a big change for position. But the rest of the field slotting in, and a good run so far from the field, I would say.
Support coming in from Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Hello, Brandon. And Ollie Henwood having a really good race here. He's in 4th place. He's on the rear bumper of Thomas Massarella, or at least was the last time we saw those two drivers. 3 minutes to go. Yeah, Henwood's still there in 4th place, and Fernehoe through past Bourchier there for 6th place. Jacob Stilp as down the inside goes Henwood into Christmas corner, and I think Massarella tried to fight that around the outside. It's the smallest piece of contact. Oh, it was off there with the number 50 of Jensen Buckingham. So Buckingham out of the race, unfortunately.
That Marshall lassoed that kart quite quickly. Did.
Very good.
It was. It just threw it at it and started to pull it off the circuit.
I bet he's good at Buckaroo.
Yeah, probably. Wouldn't want to play a game against him. There we go. Put it that way. 2.5 minutes to go then, and still looking at Lucas Ellingham leads the way from Nathan Ames, Ty Stansfield, Jude Farrenhoe, Oliver Henwood, the top 5 at the moment as they go through. There on your screen is Jude Farrenhoe, the 53, slotting through. And again, very quick run all the way around this track at the moment. Contact warning out to Alex Johnston, the 304, currently sitting in 17th place. That was the driver that we saw with the rotation at the boot section earlier on, with contact with Harry Cottrell as well. So keeping an eye on that one. So he's eager to get back through the field, I would say.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough race so far for Alex. Third in points at the moment. Has been an ever-present, so has got some good scores in his back pocket. 1 minute and 30 to go then. Jude Fernihoe having some really good pace here. 53. You just see at the bottom of your shot there, is up to 4th place. Has got past Oliver Henwood and Tyler Reid. As here comes the 95 down the inside. That's Vishal Patel. And just doesn't quite get the run off of Christmas. Correct, and Hugh Gilbert said that they're going to get together there. Alex Johnson's going to try and nip through, gets at least one of them. But yeah, that was... Vishal Patel just went a little bit too deep there into Christmas corner, and that allowed Gilbert to get back through.
Yeah, it's very easily done, especially into Christmas as well. It's so easy to just outbrake yourself and go in a little bit too hot. But yeah, like you say, managing to close that position back up and getting past back at Ashby. But yeah, it is a very, very technical part of the circuit there, despite the fact that it's so open going into it. It then really constantly closes up as you go through the kink and Ashby, the Inkermans as well. So, yeah, drivers got to be very careful through that section. Here is a look a little further up the field. This is Oliver Henwood and Tyler Reid currently having a scrap. Tyler Reid actually managing to just get past Henwood. That's the battle for 5th place as they go through. Timer striking down, 15 seconds to go, so they will get another lap in as Lucas Ellingham now crosses the line from Nathan Ames still. That gap open to 2.2 seconds now. Lucas Ellingham, obviously your championship leader at the moment, wasn't here on the last round, so took one of those as a drop score as well. So, but at the moment, season's been pretty good because the other drop score, the lowest scoring one, was a win in the final and a win in Heat 1 as well. So there we go. So Lucas Ellingham with a good start to the season.
Down the inside goes Fernihoe there on Amos. Classic Hosier's move, gets the block pass in, and there's simply nothing you can do when you're on the outside in that situation. And that was nicely done by the Jack Dex Racing driver, and the team that know this place very, very well. Last lap board is out then. Ellingham from Fernihoe by 2.5 seconds. Amos 3rd. Stansfield, Reid, Henwood. Brandon Matchell continuing good progress in this race. Is up to 7th now, past Harry Cottrell and Thomas Massarella. Archie Forber wrapping out the top 10. But Lucas Ellingham, and we have to remind ourselves, of course, this is still his debut season at senior level as well. It's been one of the most impressive things about how he's been doing this year. There's a problem there for the number 40 of Thomas Mullett.
Which is a shame, because this is actually Thomas Mullett's first senior race.
Yeah. But around the final corner, Lucas Ellingham wins in Senior X30 once again. Brilliant drive from Jude Fernihoe there to 2nd place. Nathan Ames good points in 3rd. Ty Stansfield and Tyler Reid both in the top 5. Oliver Henwood, Brandon Matchell, Harry Cottrell, Thomas Massarella and Jacob Stilp is your top 10. Archie Forber, good race from Archie, up to 11th place. Cameron Coombs 12th. Jerome Phillip in 13th, Alex Johnston in 14th. Had a few incidents out there. We'll be looking to rebuild for race number 2. Vishal Patel inside the top 15. Hugo Gilbert and Benjamin Watts were next up 16th and 17th. Thomas Mullett recovered to 18th. Daniel Hackett and Christopher Bingham inside the top 20. Finley McKee 21st. Harrison Pugh 22nd, a single novice in that race. Stephanie Hobiecker in 23rd, Alice Bourchier 24th, Martin Auer 25th, Jensen Buckingham was a retirement, as was Benjamin Southgate. Another very good performance though from Lucas Ellingham. Good start to the day. This could be the day he really starts to take this X30 Senior Championship away from the rest of the field. And JDR will be very happy with that race as well, a 1-2.
Yeah, that MS Kart working well there for them as nose cone watch begins, and it looks like it's all good for the top 3, which is nice to see then. There's Ty Stansfield just coming through as well, pushing his kart into the area. There's the 17 of Oliver Henwood, 58 as well, coming through. So a good old race from there, from these drivers. Sun coming out clouds staying at bay.
Mm-hmm.
New weather app, any updates on that?
There's still the system off to the left, but thankfully it's moving in a northeasterly direction. So it's kind of on the diagonal, moving away from us, or keeping far away from us. But we'll keep an eye on it, and we're going to be back very shortly for the last heat of this first rotation, first appearance of the day for Senior Rotax Max.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and like you just said there from Andrew Mather, Senior Rotax about to make their way out to the circuit. Of course, the final run for the first heat of the day. Of course, Heat 2s will be coming up after this next one, and we'll be all back around to the next group of drivers. So, as they get themselves lined up there, ready to go. And, of course, I'm sure there was a lot of Steve fans out there as well. Here's a look then at the grid for Senior Rotax Heat 1. Tommy Edmonds and Alex Jackson on row 1 from Kyle Dunsford and Jaden Neil Holder on row number 2. Joshua Valance, and Mick Banner on row number 3. Freya Belk and Sam Light on row 4 from Luke Oliver and Alfie Brooks. Lewis Wild and Alex Hughes round out the top 6 rows on there. Alexander Mikos and Harry East on row 7. Mikey Austin and Rob Ellis on row 8 from Jamie Rogers and Lucas Eventikoviscus there as well. Row 10 is Archie Elliott and Charlie Pinkney from James Webb and Benjamin Ballou on row 11. Jason Bond on row number 12 with Harry Holland alongside Joshua Pickford and Steve Brown on row 13. Nathan Schaefer and Elliot Barrell on row 14. Millie Hart and Tommy Lee Davis on row 15. 30 karts in total out on circuit. Senior Rotax Championship. Rob Ellis, Tommy Edmonds, Joshua Valance, Carl Dunsford, Jaden Neil Holder, the top 5 in the championship at the moment. In terms of how close it is, 716 from 774, 674, I should say, from 649 and 624 as well, or 626. There we go, getting my numbers completely wrong as I read them right in front of me.
It's easily done.
Easily done.
Field report as well. Rob Ellis had electrical issues yesterday, so he's had to rebuild the loom overnight. But let's see if we're good for a go here in this one. Yes, we are. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go for the first heat of the day in Senior Max. Good start from everybody. And up to Christmas Corner we go. Tommy Edmonds leads. Very good start there from the front row.
Yeah, very busy in the back of shot as well. Everyone getting through, albeit one kart going slightly off track there. The 29 going round. That's James Webb. Started this race in 18th place and now falling back down the order. Moves at the front as well. Tommy Evans still leading the way from Alex Jackson as they go through. One of the karts, the 54 going
big
off,
spin.
and big spin on the inside of the track. There comes back onto the apex of Oisiers. It's the 45. That's Lucas there, who's gone off the track. So that's not where you really want to be spinning off, but manages to get it back on track. It's another kart going very slow at Boots as well.
Yeah, I think it was the 54 of Archie Elliott, Lucas Ivaskovicius, as we say. I think he got tipped into that one as well. There was contact in the run between the previous corner and Ozies. You see Steve Brown there, number 90 in the quadrant livery. And another driver, I was having a quick chat with Steve this morning. I haven't seen Steve in a while because we're missing him in the Club 100 paddock. And he was mentioning about how cooler conditions, less grip. He was looking forward to it because he said that that's what suits him. That one of the big things that he's had difficulty with this season, stepping up to this level, is when it's really hot, there's loads and loads of grip, and how to deal with that and tyre management. So it'll be interesting to see if Steve can put those, lower grip skills to use today. And he's on a new chassis as well.
Yeah, it's a brand new chassis, and he was saying that it feels a lot nicer out there as well. Changes at the front end of this field, though. It looked like Jaden Neil Holder making a move there on Carl Dunsford, potentially, as they go through. New fastest lap of the race from Carl Dunsford, 45.35 out there in second place, and moves just ahead of this one as well. Freya Belk's been down one position now, down into 18th place. Harry Holland up 3 places. Mick Banner's not had the best start of this one either. He's gone down 5 places currently in P9, so he's got some work ahead of him there at the end of this race. But as the rest of the field slot through, it's still Dunford from Edmonds, Neil Holder, Valence, then it's Hughes, Rogers, Brooks, Ellis, Oliver and Holland, your top 10 at the moment. There is the 46 of Rob Ellis, and down the inside goes Harry Holland on Luke Oliver to get that 9th place spot done. So in now securely into the top 10 is Harry Holland.
Steve Brown down the inside of Mick Banner there. Beautiful move. Gets 11th place. Oh, off goes the number 37 of Benjamin Ballou. Keeps it going. There was another kart involved there. Ballou's not happy about it at all. That was quite a bizarre one.
That was very high up the banking there. I think Ben Ballou wanted to go for a run round the quad bike course here at Whilton Mill, but almost ended up on it. But gets back onto the circuit. So how on earth did he end up all the way up there, though? That is another question.
I think it was Ivis Kavicius who was involved in there as well, because Ivis Kavicius hasn't come through Sector 1. As here comes the 89 down the inside, Lewis Wild with a textbook move through Christmas Corner, and the number 25 of Harry East is trying to gain out of this as well. Looking to the outside, 3.5 minutes to go, and yeah, contact warning for Ivis Kavicius for that incident through Christmas Corner. And it's looking very ferocious, isn't it? I think there's a lot of drivers wanting to get good results here today.
I think you could be right there. As they slot through again, just line astern through the boot section, so everyone not going for lunges through there, keeping it slightly clean as they go through. There, I believe, is your race leader, line astern, and who's that off the track and sliding back onto the track? It's the 17.
It's Alfie Brooks.
Of Alfie Brooks, yeah, and you can see back onto that. You've got to be careful through this section, though, because those tyres will be a bit damp.
It nearly went my tyre wall there. That was why I always like, oh no, bid that, know what that's like. As forced off there is the number 25. That's Harry East, who won't be too pleased about that. Gets back on circuit. Fastest Sector 1 in the race so far is Nathan Chaffer in kart number 99. Is just behind Steve Brown at the moment. And in fact, Steve Brown now into the top 10. Chaffer with a 44.95. Here's Rob Ellis and look, Oliver. Oliver down the inside takes 8th place away from Rob Ellis there. And it looks like Brown that's the number 12 just ahead of them. It's the number 12 of Mikey Austin's a lap down. That's what confused me for a second there. So the blue and white suited Mikey Austin is off the lead here, but down the inside goes Steve Brown, holding on for 10th place, and this will be a really good start for Steve.
It will be a good start, but now he's in a bit of hot water because at the moment, look at the retail space in between himself and the next kart in front, Luke Oliver. There is a lot of space there, so he's got to try and close that gap. And like we say in karting, it's very difficult to close a gap when you're leading it. If you're not really fully familiar with the circuit, it takes a lot to try and close that gap. It's always easier to try and follow someone. But at the moment, leading this train of 4 karts at the moment from Nathan Schaefer, Lewis Wild and Jason Bond as well. So as they go through, oh, look at that. That's Lewis Wild getting wild and getting past Nathan Schaefer as well. And down the inside once more through Wilkins, and he can't quite do it. So Nathan Schaefer under pressure here as Lewis Wild gets a contact warning for his troubles.
So I mean, in fact, Brown and Schaefer have nicely come through the field together. They started 24th and 25th respectively. So they've both gained 14 positions. Jamie Rogers going well in this race. 44.55, so look out for kart number 59. There he is in the white suit with the blue shoulders, just up behind Joshua Valance, who of course knows this place, this category. Rotax engines around this circuit very, very well. Raced in the juniors for a good few years. One of the most experienced drivers in the club. Just over 20 seconds to go then. Carl Dunford leading this race. We've not really seen much of Carl Dunford so far in this order. He's 4th place, and he's another driver. We've had a few of them today take their first wins of the season so far, and Carl Dunford could be joining that group. His best result in a heat so far this season, a second place back in round 2. Valence and Rogers go side by side for a moment. So it's Dunford from Edmonds, Neil Holder, Hughes, Valence, Rogers, Holland, Oliver, Ellis and Brown. That is your top 10. Alfie Brooks has got past Jason Bond for 13th place. Joshua Pickford has also gained a position on the last lap, up to 15th past James Webb. And Tommy Lee Davis, I can tell you, is your current highest running novice of the 3 in this race, in 19th place. We're on to the last lap, DJ.
We are indeed, yeah. Last lap board out for our race leader, Carl Dunsford, who we will see on screen now. There he is, just leading the way up through Christmas Corner. Tommy Edmonds and Jaden Neil Holder still just behind there, having a good little battle for second place, though. Who's possibly going to take that one at the end of this lap? Because clear at the way is Carl Dunsford. He's not got any troubles in the world. He's just going to try and get that senior Rotax kart to the end. This, though, the battle for second place is heating up, but it doesn't look close enough for a lunge potentially into the final couple of corners. They're just out the side of our shot there, and no, there are no changes. So one more corner to go and one more flag to see, and that goes to Carl Dunsford. The 66 takes checkered flag from Edmonds and Neil Holder. Huge crosses in fourth from Rogers, Valance, and then it's Holland, Oliver, Ellis, Brown in the top 10 from Chafer, Wild, Brooks, Bond, Pickford, Webb. Banner will cross the line in 17th place from Freya Belk, Tommy Lee Davis, Harry East from Millie Hart, and Sam Light, the top 22 karts to take checkered flag.
I'm going to correct myself. It's actually the second win of the year for Carl Dunford. He got one back at round 6 as well. It's just round 6 on our screen is one of his dropped rounds at the moment. But a very well-deserved drive, and particularly because I know Carl and the family have been putting a lot of hard work into that kart. It's good to see the results coming there for number 66. Into the pits they come. And nose cone watch will begin in earnest. And I think the, well, that's our panel's a little bit out of place, but the nose cone itself is fine. And away goes Dunford. And good drives from the back of the field there for both Steve Brown and Nathan Chafer. That bodes well for both of those drivers later in the day. That was their starting from the back heat in the case of both of those drivers, so expect them to be towards the front later on in the day. Completes the first rotation of heats here at Whilton Mill for round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. Hope you're enjoying your day. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you all day. And we're going to get ready then for the second rotation, which will be kicking off with Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet Heat 2 out next. Honda Cadets heading out on circuit for their second heat of the day. Let's have a look at their grid. Mayan Patel will have pole position. Adam Hill alongside on the front row. In fact, that's the other way round. Adam Hill on pole position, Mayan Patel on the front row. Hayden Gray and Ellis Pullen-Memin on row 2. Albert Friend and Joshua Bajembi are on row 3. Riley Till and Kai Clark, row 4. Theo Champney and Noah McNicholas on row 5. Zach Starbuck and Alexander Koedjikov on row 6. Elliot Potter and Max Endicott on row 7. Sergio Wirtz and Jensen Walker on row 8. Jack Price and Finley Lyons are on row 9. Callum Wilson and Max Fallon row 10. Zach Champney and Joshua Smith on row 11. Charlie Wolfett and Rio Licata are on row 12. Jake Schulz and Noah Barham, winner of Heat 1, start on row 13. Sebastiano Tuzio and Oliver Meek on row 14. Oliver Majewski and Jacob Backler on row 15. And then last but not least, Thomas Butcher and Oliver Spencer, 2 novices there on row 16. Hello to Rory Burke, cheering on Passion Motorsport today, and Oliver Majewski, Riley Till and Charlie King. You can see Majewski there in the number 40. and live points being updated over on Alpha Timing. So just to remind you of the results from earlier today, it was Noah Barham who took Heat 1 ahead of Joshua Smith and Mayan Patel. What's going to happen in this one, though? 7 minutes for Honda Cadet and their second heat of the day. We are clear and ready to go. Officials happy to get this one underway. Red lights are on for the Honda Cadets. They're out and we're racing here at Whilton Mill. Good start for those at the front of the field. The number 20 of Mayan Patel will lead into the first corner. Big field, can they all make it through clean? 3 or 4 wide towards the back, but that's a good start for the Honda Cadets. Everyone going defensive, not wanting to be overtaken into Christmas corner. Oh, as Majewski's got caught up there with the number 19. And they have just about decoupled now. That's Rio Licata, the number 19. And both of those drivers towards the back of the field now. Majewski will go down the inside. Apart from that, everybody running well in this one. On to the back straight they come for the first time. And once again, like we saw with Noah Barham in the first race, as round goes Bajembe. Round goes the championship leader. Sensibly pulls round to his left to get going, but has lost a whole heap of positions there and is going to be outside the top 20. So a big moment for driver number 52, trying to go for a move there. Was that for second place? Just misjudged it. So, in fact, it was a move on Bajembe by the number 17, I think it was, of Elliot Potter. That is not what you want, TJ, when you're the championship leader.
No, that's not what you want at all. So it was a very concertina effect there. Everyone kind of just went for the same part of the track into the entrance of the boot, and that's not really what you want to see, especially at the start of the race as well. You've got to be very considerate to your other competitors who are out there at the time, because, you know, track position is vital, but you've just got to be aware of who's around you, and that's what these drivers have got to learn. You know, they are some of the youngest drivers we have got here this weekend, so they've got lots to learn in terms of their racing and racecraft, but good to see them out there so far in this race. The rest of the field slotting through of position. So at the end of lap number 2, Albert Friend leading the way from Mayan Patel, Elliot Potter from Riley Till, Zach Starbuck, Adam Hill, Alexander Kowajikov there from Noah Barham, Ellis Pullen Memin from Finley Lines. The top 10 out there, and the train starting to form 3 wide once again into Christmas. Everyone getting through it cleanly though. So again, a good run, and you can just see how much more speed you can carry when you're all just in one line. You just saw that train just behind just shoot through the shot, but then when you see drivers side by side, they just lose so much time through Christmas.
Contact warning for Elliot Potter. Albert Friend, we mentioned in heat number 1, was very quick, gained a lot of positions, and is taking the opportunity here of starting further towards the front of the field. As down the inside goes the number 66, that's Adam Hill, fighting with Zach Starbuck there. And I think Kowajikov nicely gained through there. In fact, no, apologies, it was Noah Barham coming through. So Noah Barham, that's a fantastic run. Where did Noah start? Started 16th, is now up to 6th. The number 22 making moves here today at Whilton Mill.
Say, man's got moves. Man's got moves and is moving up this order nicely. 3.5 minutes to go then, and again in towards the Ashby hairpin we go, and there is the E plate on your screen. Joshua Smith, currently 13th at the moment. It was Joshua who took the first win, am I right in saying?
Noah took the first win.
It was Noah, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, we've had that confirmed from race control. That result is fully locked in now, as Adam Hill side by side there, and through in the Project 1 machine comes the E-plate of Joshua Smith, and this is what we saw Joshua do a bit of in the first race. Had to gain some positions, and it's the beginnings of a very well-formed day for Joshua Smith, particularly now that we've seen Bajembe spun round and out of this one. You know, he'll have his best grid slot in the 3rd heat, and if you can have 2 really good scores on the board before he gets to that race, that's just going to take the pressure off a little bit. Yeah,
it will take the pressure off, won't it? So it'll mean good moves into the final, of course, and a good position for that one as well, if all goes well. Down the inside again, there goes Joshua Smith. Gets past Kojikov there, and moving up the order. Isn't your man with your clipboard there, keeping an eye on all the proceedings as everything goes through. 2.5 minutes. Round the boot they go. And at the moment, your race leaders, they're not close, but they are closing. It's close between second and third at the moment of Potter and Patel as they go through. And again, the sun looking like it's evening time here, but we've only started the day, and it's not. We're still in the morning phase of the day, aren't we?
We are indeed. Joshua Smith down the inside of Jack Price. That's 8th place. Downhill now into the Ashby hairpin. Albert Friend, though, still doing a really good job at the front of the order. 1.49 seconds clear of Elliot Potter. And Patel looking for solid points again in third. Onto the back straight come this group, headed up by Joshua Smith. Max Endicott is the next driver up the road from the E-plate holder, but Endicott and Barham are working together. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Elliot Potter, 53.29, but that's taken away by Joshua Bajembi. He's just got to do everything that he can now. 53.19, so he's got speed, the pace is there, but it's unfortunately because of that spin on lap 1 down in 17th place.
Yeah, and again, that just is a common trait with the cadet classes, of course. You have a spin, you lose places, and you fall right down the order. And, you know, we see it in some of the other championships that I commentate on, of course, that, you know, you could go from 1st to 20th because they're only separated by 5 seconds. Yeah. So, you know, it happens, and that's where nose cone penalties come in as well. Like, you know, at the end of the race, if you've received a nose cone penalty, you could go from 1st down into, 20th, just with 1 nose cone penalty. So that just shows how close it is in these sort of classes out there, and that's what's a great starter series for young drivers, of course, as well, because they really learn the crucial and the vital parts of racing while you're out there. Who is this that we've got there? This is, I think, the bottom, it is Barham Endicott, isn't it? So the 2 Synergy drivers going nose to tail out there. Joshua Smith closing in as well. You can just see them there just behind. So these 2 drivers pushing each other along. Frenemies, as I like to call them. They'll work together in these heats to try and push each other along, and then come later on in the day they'll become enemies. But in the meantime, they are frenemies, and they will work together all the way through this race just to make sure that they have good finishing positions in this one. Big trains forming just behind as the timer strikes 0. Last lap board will come out to Albert Friend, who's comfortably leading by 2.23 seconds.
Hello to Tez and everyone at Bobby Pete Racing cheering on Aaron Richardson and Braith Murdoch in Army Cadet. Those guys will be up next. Keep the comments coming in as to who you're supporting and where you're watching from around the world. We are on the last lap here in Honda Cadet for their second heat of the day. I think we know who's going to win this one. There's a good scrap going on here for 3rd place between Patel and Starbuck. Patel defending, and here comes everybody else as well. Riley Till and number 44, Barham and Endicott, who've been working cooperatively through the order with good pace. Can May and Patel hold on for this 3rd place? We'll have to defend and take the hard line there into the boot. Albert Friend, though, is a little bit squirrely on the brakes there. Starbuck trying to find a way through, but Albert Friend is going to take a very good victory here in heat number 2. Elliot Potter in 2nd place, and on the line, Zach Starbuck's got 3rd. So Zach Starbuck takes 3rd, May and Patel 4th, Riley Till in 5th. More good points for both Noah Barham in 6th and Joshua Smith in 7th, just getting ahead of Max Endicott there, who finishes in 8th. Jack Price and Adam Hill, that's your top 10. Fiddly Lines, Charlie Wolfett, Joshua Bajembi recovers to 13th in the end, having spun on lap 1. Max Fallon in 14th. Alexander Koejikov in 15th place. Callum Wilson, Kai Clark, Oliver Majewski, Jake Schulz and Jensen Walker all in the top 20. Zach Champney, Sergio Wirtz, Oliver Warner, Noah McNicholas, Rio Licata is your top 25. Ellis Pullen-Memon, Hayden Gray, Theo Champney, Oliver Meek, and your top novice, Oliver Spencer, is your top 30. Then Charlie King, Sebastian Tuziosi having a tough day so far. Jacob Bachler and Thomas Butcher, that were your 34 runners in Honda Cadet.
Lovely stuff. Nice little gesture there for the 88 Zach Starbuck finishing in 3rd place. He looks delightfully happy with that one. But like we say, plenty more action coming up in just a moment's time. The Miami Cadet heat will be up in just a moment. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in just a moment. There we go then. So, like we said, Miami Cadet will be taken to the circuit in just a moment. There they are, lined up, ready to go. Miami Cadet Heat 1, your race winner in that one, Will Green. What can he do this time around? Obviously, he'll have a different starting point of what he had earlier on today, of course, because they are randomly generated grids. You have your hand up. What would you like to say?
Bing bong, disqualification alert. I've just had a look at the result, and unfortunately Will Green was disqualified from race 1 for a non-compliance under technical regulation 3.1.1. So Archie Lovett was declared your race winner in race number 1 for Miami Cadet. Let's have a look at the grid for the second heat. And Finley Hines, in fact, no, apologies, I've got the wrong thing on my screen. There it is. Keen Amy and Max Cuthbert on row 1, Jake Flewitt and Harley Must row 2, Enzo Butterazzi and Henry Clark on row number 3. Harry Curry and Max Mason row 4, Will Green and Rami Dramain on row 5, Levi McGrath and Archie Lovett on row 6, Jensen Chalk and Braith Murdoch row 7, Canish Grau and Ethan Weldon row 8, Sukhmani Kira and Finley Hines on row number 9, Aaron Richardson and Ben Gibson row 10, Joseph Smith and Millen Tomlinson row 11, George House and Teddy Woodard on row 12, Charlie Lomas and Mason O'Connor row 13, John T. Restrick and Simeon Stone on row 14, who was also disqualified for non-compliance. That will have been as a result of not coming in for a mechanical flag in the last race. Quinn Cross and Max Wright on row 15, and that is your grid.
I'm just dealing with a very uncooperative laptop at the moment.
They do that.
They do that sometimes, don't they? There we go. But are we going to get this race underway first time? It looks pretty spread out in that front pack there, possibly going round again. They are indeed. False start. So they tried to get going, but your steward said no.
Nope. Not happy with that one. Hello to all the folks watching from Australia in the evening for you guys. So hello to Phil. He's enjoying the action. Tim as well, Timothy Bull, is also watching from Australia. And lots of support coming in for Aaron Richardson as well in this race. Kart number 6, starting from row 10, I believe. And how did Aaron get on? 6th place for Kart number 6 in race 1, once all penalties and post-race ramifications were sorted out. Hello to Braden, who's currently on holiday in Cyprus, but can't miss watching my friend's race.
Well, how dare he be on holiday? How dare he?
It'll be a lot warmer in Cyprus than it is here today, I can tell you that. Round the final corner then. Are we good to go for Miami Cadet heat number 2? No, we're going to go around again for another false start.
Oh, well, there we go.
So just checking where we are on the schedule for anyone asking. Results, remember, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That is where you can find all the running orders and results.
Just to answer the question from Imran Ali there, what Miami engine are they using? This is the Miami Cadet engine, so this will be the Gazelle 2-stroke 60cc pull start engine that they use. Of course, there are many other Miami engines. You've got the Junior X30, you've got the Senior X30, you've got the new Water Swift in the UK. Yep. Obviously very popular over in Europe, the Water Swift class. Yeah, they've only been raced here once, and that was during the IMEO plate at Paul Fletcher International Raceway a few months ago.
Someone did a very good video about that.
Yeah, they did indeed, yeah. I won't say who it was. Into the tram lines they go then. Is it going to be this time around? It is green flag this time around as one car pulls off to the side of the road there. The 71 going very slowly.
Might have been Enzo Butterazzi. No, it's not Enzo Butterazzi.
Max Mason.
It's Max Mason. So Max Mason, that's one of our championship contenders, in big trouble there, even before lap 1, as there's trouble for the 57. That's Finley Hines being rode over the top of. He's got going again. But yeah, a bit of a scrappy start for the Army Cadets as they head down into Ashby Hairpin. Someone's going to have got at least a dropped nose front fairing there through the action in Ashby. Sagmani Kira in the middle of it all in the number 44. But Will Green, looking to bounce back from the disqualification earlier, leads this race at the end of lap number 1.
Yes, he does indeed, by some way as well. There's a big angry train of 60cc karts behind as the rest of the field slots through. It's one big group pretty much all the way from, well, 5th place all the way down to about 20th at the moment in this class. So, yeah, they've got a lot of work ahead of them to try and make their way through the field. There's more changes there in the mid-pack sections. That's Sukmani Kira in 13th place, getting past Kira and Amy as they go through. That was for 12th place. 3.5 minutes to go then as the rest of the field slotting into place. A sea of, there's that PMR karts that I'm seeing there. They are indeed Mr. Paul Munn. Not sure if Paul Munn's here today, but if he is, hello Paul, if you can hear me outside of the circuit. I'm sure you're enjoying watching the racing here at Whilton Mill.
Teddy Woodard's had a good start. One of our novices, up to 15th place overall. So has got some drivers on full competition licenses behind him. So drivers who are in trouble on lap 1, Hines, Tomlinson, Drahmain, Restrick, Gibson, Woodard, Henry Clark, Mason O'Connor and Max Mason, as we say, didn't even see the start of lap 1 before having a technical issue. So all of those drivers having a race to forget here. Here is the number 14 of Braith Murdoch ahead of the 88 of Archie Lovett. Max Cuthbert, the third of the drivers in this group. Second down to 4th. At the moment, they just do not seem to be able to live with the paces. Down the inside goes Archie Lovett, takes 2nd place. Nice move into the first part of the boot. You often see drivers attempt that overtake, but overrun and get nipped back on the toe of the boot, but that was perfectly done by Archie.
Yep, it was indeed. So getting that move done. 2 minutes to go then as they come back up the hill. Cuthbert looking to the inside there, and oh, that was a very late move there, but he's now side by side still with Murdoch. Murdoch coming back round the outside though, and like you said before, with Christmas Corner being so cambered, it's very easy to hold that outside line. You can keep that inside line then for the kink, and then you're back on the outside through increments, but he holds on to that one. So Cuthbert trying to push that kart as much as possible. And at this moment, struggling as George House gets a mechanical flag. The number 77 currently in 18th place, one of the novice drivers. Unfortunately, having that meatball flag shown, and will have to bring that car into the pit lane. 90 seconds to go then. And this battle for 2nd place still heating up, because now Cuthbert has managed to make that move done and has moved up into P3. Has he? No, he hasn't. Thought he had, but no, he has to slot back in behind. So trying to get past as much as possible, and now a contact warning going out. It's Kanishk Rao, I think the number 22, also getting a bit jostling there for position up into Christmas Corner as the rest of the field slots through. Less than a minute to go then in this Heat 2 for Miami Cadet, and everyone trying to get ways through this pack, but struggling at the moment to do so. One big long train forming back here at the front of the field, though. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th place on your screens. 3rd place Will Green, after his disqualification, is having a great race so far. 2.5 seconds clear from this pack. You can just see him there, the green helmet just whizzing out of shot through oblivion. 20 seconds to go then. Last lap board will be out this time for the field. Who is going to take the race win? At the moment, it's looking Will Green's way.
Yeah, 2 more laps. I'm not sure if George House has missed. Yes, George House is now into the pit lane. And, I've seen George do a lot of racing in the Bambinos this year, so good to see him moving up to the Cadets. And very much a learning day, so no reason to be too disappointed or downhearted about having to come in at this stage. Mechanical flag is one of them things. And still opportunities to race later in the day. Here's another driver who's come through the Bambinos in recent years, Jensen Chalk in the number 18. Solidly up in the top 10 at the moment. We're about to go on to the last lap though. Will Green has this race well and truly under control. Archie Lovett there in second place. And this would not be a bad result. First and second from your first 2 heats. That's putting yourself in a good position ahead of the last rotation of heats later on in the afternoon. Murdoch and Cuthbert still there, third and fourth. Aaron Richardson. Keep the support coming in, everybody, on the chat. Aaron's having a really good race here. He's now into 5th place with Kanish Grau in 6th. They're really starting to scrap now for this second place. Archie Lovett's having to defend. Goes to the inside on the approach to Osiers. Covers off any kind of move from Murdoch or Cuthbert. Will Green's going to win this race, but who's going to take this second place? Crucial points in the context of this 8th round of the championship. This has been well managed by Archie Lovett. Can he get the run down? He's going to chop across the front. Hold on to second place. Will Green takes the race victory. Archie Lovett finishes there in second place. Braith Murdoch in third. Max Cuthbert 4th. Aaron Richardson in 5th. Kanish Grau finishes in 6th with the fastest lap of the heat on the last lap, 52.86. Henry Carter, Jensen Chalk, Harley Musk and Sukhmani Kira, all good races from those drivers, all in the top 10. Kian Amy in 11th, Ethan Weldon 12th, Harry Curry in 13th, Levi McGrath 14th. Charlie Lomas, the first of the novices home, in 15th. Then it was Finley Hines, Joseph Smith, Simeon Stone, Jake Flewitt and Max Wright all in the top 20. John T. Restrick 21st. Rami Dramain in 22nd. Teddy Woodard, Millen Tomlinson, Henry Clark, Ben Gibson, Mason O'Connell, the last of those on the lead lap. George House finished, was at the retirement with after the mechanical flag, and Max Mason had technical problems on the formation lap, didn't even make the start.
Nose cone watch begins then as the karts come in, and all is well with our top drivers there. Max Cuthbert comes in 4th place, but all is well. So good in that point of view, but scrutineering yet to come for these drivers. More action coming up as well a little bit later on today for the Miami Cadets. Their Heat 3 will be later on. That will be at 1:15, but more action because Mini X30 coming up next.
Here we go then for heat number 2 in X30 Mini, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, I'm good. There they all are in pit lane. Now, race result from earlier: Riley Bishop ahead of Lucas Field, Jack Mowat, Ashton Wiggins, Fred Green. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's have a look at the grid then for this second heat in X30 Mini. Morgan Hill will have pole position. Lucas Field alongside on the front row. I think there's been a rejig of the grids, but Ashton Wiggins and Jack Mowat row 2, Charlie Mills and Riley Bishop row 3. Sebastian Mins and Jack Owen Drawbridge row 4, Finn Leslie and Jensen Pugh row 5, Fred Green and Ryan Gill on row 6. There's Morgan Hill and Zach Green on row number 7, Luke Fleming and Charlie Neve on row 8, Max Tompkinson and Joshua Jones on row 9. Luca Brooks and Daniel De Benedictis on row 10. Thomas Cucurello-Yeomans on row 11.
Now, cast your mind back to the first heat that we had. Obviously, today we saw, well, a big brouhaha at the start of the race with several karts involved, and we lost our pole sitter on that last one, of course, Fred Green. Did recover well, though, back into that race, but Riley Bishop took the race win. What's going to happen this time around? Because we're all a bit shaken up in the grid now, into the tram lines. This looks good for a race start first time around of asking. It is. Green flag. Off they go in towards turn number 1. Timer starts counting down, and this time around, everyone gets through oblivion cleanly.
Yeah, so it was Morgan Hill starting from pole position as the grids have been updated. So he continues to lead as they go through towards Inkermans now. Everyone in the second half of the field just trying to sort themselves out, keep themselves running in this race. But Morgan Hill, another driver who we saw had very good... Oh, there was contact there towards the rear end of the pack. Brooks may have been involved with De Benedictis. But there's Morgan Hill. As we say, had very good pace in his first race. Came from further down the order. got some good points on the board. Great opportunity this for him to take a race victory and put his stamp on this class.
There we go. Let's see what they can do then. So across the line they go. Morgan Hill from Leslie, Harrison Mackey, Jack Mowat, Lucas Field, Fred Green, Riley Bishop, Ashton Wiggins, Sebastian Mins, Jack Owen Drawbridge, the top 10 at the moment. Harrison Mackey's in this race. Well, goodness me, is Nanny June watching? Nanny June, are you there in the chat? Please do come in, comment in, let us know you're watching. Nanny June, fabulous viewer is Nanny June. She always she loves a good tipple, bit of drink. She does Nanny June while she watches the racing. It's a Sunday, you can. There we go. 10 o'clock any time. 5.5 minutes to go. And what engines are these X30 Minimax using? Well, Mini X30 is what they would be called, but basically, again, it's just a restricted junior X30 engine, I believe. So it's it's just junior X30 engine, but just restrictors on it. There we go. Technical jargon done.
Weather watch. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. That band of rain that was to the west is kept to the west and to the north of us. So continually dry conditions as forecast by JMW Forecast. So I don't even know why we had the camera being pointed at the dark cloud. It was never going to hit us anyway. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go in this one. Heat 2 for the X30 Minis. There is kart number 60, Jensen Pugh. The Pugh's out in force here today at Whilton Mill. Got Harrison racing in one of the higher age groups as a novice. 4 minutes 30, Morgan Hill, new fastest lap of the heat so far, 48.12. Finn Leslie in second place. There is Finn Leslie. I think had a fairing penalty in the first race. Yes, it did. In fact, Morgan Hill had a fairing penalty in the first race as well. So both of these drivers will be hoping to just keep things at the front, keep it clean, not pick up any kind of 5-second drops again. Down the inside there goes Jensen Pugh. Nice move there on Ashton Wiggins. That's 7th place. He just overshot it a bit. I nearly made it.
It is a hard corner to overtake on, is Ashby. Again, very opening to go on the inside, but then, you can lose so much time on the exit, and that's quite a crucial one because you've got a bit of a straight there before you get into Wilkins. So, you've got to watch out for that one. 3.5 minutes to go as they go through. And at the moment, Morgan Hill still leading the way just ahead of this group, of course. We're here with Jensen Pugh, Zachary and Charlie Mills, but now we cut to the battle at the front. So Morgan Hill, the 22, leading the way. This is the battle for, I think, third downwards, am I right in saying?
Yeah, it is for third downwards. We haven't mentioned, though, problems for the championship leader. Riley Bishop is in the pit lane. And he's out of this race, and you're very excited, DJ, because
Nanny June is here.
Nanny June is watching.
Excellent, yes. Supporting there our young driver, Harrison Mackey.
There is Riley Bishop.
Yeah, so drama.
So winner of race 1 will not be winning race number 2, as, what's that? Is that a crisp packet bouncing down the road?
Already salted, I believe.
Oh, well, yes, hopefully that doesn't get stuck in anybody's radiator. We did have Bingate earlier in the season when I think it was round 2 with really foul conditions. We had an errant bin bouncing across circuit.
Yeah,
and
none
of that today, please. No. Morgan Hill still leads the race. Finn Leslie in second place. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans has had some challenges in this race as well. He was actually the driver that Pugh was trying to get by earlier. Apologies, it wasn't a move on Ashton Wiggins. But still circulating and still gaining experience at this level. We've seen Thomas racing a lot in the cadets. He's now moved up to X30 Mini. And, finding his feet in the last few rounds of this season.
There we go. Lucas Field getting some support as well from Sam and Devon. Coming in with Spanky Sam 85. Interesting YouTube name there.
I'm glad you read that out, not me. Down the inside.
I don't care.
Jack Mowat overtakes Harrison Mackey for third place. Lucas Field is there in 5th, going now for his own move on 4th. That just about gets through. It's always difficult when you're in that situation. You want to go for the big lunge down the inside, but when there's another driver there, you can't really pull that move off because you'll take them out, especially when, these two drivers know each other very well. Oh, look at that from Lucas Field. We like that indeed. Very decisive down the inside. 2 positions for Field on this lap. He's up to 3rd.
There we go then. So 1 minute 20 seconds to go then as they go through. More comments coming in. Yes, you did miss Steve. He was in Senior Rotax. He was out earlier on. He'll be out later today as well. Senior Max Heat 2 is at 12:48 this afternoon. 1 minute to go then, and there is the number 21, Harrison Mackie. Currently now in 5th place in this race, but is still right there with the race leaders just in front, Moet and Lucas Field. Very odd nickname, very embarrassing. There we go, Sam. Well, good stuff. Well, it's been out on the stream now, and everyone at Whilton Mill has heard it, so well done.
It's just caught a sight of Daniel De Benedictis there. Just going a lap down, but keeping out the way of the leaders. Good racecraft there from Daniel. Morgan Hill leads now by 1.14 seconds, retakes the fastest lap of the heat so far, 47.6. And everyone with good pace at the moment. All drivers apart from a couple setting their personal best lap time last time around. 10 seconds to go, penultimate lap. Ryan Gill, by the way, has got past Jacko and Drawbridge for 11th. So that's the 34 past the 72. Lucas Field, after those big moves a lap or two ago, he's holding position nicely here in 3rd as they go on to the final lap.
Yes, indeed, yes. So last lap board out then for our race leader, Morgan Hill. The number 22 on your screen here. The JDR team will be very pleased that once again they've got a car leading the way, but then it's a trio of mad crop promotion drivers from Finn Leslie, Lucas Field and Jack Mowat at the moment. Jack Mowat there with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 47.38, as he's trying to get past Lucas Field as much as possible. There's Lewis Mackie coming back into shot now. Number 21 wanting to get into this battle. There, the 51 of Fred Green also trying to get involved, but that's not going to be outshone by Morgan Hill, the 22 driver, who at this moment has got one more corner to go out of the final corner, and he's going to see the checkered flag in Heat 2 in Mini X30 from Finn Leslie. Jack Mowat takes 3rd place at the end of that one from Lucas Field. Harrison Mackie crossing in 5th place from Fred Green. Ashton Wiggins crosses in 7th place. Zach Green in 8th place from Jensen Pugh, and Charlie Mills running at the top 10.
Very, very good stuff indeed from Morgan Hill, looking to recapture form from early in the season. That's a first win in the heats since round number 4, which Morgan went on to win in the final as well. So we'll see if Morgan Hill can continue that form. Shout out to Joshua Jones as well, the top novice in that run. And hello to Westy. Watching as we drive along the Italian motorway on our way home from Miami World Finals with Jacob Ashcroft. Good afternoon, guys. An hour ahead of us. Field coming in then to have their nose cones checked. And we'll move on to the next heat on the schedule. It'll be the second appearance of the day for Minimax.
So the next race about to make their way out to the circuit now. It's time for the Rotax version of the Mini X30 class that we just had. It's time for Minimax Heat 2 making their way. And there they are, all lined up, primed, ready to go. A recap then of what happened, or a recap of the results from the Minimax Heat 1. Damien Barris-Haggett took that race win. Is that confirmed in the results page?
Sadly not. Plus 10-second penalty for Damien Barris-Haggett for contravention of flag or light signals, Rules C 1.1.6. So Daniel Amore was declared as the race winner ahead of Harry Bartle, Harrison Morrow, Hugh Moulton and Callum Gosh. Let's have a look at the grid for heat number 2 then. And Hugh Moulton is on the front row of the grid. Sash Bagley also on that front row, retired from race 1. Callum Gosh and Josh Salvadori on row 2. Finn McElraith and Mitchell Mulvey on row number 3. Jensen Powers and Lena Summers-Kelly on row 4. Oliver Bocock and Ellis Snow on row 5. Dalton Hayward and Seth Hathaway on row 6. On row 7, we've got Ollie Wise and Harrison Morrow. Lucy Whilton and George Ivanov on row 8. Daniel Amour and Michael Dalton are on the 9th row of the grid. Oliver Sand and Corley Fowler in the top 20. Damien Barris-Haggett and Ben Crossley will both be looking to move from the 11th row of the grid. Harry Higgs and Victor Hansen row 12. Harry Bartle and Oliver Smith row 13. Devon Nolan and Milo Manderson row 14. Riven Welsh and Harry Clogger on row 15. Zach McDonald and Charlie Gregory on row 16. 32 karts in the field. I imagine we're going to be going round again.
Do you know what? I think you may have hit the nail on the head on that one. Only thing.
And
that might be
already out. I said there was 32 karts in the field. Make that 31. It may be Charlie Gregory. Charlie Gregory has not come through sector number 2. The field will form up again. And yeah, it is Charlie Gregory.
Confirmation of that, yeah. There we go. Just going to pull up my chair, there we go.
So it meant that Daniel Amour, your championship leader, extended his championship lead after that first race. Oliver Smith not here today. So the live points, Daniel Amour leads the championship by 9 points. It was a costly penalty that though for Damien Barris-Haggett. Lost him 15 points last time around. Are we ready to go here for Minimax heat number 2? Yes, we are. Officials are happy. 7 minutes. Oh, big incident. I think was that Lena Somers-Kelly again for the second race. The Minimaxers have a problem through the first corner. Dalton Hayward, I think, was in trouble as well in the number 68 as the 44 Michael Dalton has half a spin there. There's a spin towards in Christmas corner as well. It's the number 29 of Corey Fowler, who had a good first race. It's not going to be a good second race. And the 28 is off as well. Ellis Snow. And more karts off in through Inkermans and out of Inkermans. Another very messy start from Minimax.
Well, goodness me, karts off left, right and centre. You couldn't write it if you tried to, and as the rest of the karts come through, chopping and changing of positions, that's going to really shake up the order then as they next come across the line. A very dramatic first lap then for Minimax for their Heat 2. They'll cross the line, so Hugh Moulton now leads the way from Sasha Bagley. Callum Ghosh from Finn McLeod right there. Josh Salvador in 5th place from Michael Dalton, Daniel Amour, Damien Barris-Haggett, and another kart spinning off in the background. It's the 55 who's gone around. That is Mitchell Mulvey there. And from 12th place, that kart facing the wrong way now up the run through Fine Lady. So chopping and changing all the way through this field.
So drivers in trouble already in this race. Jensen Powers, Harry Higgs, Dalton Hayward, Lucy Whilton, Lena Somers-Kelly, Ellis Snow and Oliver Smith. And now add Mitchell Mulvey to that list. We've still got 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Hugh Moulton over the line leads 49.23. And Amour's going pretty quickly out there. It's got the fastest lap of the race. I just wonder, DJ, because there's a couple of drivers in that list that are read out. That's the second time they've had incidents on lap 1 where some drivers who had bad first races trying to give it 110% in the start of this second race, and it's just not gone right for them.
No. So let's have a look at what happened then at the start of that race as they go through. So this is up into Christmas corner. So there you can see the number 44 going through. That was Michael Dalton, and that was the rotation a little further behind. That was the 29 going round of Corey Fowler.
This was the
very start of the race. So talk us through what happens here, Andrew.
I think it's from about the 4th row of the grid. Bang! Up in the air there. So that was the 99 of Lucy Whilton, I think, going up in the air. And you saw Dalton Hayward forced out wide in the 68. 53 down the inside, making a move. So that's Josh Salvador making progress. Was up in 5th place, make that 4th.
So there's 39. That's Oliver Sander trying to get a move done there on the 24.
It's Finn McElwraith.
He was. He's moved quite down the order in this one, so he's not had the best of one. He did clout that curb on the inside of the kink just out of Christmas Corner, and if you hit that one wrong, it's a very harsh curve, and it can be very painful, put it that way. So there we go.
Is that rain I'm seeing on the camera? Is that
please.
very, very slight spottage? I'm sure we'll hear from the cameraman.
Oh,
There's a spinner out the back end. No rain is what we're hearing. No rain.
Stop teasing everyone, Andrew.
Oh dear. Oliver Sander there in 8th place in the number 39. It was a rough lap for Finn McElraith. Lost 5 positions. Corey Fowler is starting a recovery drive. 47.73 last time around. Was in 17th place, but right up behind Victor Hansen. So look out for that 29 kart coming back through the order. He's your leading trio, though. Moulton from Bagley. And Sasha Bagley has played this one absolutely right. Had some trouble on... a couple of drops of rain is what we're hearing now. A couple of drops of rain at the bottom end of the circuit. And Christmas Corner.
That'll be Piers Pryor, so he's currently operating that camera down there. Your 2018 Senior Rotax or Senior X30 champion. And changes here, though, as Callum Ghosh has managed to get past Sasha Bagley and moved up into P2 now. So these three having a good little scrap at the moment as they go through. So again, line astern. No spots of rain in this section here, and we keep saying that the R word. All the mechanics in the pit lane, I'm sure there is prick up and go right.
Yep.
Where are the slick? Where are the wet tyres? Wet tyres, get them ready.
Nowhere near wet enough at the moment.
Oh
for
no,
wet
no,
tyres.
no, not at all. But we do like to cause panic in the paddock, though. There we go. So still looking absolutely fine out there in terms of conditions, but absolutely great battle from these top three, and the two just behind as well, because look who's there. Daniel Amore and Damien Barris-Haggett. Those two absolutely line astern. They were our top two in the previous race, of course, and right now they are closing in on this group of three. There is 90 seconds to go, so there is still, I would say, about 3 laps left.
Oh, very close there for Ghosh trying to get past Moulton. And Moulton's run wide, and that's the opportunity that Ghosh was looking for. Through he goes. Sasha Bagley up to 2nd place as well. So a costly error there from Hugh Moulton. And here comes Amore and Barris-Haggett as well, working together very nicely indeed. They know that both of them will be going for the big points later in the final, but they've got to get good grid positions for that final first, so it makes sense for them to work together.
So the drivers going through. Less than a minute to go then, folks, and Michael Burt coming in. Come on, Rain, adds an extra element to the challenge. It does indeed add an extra element, as this group of 5 are now your lead group as they go through. But ladies and gents at home, please let us know your stories from wet weekends. You know, let us know what's been your most best moment or terrible moment from a race weekend when it's been wet. Let us know in the comments section. We'll try to read them out as much as possible as this battle increases, as Hugh Moulton goes back down the inside of Bagley there, gets back up into P2, as well as the rest of the field goes through as well. 27 there is Haggett, still trying to get past. Also, Daniel Amore has not managed to get past. He's still right there at the 4th place kart at the moment. Ghosh, though, has controlled this pack. Last lap board will be out this time around, but it's going to be a 5-way battle for the lead of Heat 2 in Minimax at the end of this lap. Who's going to take it? Let's find out. One more lap to go then as they come round the final corner. Last lap board is out. Ring the dinner bell. It's only Heat 2, though.
Ghosh has been in this position before. Took a heat win last time out in round number 7. Has a check over the shoulder. He's got a good gap. Doesn't need to defend into Christmas Corner from Hugh Moulton there, who's kept himself in this race very nicely. Down into Ashby they go. Here comes down the inside. Daniel Amore going for 3rd place. Has got 3rd place off of Sasha Bagley. Damien Barris-Haggett trying to find a way around the outside as well. Ben Crossley off the back of this, hoping it gets a bit spicy up front because he could improve his 6th position. As a result, onto the back straight they come then. Callum Ghosh still leading, defensive to the inside. Look at that! The outside. What a move from Daniel Amore. Can he shut it down? Can he take the win? What a spectacular overtake that is. Daniel Amore out of nowhere takes heat number 2. What? That has got to be one of the best moves we've seen all season here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, going round the outside of not just one, but two drivers. Inch perfect. A brilliant, brilliant way to win a race.
He said that move while going, that's amore, round the outside, did Daniel Amore, but what a fantastic move that was, and he takes a second win then of the day, albeit this time around it was his all by his own doing.
Amore from Gosh, Moulton, Barras Haggett 4th, Bagley in 5th, Crossley 6th, Bartle 7th, Ollie Wise in 8th, Oliver Sander 9th, Devon Nolan 10th, Finn McElwraith 11th, Harrison Morrow 12th, Josh Salvadori in 13th, Victor Hansen 14th, Michael Dalton 15th, Corey Fowler 16th, Milo Manderson top novice in 17th, George Ivanov 18th, Jensen Powers 19th, Oliver Bocock in 20th, Riven Welsh another good drive there in 21st, Oliver Smith, Harry Higgs, Zach McDonald, Lucy Wilden all top 25, Ellis Snow, Lena Summers Kelly, Harry Clogger, Mitchell Mulvey, Dalton Hayward. That was your result. Sorry if we've just shot your eardrums or speakers out, but if you can't get excited for a move like that, you can't get excited for anything. Let's have another look at this again. Just such confidence as well.
Yeah.
And to also put into context, okay, it still looks fairly dry at that part of the circuit, but when you're in that situation, you've got a little bit of rain in the air, and again, I know from experience, the entry to the boot is often the first part of this circuit that really starts to get slippery in wet conditions. That took such bravery, but such precision as well from Daniel Amore. Seriously, that is one of the best overtakes I've seen in all the commentaries that I've done so far in 2021.
Yeah, that was a move. You just have to be confident under braking and everything like that, and it all came together nicely. So that was absolutely fantastic. Some of your comments coming in about your wet racing conditions. Lawrence 2209 comes in going, I used to hate racing in the wet. I only race rental karts, so that would have been on the slick tyres. But I tell you what, Lawrence, if you can control a kart in the wet conditions on slick tyres, you can drive anything. Trust me on that one. So that's actually a very good skill to have. We recommend drivers do that for the rest of them as well. And of course, my first race was only full wet, so I had slicks, but I finished in that one. Plenty more races coming up. Here's the next race, Junior Rotax.
Here's grid 4 Junior Rotax Max Heat 2, Mark Farquhar and James Jackson in your first row. Lexi Belkin, Luke Ringham row 2, Jamie Perrelly and Ryan Willis row 3. William Ray and Harry Maynard on row number 2, Freddie Ingram and Charlie Pritchard row 5, Ollie Ward and Jensen Weston row 6, Bobby Rosier and Reza C. Worthen on row 7, Murphy Aldridge and Jack Cooper row 8, Spencer Brown and Max Lee row 9, Mikey Porter, Alfie Bray row 10, Oliver Kerr and Jessica White, winner from Heat 1 on row 11. Zane Khan, Daniel Chabula and Holly Meal are your 25 runners. Continuing, Holly Meal and Ronnie Smith, row 13. Miles Dawn and Ronnie Mansfield, row 14. Leo Purchase and George Allen, row 15. And then Nikolai Cox and Ewan Thomas, row 16. Jack Spencer makes it a 33-car field. And we just about made it in time.
And we just about made it on time. Starting on the 13th row, Bobby Rosier. Come on, Bob, says his dad, but we're going round again. And unfortunately, come on, Bob's didn't work that time. They had to go round again. So there we go. He'll be shouting that out from the side of the circuit. He will be every time he goes round, just pushing his lad along as much as possible. But you've got a hand up in the air.
Race winners keep getting disqualified today. Jessica White was disqualified from heat number 1, so you're going to have to change your seats again.
Oh, dear
DJ
me.
to Ronnie Mansfield. Ronnie Mansfield was your race 1 winner. The 2 Ronnies at the front as well. Not those 2 Ronnies, because it was Ronnie Smith in second place. I've been waiting all year to get that one in.
There we go.
So this second heat for Junior Max, just about under starters orders here. Also good that for Ronnie Mansfield's title aspirations. Another win for driver number 62 this season. Looks like we are set to go though. Mac McFarquhar and James Jackson on the front row. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. No, we don't. That was too quick.
Oh!
And spin towards the back end of the field. That was a very nice 360. Was that Miles Dawn, the number 17?
Well, Holly
Meal also
Meal.
off the back. Due to start, I think, on row 13. We get the shot of that, James. That was a beautiful pirouette from, as I say, I think it was Miles Dawn. Account for the number 17.
Oh, just climbed on top of the back of another. They're so eager to get going.
I think it was the number 11 of Ewan Thomas. So well done, Ewan. Novice 360s.
Yeah, there you go. May have not noticed the false start flag, so drivers easing off, and it looked like one kart was actually pulling over to the side there. It was indeed the 44 Pro Train kart coming to a stop. That is Murphy Aldridge. He was supposed to be starting 17th on the row in this one, but that kart goeth no further. Das Auto ist kaputt.
Yep, that is not operating anymore. Let's have another go at this one then. McFarquhar and Jackson. Away we go for 7 minutes. In fact, 5 minutes now, plus 1 lap, because we are behind schedule. Up towards Christmas Corner they go. And it's been a good start there for those at the front of the field. A little bit slippery under braking. You just saw there a moment for Lexi Belk. We got it back under control. That's where those spots of rain have been. I think the rain has stopped now. Down through Ashby Corner they go, and a decent clean start there from juniors. Oh, and just as we say, that was a contact between the number 22 of Oliver Kerr and the 17 of Miles Dawn. So Miles Dawn gets back on circuit, but is obviously not too pleased about that.
Yeah, hand up saying, "What you doing? Why you do this?"
Why you do this to me? James Jackson leads the race, 0.35 of a second ahead of Jamie Perrelly. Mac McFarquhar within a second as well. So we've got a race on here, as down the inside goes the number 42 of Ryan Willis, takes third place.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Less than 4 minutes to go then as they go through, and trains starting to form out on circuit. Your race leaders at the moment leading the way. James Jackson, Jamie Perrelly at the moment. Perrelly obviously a very familiar name in the British Kart Champs paddock, and pushing that Project 1's kart to its limit. And it's a Project 1 kart in third place as well, Mac Farquhar. So Ted Bradbury joining us on the stream as well. A cheers to Ted as well, because while we're at PFI for the final round of the British Kart Champs, unfortunately, some forms of payment weren't working, and it was happily he jumped into our rescue. So huge thanks to Ted for the Alpha Live crew for their lunch, and the cameraman feed, and all the cameramen. So
what a guy!
Yeah, what a lad! What a G!
And one of our cameraman's nearly falling over. That's White. That's Jessica White. That's significant levels of damage to the number 37. And I hope Jessica's okay, because that will have been, we've not seen what caused that, but that will have been a significant bit of contact to result in that level of damage. And, well, a day that was going fantastically for Jessica White is quickly going sour. Race continues. Harry Maynard, currently the fastest driver out there, on a 45.8. Jessica's out. Jessica's out of the kart, which is the most important thing, walking away from the incident. Contact warning for Holly Meal, the number 23. 2.25 minutes to go. The number 65, Spencer Brown there, having a good scrap coming through the field. That's Ronnie Mansfield there in the number 62, the championship leader. Down the inside goes Jamie Perrelly, goes to the move. Can he make that stick? Yes, he can. And through can go Ryan Willis as well. That's a bit of team play.
It is indeed. Good stuff from those two. Project 1 leading this race then. 1-2 from James Jackson there in third place now. So good scrap. Now these two, are they going to work together for the rest of this 1 minute 30 seconds? And then on the last lap, it's all going to be down to, well, let's see who's best in heat number 2. We'll have to see, but of course it's all going to be down to what they do in the last of these 90 seconds left to go. But it looks like they're already opening a gap up to James Jackson. I don't know if it was James a bit flustered after that move and has just got to compose himself back into this one. But at the moment he is slotted back into third place and is starting to lose pace here at the moment. There's the next group of 4 karts going through. Led by Lexi Belk from Maynard, McFarquhar and Ray. Then it's Pritchard, Ingram, Lee, Seasweatheren and Mansfield, the top 12. So less than 1 minute to go. Eyes on the top 3 as everyone gets through Christmas corner.
Yeah, Charlie Pritchard having a decent run here. Up to 8th place. Oh, it's round. Goes the 78th. I think that's Reza Seaworthan. Yes, it is. So Reza Seaworthan was in 11th place. Yeah, that's a really frustrating one. I think we've all been there if you've driven around this Whilton Mill circuit enough. The classic lock-up on the rear, all the weight on the front axle, being downhill, and around you go. Very, very easy to do. 15 seconds to go, 2 laps. So that spin for Seaworthan promotes Ronnie Mansfield up to 11th. As here down the inside of the 76, there goes Max Lee. That's for 9th. And Spencer Brown now having a go at the 76, the poor 76 of Freddie Ingram, looking in a bit of trouble here. This is often what happens, DJ, as you see. Oh, it's off there. That's a strange one for the number 96 of Ronnie Smith.
Was that just a mistake, or was that potentially a mechanical issue with the kart?
Yeah, it looked very odd.
With the way it went off the track, yeah, not too sure. Checker flag, though, will go out this time. Last lap board is out, though. So Jamie Perley will receive that checker flag, or Ryan Willis at the end of this lap. Let's see what happens, though, back with our race leaders, because they're absolutely still line astern, nose to tail, pushing away. And they're not allowing anyone to catch up. Changed in just in the background there. I believe that was Lexi Belk making a move on Harry Maynard there, or Maynard trying to get back past Belk. Either one of those two, but all eyes on these top 2 going into the boot for the final time.
Is Ryan Willis going to try and move? No, I just think he's too far back here. This has been well managed by the 2 Project 1 racers. Jamie Perley's going to come around the final corner and take race victory in heat number 2. After a fantastic move for the lead. Ryan Willis takes 2nd. James Jackson in a strong 3rd place. Lexi Belk, good points in 4th. Harry Maynard showing a good pace as well there. Again in 5th place. William Ray in 6th. Matt McFarquhar, Charlie Pritchard, Max Lee and Spencer Brown is your top 10. Ronnie Mansfield, Freddie Ingram, Oliver Kerr, Leo Purchase. Leo Purchase with the fastest lap of the race on that last tour of the track. And Ollie Ward. That was your top 15. Daniel Chabula, Ronnie Smith had issues and off there, so got to the end of the race. But yeah, that was a very, very strange off in the infield there. Ewan Thomas, 18th, was your top novice. Bobby Rosie and Luke Ringham, your top 20. Alfie Bray, Reza Seaworthan, Holly Meal, Jack Spencer, 24th, second of the novices. Jensen Weston in 25th, George Allen, 26th. And then 3 drivers finishing either off the lead lap or retirees. Jack Cooper, Miles Dawn and Jessica White, who we saw stood by the marshal post there after significant damage to the front end of her number 37. That is Junior Max done for this 2nd rotation. We'll see them back out again approximately around 2 o'clock. We're going to move on, though, to the next category out there, which will be X30 Junior. Back then here at Whilton Mill, that was race 13 on your schedule. Let's get ready for race number 14, the 2nd appearance of the day for X30 Junior. Let's have a look at the grid ahead of the karts heading out there on circuit. Benjamin Rowe will be on pole position, Archie Heron alongside on the front row. Anastasia Dean and Jaden Gregg. Good chances for them from the 2nd row of the grid. Likewise for Dayton Coulthard and Morgan Moore on the 3rd row of the grid. Sam Longley and Kian Leon Gamio are on row 4. Remy Gilbert and Jack Cox on row 5. Josh Agamar and Lily Jeffs are on the 6th row of the grid. Micah Taylor and Luke Sintler start on row 7. Leo Brown and Zaki Hussain on row 8. Sam Baker and Luke Taylor start on the 9th row of the grid, ahead of Jack Collins and Oliver Harris wrapping out the top 20. Henry Gregory and Cian Geraghty will be looking to improve from row 11. Rylan Etchberg and Reese Lomax likewise on row 12. Amelia Pennington and Kai Carrington on row 13. And Anthony Whippich and David Marshall on row 14. Jake Bell completes a 29 kart field.
Good name there, Anthony. It's a good name, that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's have a reminder of what happened in the first heat. And
did Leo Brown actually win?
Yes, he did.
Woo!
We had one hold on to a race victory after 6 minutes. So Leo Brown won it from Micah Taylor, Sam Baker, Henry Gregory and Cian Geraghty. That was your top 5. And just a smattering of 5-second front fairing penalties in that first one. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Keep your comments coming in. And we're going to be back after a very, very short interlude. Not just karting here at Whilton Mill, plenty to do. All the details on the website. And on the formation lap then, our X30 Junior for their second heat of the day. Hello to Shane Grimshaw, who's cheering on kart number 10. That's Jack Collins, starting this race from row number 10. Auntie Katie as well, cheering on Henry Gregory, starting on the next row behind on row 11. Are we good to go then for X30 Juniors and their second heat? No, we're not. We're going to go around again. Have another warm-up lap. So just to remind you of the order that will take us off the front of this grid. Benjamin Rowe on... what's happened here? Dayton Coulthard has come to the front of the field. Dayton Coulthard due to start on the 3rd row of the grid. So we'll just need to get this reset and back into position. False start flags out there, been shown on Marshall Post F. So the order will be Benjamin Rowe in the number 99, Archie Heron in the 59, that's your front row, Anastasia Dean in the 85, Jaden Gregg in the 34, Dayton Coulthard in the 28, Morgan Moore in the 46. Looks like we are back under starters orders there. The number 99, all blue bumper job there on the kart. Away we go. Good start. 7 minutes commences for the X30 Juniors into the first couple of corners. All looking pretty good so far. Good start for Benjamin Rowe off the front of the pack. 2 wide, 3 wide. Dayton Coulthard's had a really good start, trying to go round the outside for 3rd place there through Christmas Corner. One of the cleanest starts we've seen so far today. Archie Heron has taken the lead as they go down into Ashby Corner. Everybody in the second half of the field just trying to survive at the moment through Ashby there. The number 11 of Sam Longley, who's had a mixed day so far, had a go at Dayton Coulthard. It's off at the back of the field there. That's number 10 of Jack Collins. So Jack Collins goes round, has got going again, but has fallen to the bottom of the order. That's not the start that Jack Collins would have wanted here. So round the final corner they go. End of lap number 1. Let's count them through. It's Heron leading from Rowe, Coulthard, Cox, Moore, Longley, Taylor, Gamio, Gregg and Agambar. That's your top 10 at the end of lap number 1. Field going through. I think Micah Taylor was going for an overtake there. 5 minutes and 50 to go. Dayton Coulthard has closed up to the rear bumper. Oh, is off stage right there. Is that one of the JDR carts? No, it wasn't. It was Leo Brown. So Leo Brown off the road, our winner from heat number 1. We'll have to try and get another repeat showing of that as to what happened there. Was that an initiated into that, or was it just a case of out-braking himself? What happened here? Oh yeah, just all stacked up a bit. I think the grass was clipped there by Leo Brown. It felt like he was put into that mistake by somebody else. But on we go. Good fight here over second place. Down the inside goes Jack Cox, who is the fastest driver out there. But Dayton Coulthard using that camber round the outside of Christmas Corner to good effect. Down the inside goes Cox into Ashby Corner. Oh, big save from DC Junior there. Just about kept it on the grey stuff. Nearly skirted with all the grass and the gubbins on the outside. And just about holds on for fourth place. RG Heron still leads this race though. Rowe second, Jack Cox looking fast in third place. Morgan Moore closing in as well. Jaden Gregg there in the number 34. He's not had a good lap. He's fallen down. How many positions did that? 7 positions lost for Jaden Gregg on that lap. Remy Gilbert down 6 as well. It's getting very, very tasty out there in the midfield. A bit of contact in and around. The number 77 of Henry Gregory's in the middle of all of that. The 72 of Luke Sintler's struggling as well, being forced wide and attacked from all quarters, even by his own teammates on the JDR squad. 4 minutes and 10 to go. This is a real survival game if you're anywhere down from, what, 8th place down to 16th. Down the inside. That was a good move from Luke Taylor, number 74. Gains at least 1 position, trying to get past one of the JDR karts. Contact there. It's getting a bit rough and ready out there. I think that was involving Sam Baker, the number 36. 3 minutes and 45 to go. Still pretty much everyone running in this, apart from Reece Lomax and Anastasia Dean. They're both 2 minutes off the lead. Baker down the inside. That's better. That's a much better move into Christmas Corner. Gets past Josh Agambar for 10th. 3.5 minutes to go. Micah Taylor is currently the fastest driver out there on a 45.98 last time around. Ron Etchberg gains a position back, gets past Cian Geraghty there, 78 past 73. RG Heron, though, doing a very nice job out front as the number 72 of Luke Sintler's overtakes everywhere you look in this race. It's a really, really entertaining fight out there. Ooh, there's been some contact there on that particular car. Down the inside, Micah Taylor on Dayton Coulthard takes 5th place. But as I was saying, Archie Heron, he won't care about any of this battling going on behind. There's a yellow flag down into Ashby. Oh no, Dayton Coulthard's in trouble. Dayton Coulthard in trouble and slow off the corner and is losing positions here. Is there a problem with the kart? The number 28. Is the damage on the machine? There's contact warning for the number 96. Doesn't look quite right to me for the number 28. That is a real shame for Dayton Coulthard. Was having a strong race up in the top 6, but it has all gone wrong here on lap number 7. 2 minutes to go. 1.33 seconds is the lead for Heron over Cox. Cox's pace is good, 45.73 last time around. Leo Brown trying to regain positions. He's fighting with Zaki Hussain there over 16th. Brown down the inside takes the position. Coulthard has got back up to speed. He's in 20th place now. Lost 15 positions from his possession. Big contact there between Jaden Gregg, the number 34, and I think was that one of the 70-somethings. He's not happy at all. Both drivers are over. Okay, let's have another look at that. It was into Ozier's. So Jaden Gregg's going to try and go down the inside. It was the number 85 of Anastasia Dean, who is a lap down. So I think that's why Jaden Gregg wasn't particularly happy about that. But yeah, that is not a good moment for either of those drivers. Here we're having a look at Luke Sintler, the number 72. Has got past the number 36 there of Sam Baker. That's a switch of positions over 9th. Here's your race leader. Not seen Archie Heron for a while. He's driving serenely at the front of this order. 45 seconds to go. Jack Cox is 0.76 of a second behind. As, oh dear, there's more contact. This is the 63 of Oliver Harris, and I think is that the 89 of Jake Bell? Yes, it is. So they were fighting over 22nd position. They won't be anymore. Jaden Gregg has come into the pits, is out of this race. Henry Gregory going very quickly. That was Leo Brown getting down the inside of Zaki Hussain for 14th. 10 seconds to go then. Will the race leader get over the line before... Oh, this is going to be very tight. 3, 2, 1. No, we're going to get 2 more laps in here. So Archie Heron, in that difficult position, he couldn't really lift off because there was just too much time to whittle away, considering that Cox is only half a second behind. Here is battle between pole sitter Benjamin Rowe and the number 77 of Henry Gregory. And Benjamin doesn't fight it too much, which is fine because there's good points to be had here. As down the inside goes Josh Agambar as well, and the number 52 of Reese Lomax, who's currently 2 laps down. So I don't consider number 52 as part of the battle here. Number 14 has another go. Oh, forces Benjamin Rowe out wide, goes for a bit of rallycross, gets back on circuit. Final lap then in what's been a frenetic X30 Junior second heat. Archie Heron, can he hold off Jack Cox here on this last lap of the race? Through Christmas, didn't have to defend there. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Micah Taylor, but this is the key battle at the front. Down the inside goes Cox. Can he get the braking right? Can he get the exit correct? Yes, he can. Really good stuff from Jack Cox. He was confident on the brakes, positioned that perfectly, but here comes Heron back, trying to have another go. There's a slight bit of contact as they go through Osiers onto the back straight now, but I think this is going to be Jack Cox's. Heron's too far back to have another go. A very well put together drive there from Jack Cox, who comes around the final corner to win Heat 2 today here in X30 Junior. Archie Heron's in second place. Third place is going to be Morgan Moore. Fourth for Henry Gregory. Leon Gamio in 5th place, Josh Agambar in 6th, Sam Longley in 7th, good points there for Sam, Luke Sintler in 8th, Benjamin Rowe and Micah Taylor complete the top 10, Cian Garrity in 11th, Ron Etchberg 12th, Sam Baker, Leo Brown and Zaki Hussain are all in the top 15, then Luke Taylor 16th, Remy Gilbert 17th, Dayton Coulthard in 18th, 19th for Amelia Pennington, Lily Jeffs in 20th, and then last of those on the lead lap, Jack Collins, Darren Marshall, who was top novice, Oliver Harris and Jake Bell. 3 drivers off the lead lap in that race due to incidents. Reese Lomax, Jaden Gregg and Anastasia Dean. So the X30 Juniors come back into pit lane to have their carts checked over. I think that may be a bumper. And a 5 seconds for the number 52 there. Picture being taken. And we're going to take a short break. As we say, that was X30 Junior Heat number 2, race number 14. Race 15 next will be the second appearance for X30 Senior. Back here at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of round 8 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships here on Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the coverage and you're new here, it's great to have you along for this Sunday afternoon. I'm going back in time. Want the weekend to continue. We're having so much fun. But if you are new here and you've not already, please do click that subscribe button. Give the like button a press as well, and share the stream on your social media platform of choice. It really, really does help us out. We're getting ready for race number 15, which is the X30 Seniors second heat. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Randomly drawn, as always, with average positions across everybody's 3 heats the same. Daniel Hackett will be on pole position for this one. Thomas Mullett on the front row as well. There he is. Archie Forber and Cameron Coombs on the second row. Hugo Gilbert and Martin Auger are on the third row of the grid. Brandon Matchell and Jensen Buckingham on row 4. Benjamin Watson, Jacob Stilp on row 5, Vishal Patel and Stephanie Hobieka on row 6, Finley McKee and Nathan Amos on row 7, Oliver Henwood and Lucas Ellingham on row 8, a lot of experience on that row, Jude Ferniho and Alex Johnston on the 9th row of the grid, Thomas Massarello and Alice Bourchier on row 10, Ty Stansfield and Benjamin Southgate on row 11, Christopher Bingham and Harry Cottrell on row 12, and Tyler Reid and Jerome Phillip on row 13. Harrison Pugh, the single novice in this race, makes it a 27 kart field. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Peter Dornaball on YouTube. Would love to drive my Rotax Max Senior around this track. Absolutely stunning. It is indeed. Well, if you do get the opportunity, do head down. There are test days available. Hello to Charlie Locker, who's cheering on Brandon Matchell in this race, starting P7, so on the inside of row number 4. And Tyler Reid as well, getting some support from LJC. This is Tyler's race, starting from the rear of the field, 25th to be exact. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream, really does help us out. Algorithm, I don't understand it, but I trust James Fitchew, the director in my hair, profusely when he says the comments make the algorithm good, and gets more coverage for the drivers as well. That's the important thing for these young drivers starting their careers. They need all the coverage that they can get to help their causes. So you are doing a massive help when interacting on the stream. So the X30 Seniors out for their second heat, formation laps underway. We haven't got a confirmed result from heat number 1. So from DJ's piece of paper, I can tell you at least provisionally, it was Lucas Ellingham who took the race win for this group of drivers earlier on in the day. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC for all of that business. Hopefully we are ready to go for the X30 Seniors. That is a good start. Away we go first time. As off straight away goes the number 76 of Martin Auger. Got forced out wide there onto the grass. Lost traction at the rear, and round Martin goes out of this race in terms of contention. Through Christmas Corner they go, 3 wide. Careful, chaps. They just about got through there, through the corner we colloquially call Boxing Day, because it's after Christmas. But a good start for Archie Forber. So Martin Auger, we know, was in trouble. I think it was Ollie Henwood also in trouble. I can't see his transponders having come through sector number 1 into the boot they go for the first time. Archie Forber leading this race. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. So it's Forber from Matchell, Hugo Gilbert in 3rd place, Watts, Patel, Mullet, Coombs, Stilp, Ferniho and Ellingham. That is your top 10. Here comes Alex Johnston. Needs a good race here. Had a bit of a scrappy one in race number 1 as Jerome Philippe's having a problem there in the number 75 off of Christmas. But Alex Johnson started the day in 3rd in points with drop scores applied. 2 of them. But didn't have a happy time in heat 1. And if he wants to get a good grid position for the final later on this afternoon, he has to start making moves now and have a clean race through the field. Lucas Ellingham is, as we've come to expect this season, on the move. That's another position gained, up to 8th place now for the championship leader. Into Christmas Corner they go. Quite spread out at the front end of the order. As down the inside, that's number 22. I think that was Ty Stansfield trying to get through, but gets it wrong. Collects the 304 of Alex Johnson. Alex Johnson really isn't having a happy day of it at all. Let's have another little look at that if we can. It was one of those classic situations where you're trying to go for a dive down the inside, and unfortunately there's another kart in the way. So we're looking back here for Ty Stansfield. Yeah, he's going for the move on the number 21. Collects Johnston and Alex Massarella really as well, so that was a bit clumsy from Ty Stansfield. 4.5 minutes to go then. Here's Vijay Patel, Vishal Patel down the inside. Oh, but runs wide on the exit, and 3 wide now down into Ashby. Good driving from Jude Fernahoe there. Gains at least 1 position out of that. And through comes Ellingham as well. Benjamin Watts on the DHR, not looking too happy as always. That's a problem for Hugo Gilbert. Hugo Gilbert, all of a sudden, coming off of Osiers, loses quite a few positions there. I think that was 3 or 4. He's got back up to speed now, though. So similar to what we saw with the juniors earlier, this X30 category, very chop and change so far. But Archie Forber leading by 3/4 of a second, and is very fast at the moment as well, 45.07. I think I just caught sight of Nathan Amos in the 36, getting past another driver. Yes, it was indeed. So it's past Hugo Gilbert, so that's for 8th place. Here we are, further up the order. 66 of Benjamin Watts and Vishal Patel just behind. The number 95, Lucas Ellingham, sets the fastest lap of the race, 44.85 seconds. 5th place at the moment for the championship leader, and you do really get the sense that if Lucas Ellingham can pull this group of results together here today, is what will be key after today is down the inside of Jude Fernahoe goes Lucas Ellingham. After today, anybody who has competed in every single round of this championship will have almost like a baseline score. Best 8 rounds out of 10 will count towards the championship scores come the end of the season in December. And did hear me right there, December we've got an extra round. We normally finish the championship on the 4th Sunday of November. We've got another round to complete the season 2 weeks after. Do get your entries in. So drivers who do have 8 scores on the board for those last 2 rounds in November and December, they'll just be looking to improve their scores. You know, get rid of days where they've not had the best of experiences. Who's that? I think it's that Thomas Massarella. I think Thomas Massarella is out of the race, unfortunately. Pulled off to the side of the road. Looks okay, he's walking away. But 21 is out of this race. Lucas Ellingham sets another new fastest lap of the race, 44.75. The gap up to Jacob Stilp ahead is 1.5 seconds with 90 seconds to go. Forber, meanwhile, extending his lead. It's now up to 1.27 seconds over Brandon Matchell. Matchell's responding, digging deep. Personal best in sector number 1. Yellow flag continues to be out for Thomas Massarella, who, as we say, has stopped. There's your race leader coming down the final corner. There'll be 3 more laps because we'll have time for this lap, 1 more with about 10-15 seconds to play, and then the +1. Oh, what's going on there with Nathan Amos running wide out of the final corner? Yeah, it's just lost a position there to Vishal Patel, so Patel up to 6th. Big scrap going on here. This is all around 9th place. Alice Bourchier there, the number 58, pink, white and blue helmet. In fact, Alex Johnston has recovered here. This has been a spirited drive from Alex Johnston, what's been a frustrating day so far. Isn't giving up, of course, though. It's good to see from Alex. Leaders crossed the line. They did have about 10 seconds in hand as they crossed the line, so 2 more laps in this race. Tyler Reid up to 9th place, has got past Cameron Coombs in all of that. And I should mention Harrison Pugh as well. Our single novice in this race is up 4 positions from where Harrison started this race. The number 11 looking down the inside there. Here comes Harry Cottrell. Good move on Ty Stansfield into Ashby Corner. Got the braking just right. Didn't overshoot. Commanded the position. Ty Stansfield's going to have a go back though. Contact between the two of them. And Oliver Henwood is looking for some fun here. Last lap board out then for our race leaders. Johnson trying to go down the inside of Thomas Bulletin. Round goes Ellis Bourget. Half spin on the grass, but he's going to lose a big amount of time here. Can he find a way back in? Yes, he can. Still fighting here. Ty Stansfield, Johnston, the number 11 of Harry Cottrell, and here comes Ollie Henwood as well, the number 17. Stansfield down the inside of Johnston. Whoa, very close there with Jensen Buckingham, who nearly made contact with the rear bumper of Alex Johnston. Johnston gets back past Stansfield. Henwood to the outside now. Nearly being forced out wide. He's going to have to go the long way or the switchback onto the back straight. But Archie Forber comes round to take race victory. He's having a really good day. Jacob Still gets second on the line there, ahead of Brandon Matchell. Lucas Ellingham, more good points in fourth. More good points as well for Jude Fernahoe there in fifth. Vishal Patel, a good run to sixth. Nathan Amos, seventh. Tyler Reid, Hugo Gilbert and Cameron Coombs is your top 10. Thomas Mullett in 11th. Alex Johnston a battling 12th. Ty Stansfield in 13th. Ollie Henwood, I don't think quite happy with the pace of the kart today so far. Only 14th for Ollie. 15th for Jensen Buckingham. Christopher Bingham in 16th. Harry Cottrell, Daniel Hackett, Jerome Philippe and Benjamin Southgate is your top 20. Ellis Bourget 21st. Harrison Pugh 22nd. Benjamin Watts, Finley McKee, Martin Auger and Thomas Massarella. That was your classification for the second heat of the day in X30 Senior. Into the pits comes the field then. They'll have their post-race scrutineering checks managed and dealt with. And we'll see the X30 Seniors out again on our schedule. We are running a little bit behind schedule. About, what should I say, half an hour behind schedule. So I reckon X30 Senior will be back out again around 2:45. Stick about though, because we've got the last race of this second rotation coming up next, and it's the second appearance of the day for Senior Max. Back once again here at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships, round 8 of 10. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties. DJ's actually running around at the moment. He's on Alpha Live cameraman replenishing activities, also known as giving them their lunch. Let's have a look at the grid for this next race, which is the second heat for, and there he is. What a face. What a beautiful face. Senior Max heat number 2. Another interesting grid to look at here. Mikey Austin is on pole position. Rob Ellis alongside on the front row. Big opportunity this for Ellis to gain points in his championship campaign. Jamie Rogers and Lucas Ivaskevicius on row 2. Archie Elliott and James Webb on row 3. Benjamin Ballou looking to bounce back from a disappointing race 1 is there on row 4 alongside Jason Bond. Harry Holland and Joshua Pickford on row number 5. Steve Super GT Brown and Nathan Chafer on row 6. They worked brilliantly together in the first race. Can they do likewise here in this second one? Tommy Edmonds and Alex Jackson are on row 7. Carl Dunford and Jaden Neil Holder are on row 8. Joshua Valance and Mick Banner are on row number 9. Freya Belk and Sam Light row 10. Luke Oliver and Alfie Brooks on row 11. Lewis Wild and Alex Hughes on row 12. Harry East, Tommy Lee Davis and Millie Hart wrap out the 27 entries in the field. Keep your comments coming in. And we will have the third rotation of heats starting immediately after this. A Honda Cadet followed by iArmy Cadet, X30 Mini, Mini Max, Junior Max, X30 Senior, X30 Junior rather, X30 Senior, and then again once again for the Senior Max. That's the same rotation that we keep going through throughout the day. We will also be at the halfway point of today's racing after this race. And this one I do have a confirmed first race order for you. And it was pretty much unchanged from what we saw out there on track a few hours ago. Carl Dunford was your race winner. Tommy Edmonds P2. Jaden Neal Holder P3. Alex Hughes P4. Jamie Rogers P5. There's a poll on the go. Are you here for great racing or Super GT? Now, I don't like that poll. I'm here for great racing and Super GT, and everybody else for that matter. But do get involved. And thanks for Peter as well. My deepest respect for all the volunteers who make days like this possible. Absolutely. All of our hard-working marshals and officials out there on circuit, and all the effort of the parents and the teams and the mechanics as well. Ready to go then, and this could be quite a key race in the context of this championship, because our second place driver in the Praga Kart there on the right of your screen starts on the front row. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid, and it's going to be advantage to the pole sitter, to Mikey Austin, as the number 59 of Jamie Rogers had a good start as well. There's a spin there. Benjamin Ballou's involved. The number 54 of Archie Elliott is not too happy about things. The number 37 of Benjamin Ballou, as mentioned, was in there and actually pulled off the grass. I think he's got further kart issues. Joshua Pickford, I think, was compromised by that situation. And a great start for Jamie Rogers. Round the final corner they go for the end of lap number 1. Rogers leads. Ivaskevicius in second. And that's a good first lap from Lucas. Needs it. Didn't have a good first race. Needs points on the board. Here comes the number 27 of Harry Holland down the inside of Rob Ellis. And Rob Ellis, we mentioned earlier, had some electrical issues in practice yesterday. Was in chipper mood this morning when I spoke to him. Is looking at the positives. You'd rather have a technical issue on the test day than here in the race day. But I'm sure that may be playing on their minds a little bit in the team. That issue has occurred. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. End of lap number 2. Just to confirm, your driver's in trouble at the end of lap number 1. It was Archie Elliott, Sam Light, Joshua Pickford, Lewis Ward and Benjamin Ballou. So it's Rogers from Ivaskevicius. James Webb is up to 3rd. Harry Holland in 4th. There goes Webb past Ivaskevicius for 2nd place. Rob Ellis in 5th. Jason Bond. I'm trying to do the old Jensen Bond where people used to call him Jason, just the other way around. Jason Pond in 6th. Carl Dunford 7th. Nathan Chafer in 8th. Tommy Edmonds, and then this driver here, Steve Brown, there in 10th place. Novices update as well. 3 of them in this category. Tommy Lee Davis, the top of those 3 novices at the moment, ahead of Millie Hart and Elliot Barrell. Benjamin Ballou, unfortunately, has had to come into the pits. It really has been a tough day for Benjamin Ballou. Jaden Neal Holder adjusting the amount of air going into his Rotax engine and radiator setup there. Lifting that flap. Wanting to cool the engine a little bit more. It is a big temperature management game in this Rotax category. Warning for Archie Elliott, number 54, currently running in 22nd position. Harry Holland has the yellow flag out into the boot. What is that for? That is for the number 22 of Mick Banner, out of the race. Harry East also looks to be out of the race in the number 25. Change for 3rd, Harry Holland, fastest driver out there at the moment, has got past Lucas Ivaskevicius. Down the inside goes Steve Brown, takes 9th place. Nice move on Tommy Edmonds there. Confident on the brakes as Tommy Edmonds fights back, tries to re-overtake. As off the road goes Super GT in that moment with Tommy Edmonds, who went for the move into Ashby. has got it back on circuit, but that, well, enjoys the low grip conditions to Steve. That was a bit too low grip on the grass there, and I think that's going to have relegated him down to around 15th place. Out of the race is the number 15 now. So more retirement. That's Sam Light, who we saw in trouble on lap number 1. Change for second place. Harry Holland gets past James Webb. Now, can they set about closing in Jamie Rogers? Jamie Rogers, the pace is good, really good from the race leader. 45.17 last time around. Has just set another PB in sector number 1. Carl Dunford. Really liking how Carl has come on, especially from the summer. I remember watching him at Shannington on the first day of the Super 1 weekend there a couple of months ago, and it felt like Carl had turned a corner, and he's continued to get better and better, and he's running well here in 5th place, and in fact he's about to be 4th place. Down the inside goes Dunford, takes Lucas Iviskavicius. Nathan Chafer follows through as well. Number 99 is up to 5th. As, oh dear, there out of the race is Alex Jackson. The number 47 has pulled in and didn't look too happy either. As Rob Ellis down the inside, that's another really good move. What we've come to expect from Rob Ellis, who's had a superb season on various levels. I've seen him race this season. That'll be him up to 6th place. And it's what Rob Ellis has been good at throughout the season, playing the percentage game. Consistently being at the front of the order. There's Joshua Valance. So this is the fight for 13th, 14th and 15th. And I think Alex Hughes was making an attempt to get past Alfie Brooks there. Alex Hughes is the fastest driver out there, 44.84 last time around. Having said that, Carl Dunford's just gone purple in sector number 1, 0.4 of a second behind James Webb. There'll be 3 more laps of this race. Chafer through past Webb and Dunford through as well. So Dunford now up to 3rd place. This is a superb run as there's a yellow flag out there. As the 99 goes down the inside of Dunford, so Chafer past Dunford. I think they were clear of yellow flags once they got up to that point. Didn't see one on Marshall Post C. .30 seconds then. As, oh, big move from Rob Ellis there, trying to go past James Webb. James Webb out onto the grass, rejoins the circuit. Second group, is out another retirement. It's Joshua Pickford. So Joshua Pickford in the 95, that'll have been what the yellow flag I think was for. Harry Holland goes faster again, 44.79. How much time have we got left here? Well, time has now expired. 2 more laps to go, including this one. There's the number 17 of Alfie Brooks going by James Webb. So 8th place for Brooks. It's not over yet. Harry Holland is going along very quickly and is about to get into the slipstream of Jamie Rogers. Can Holland set up an attempt for the lead on the last lap? Through goes Steve Brown on Joshua Valance. That's another position for Super GT. Up to 14th. I think Luke Oliver has also got through past Valance on this lap. Last lap board is out. What is the gap at the front? Actually, Jamie Rogers has responded very, very well. Conscious to the pressure, has raised his pace, put a 44.91 in last time around. It means he leads by 0.8 of a second. Should be comfortable now to get to the end of this race. Plenty to race for behind though. Nathan Chafer is quietly getting on with his business today in a very, very efficient manner. They're in 3rd place, having to defend though from Carl Dunford and Rob Ellis. But Jamie Rogers is going to come into the final corner here and take a relatively straightforward victory there in Heat 2 in Senior Max. Harry Holland in 2nd, Nathan Chafer in 3rd, Carl Dunford 4th, Rob Ellis 5th, Jaden Neal Holder in 6th, Brooks 7th, good points for Iviskavicius in 8th, Alex Hughes 9th, James Webb 10th, Tommy Edmonds 11th, Luke Oliver 12th. A bit of a fight back there from Steve Brown. Good to see. 13th place for driver number 90. Joshua Valance 14th. Jason Bond in 15th. Freya Belk, Mikey Austin, Charlie Pinkney, Lewis Wild and Millie Hart. Millie Hart being top of the novices. That is your top 20. Archie Elliott, Tommy Lee Davis, Elliot Barrell, Joshua Pickford. We're into the karts that retired now. Alex Jackson, that's your top 25. Sam Light, Mick Banner, Harry East and Benjamin Ballou. Those are the 29 drivers who competed in that race. Well, that completes the second rotation of heats. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here, the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships, round number 8 here at Whilton Mill. Andrew Mather on commentary duties for you. Jamie Rogers looking all good, and that was again a really well managed race from Jamie Rogers. Looked easy. I'm sure it wasn't for him, especially that late pressure coming in from Harry Holland. We're going to get ready though for the start of the third rotation of heats, starting with Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet Heat 3 up next. Honda Cadets in pit lane then, and this will be their third and final heat. Reminder of the day so far. Heat 1 looked like this. Noah Barham was your race winner as, oh, the crazy bugs are out. Out in force, we saw them earlier. Into the splash zone. I hope that coat's waterproof. Apologies, trying to get the heat. There we go. Heat 1 results up on the screen now. Barham from Smith, Patel, Bajembi, Maevsky. That was your top 5 in heat number 1. We've also had the result confirmed from heat number 2. Just to pull it up on the screen here in the comms box for you. Albert Friend was confirmed as your race winner, 2.5 seconds clear of Elliot Potter, Zach Starbuck, Mayan Patel and Riley Till. So that's been the day so far. Let's have a look at the grid for the third and final heat. Hayden Gray has pole position, Oliver Warner alongside on the front row, Kai Clark and Max Endicott on row 2, Sebastian Otuzio and Jensen Walker are on row number 3. Theo Champney and Finley Lyons start this race on row 4. Oliver Majewski and Zach Starbuck, hello to Lee in the chat, start on row number 5. Joshua Smith and Sergio Wirtz are on the 6th row of the grid for this one. Noah McNicholas and Alexander Koedjikov on row 7. Max Fallon and Callum Wilson row 8. Rio Licata and Riley Till row 9. Jake Schulz and Elliot Potter on row 10. Zach Champney and Albert Friend on row 11. Charlie Wolfett and Joshua Bajembi on row 12. Oliver Meek and Ellis Pullen-Memin on row 13. Jack Price and Adam Hill row 14. Noah Barham and Mayan Patel on row 15. This is their starting from the back races. Oliver Spencer and Charlie King row 16. Thomas Butcher and Jacob Bachler on row 17. 34 karts in the field. And as ever, it will be a standing start for the Honda Cadets. 7 minutes on the clock for them. And more support coming in for Zach Starbuck. Thank you guys. Thank you for getting in touch with us. And if you're watching the stream and you haven't done already, do get your comments in. Do let us know who you're supporting. We are just about ready then for heat number 3 for Honda Cadet. Officials having this one under control then. You can see 7 minutes on the timer on the left of the gantry there. Red lights illuminated to control the start of this race. Here we go then. Looking for a clean start here in Honda Cadet. The lights are out. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the third and final heat of the day for our Honda Cadet category. Good start from Hayden Gray and Oliver Warner off the front row of the grid. It is going to be Gray leading up to Christmas Corner for the first time. The 81 of Max Endicott's trying to make moves down the inside. Everybody staying defensive to the inside. Oh, a bit of a collision towards the back end of the field. The number 95 popped up in the air there. That was Charlie Wolfett. I hope Charlie is okay. That was a bit of a hard landing, and I'm hearing reports of spits of rain at Christmas, and yet that is definitely spits of rain coming down into Ashby Corner. Look at them all. They're struggling for grip there through Osiers. This is going to be a tester now for our youngest drivers here today, because all of a sudden slippery surface flag is out. We've got a group of drivers here on slick tyres, unless anyone's taken a big gamble and correctly predicted this rain coming in. Now this really is going to be about driver talent now. And oh my goodness, here it comes. Here's the Whilton Mill rain. We've seen this before, we'll see it again. But the poor Honda Cadets are going to have a big test now for the remaining 6 minutes in this race. It's going to be wet racing lines, get off the rubber, find where the grip is. And who knows who's going to win this race now. You can see them all, see there, Theo Champney in the number 55. The luminous green coloured kart there, really struggling to get into the corner. And Albert Friend coming through, the number 91. Off the road is Sebastiano Tuzio, gets it back on circuit. The number 24 was in 7th place. Got to say though, the Honda's doing really well here. Was half expecting a lot of offs to occur here, but pretty much all of them are keeping it on the road. Birch is very right in the chat. I think one driver who would have loved this would have been was Steve Brown in the previous heat, because he's got lots of experience running on slick tyres in the wet. Kai Clark has gone to the front of the field. Where has Hayden Gray gone? He's lost 5 positions on that last lap. Look out for Joshua Bajembi in this race as well. Bajembi has well, a talent that has caught my attention previously in these kind of conditions. This could be just the kind of race he needs to get today back on track. It's been a bit of an up and down one so far for the championship leader. Field spreading out understandably. You just see the number 24 of Sebastiano Tuzio is down the inside. Who's that guy? Oh, round goes Tuzio. Contact with Mayan Patel. Can Tuzio get this going again? Or is he stuck in the grass? Can the clutches start to bite enough to get him going? I think he's just trying to find a gap in the traffic. That's a real shame for Sebastiano. Another race that slips away from kart number 24. Kai Clark continues the lead though. Kai looks okay in these conditions. And hasn't had a race win so far this year. It's only his 2nd appearance as a registered WMKC runner. In the first appearance, which was round 6, sorry, did take a 3rd place in one of the heats. Hello to Harry Friel. Always rains when Honda Cadets go out. They do seem to receive the brunt of the conditions, but they're dealing with it well here. This is all around 10th place. You've got Joshua Smith there in the E-plate. Oh dear, as there's 2 drivers off at Christmas Corner. The number 27 of Jake Schulz is one of them. There was also one of the novices. I hope it wasn't number 12 of Jacob Bachler, because he was having a really good run. Was up in 18th place from the back of the field. 2.5 minutes to go. Callum Wilson struggling for grip there, out of Osiers onto the back straight, into the boot. This is where it really can get treacherous in these conditions, because it goes slippery very quickly. I don't know what it is about the tarmac on the entry to the boot, but it's always the most difficult region of the circuit to judge when it's like this. 2 minutes to go. Kai Clark still leading in his number 76. Max Endicott in second place. You're looking at the third and fourth placed karts. Oliver Warner ahead of Oliver Majewski. And Finley Lines just behind as well there in fifth place. Rest of the field filing through. I think it was Jacob Backler who was involved in the spin that we saw at Christmas a few moments ago, because he's slipped down the order. Thankfully, though, he's still the first novice out there on the road. And the rain has stopped, according to what I'm hearing in my ear. There is your race leader, who... and yes, the lap times are coming down now. So we were in the 1 minute 11s and 12s 2 laps ago. We're now down into the 106s and the 107s. So this is going to be another interesting phase of this race as we come into the last 2 laps. Which of these drivers can find pace out there and find it quickest? Sergio Wirtz is the back marker there. I think I had a spin on the last lap. I did a 1:47.6. But 4.5 seconds is the gap, and down the inside goes Kai Clark. Says thank you for letting me through. Now the other interesting bit here is, does anybody gamble on a set of wets in the Army Cadets? Now it already looks like it's drying here. There's going to be 2 more laps for Kai Clark here. Yeah, and look at the rate at which the track is coming in now. We're down into the 102s. The track is getting faster by 4 to 5 seconds on every tour of the circuit. Now, me, a commentator sat in the box here. I would keep with a slick for the next race, because the track is drying out pretty quickly, and if you stick a set of wets on, you could wear them out fairly quickly. We're on to well, time has expired now. So there'll be 1 more lap after this. Oliver Majewski has got through past Oliver Warner into 3rd place. Here is the train from 7th place down, I think. No, 8th place down. So it's Hayden Gray there in the number 6. Max Fallon, no Barham. Joshua Smith, there is Joshua Smith trying to go around. Oh, contact with the number 63 of Max Fallon. Max Fallon gets going again. Not too pleased about that, but loses only 4 or 5 positions. Last lap is out, and we're now down into the 57s. And Max Endicott is going very quickly here. This is not over yet, because the number 76 lost 1.66 seconds last time around. There's Sergio Wirtz. Remember, he's a lap down. Max Endicott still in 2nd place, but going pretty quickly. Oliver Majewski is 57 in the 57.2s. Zach Starbuck made good progress that last lap, up 3 positions to 11th. Has just gone purple in sector number 1. But Kai Clark's going to come through the final corners. Well, these are never easy conditions to drive in. Even more difficult to win a race in. Kai Clark comes around the final corner, takes race victory in the 3rd and final heat in Honda Cadet in mixed conditions. Max Endicott in 2nd, Oliver Majewski in 3rd, Oliver Warner in 4th place, 5th for Finley Lines, 6th for Albert Friend, 7th for Mayan Patel, 8th on the line for Noah Barham, 9th for Elliot Potter, 10th for Zach Starbuck, Callum Wilson in 11th, Theo Champney 12th, Joshua Smith 13th, Hayden Gray 14th, Joshua Bajembi with the fastest lap of the race there, 55.08 in 15th, Max Fallon, Zach Champney, Alexander Korejikov, Adam Hill and Charlie Wolfett. That's your top 20. Rio Licata 21st, Jack Price, Jake Schulz, Riley Till, Oliver Meek, Jacob Backler. Jacob Backler was your top novice in 26th. Alice Pullen-Memin, 27th. Oliver Spencer, Jensen Walker, Noah McNicholas, Sebastian Otsuzio, Sergio Wirtz, Charlie King and Thomas Butcher. That was your order for the 3rd heat of the Hondas. Well, the karts coming in from Honda. Army Cadet will be heading out next. Just had a very interesting note in my ear. We've got Piers Pryor back up on Christmas corner, because he's very experienced in this kind of conditions, and he would go slicks for the next race. So we'll see what the tyre selections are like for iArmy Cadet Heat 3. That is up next. Back once again here at Whilton Mill. We're going to rattle through. Actually, let's do the situation out there. DJ, you're back in the box with me. What do you have to report?
Well, a lot of those cadets that are making their way out onto the track now are on wet tyres, bar the 72 Henry Carter, who has got slicks on that front row. Here's how they're going to line up.
Aaron Richardson has pole. Henry Carter, the single driver on slicks, is on the front row as well. Ethan Weldon and Harry Curry on row 2. Henry Clark and Cian Amy on row 3. Canish Grau and Harley Musk on row 4. Sugmani Kira and Max Cuthbert on row 5. Levi McGrath and Rami Dramain on row number 6. Max Mason and Enzo Butterazzi on row 7. Will Green and Jake Flewitt on row 8. Archie Lovett and Braith Murdoch on row 9. Jensen Chalk and Finley Hines on row 10. Joseph Smith and Charlie Lomas on row 11. Max Wright and Mason O'Connor on row number 12. George House and Teddy Woodard on row 13. Simeon Stone and Millen Tomlinson row 14. John T. Restrick and Ben Gibson on row 15. That is your grid. 30 karts in the field. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. So what do we reckon is going to be, tyre temperature, they'll be able to get it up to a decent level on this extra formation lap. And do we reckon the tyre tread is going to be an issue for those on the wets here? It's hard to call how this one's going to go.
It's 100% slicks out there, 100%. I am not mechanically minded in any way, shape or form, but I can tell you this, I have put a wet kart tyre on a rim before.
Yep.
I've done that once at PFI, but it's definitely slicks out there. Definitely. So, yes, that should make this race fairly interesting then, as the majority of the pack is going to be squabbling for positions in terms of how they're going to, well, cope with using those wet tyres on a, well, borderline completely dry circuit. Yes, we saw that terrible accident that happened in the Honda Cadets at Toys Ears, but here we go then, green flag. And we are away racing here on a dry track, but the majority of the field are on wet tyres. There, the 72 taking an early lead. Henry Carter is on slick tyres, and he goes up into Christmas corner for the first time. Everyone getting around it. Someone a little bit sideways in the middle of the pack. It was the 98 going round. That was Ethan Weldon. But he gets back onto the straight and narrow. Everyone through. And you know what? Even despite the fact that the majority of these are on the treaded tyres, they all seem to be keeping up fairly well.
They do indeed. And, well, if Carter can get that slick tyre up to temperature, I think he will pull away. That is the big question to feel at this stage of the race. And he's managing it well. He's just got to be patient with it. It's up to those guys on the wets to get ahead of him and control his track position. But Carter leads by a tenth ahead of Harry Curry. Aaron Richardson in third place. But look at Harry Curry is really challenging the back of Henry Carter here. You can see that's the difference between a slick tyre and a wet tyre in these greasy conditions. You just saw how the back end of Carter's kart snapped there, and he's doing a really good job to keep it under control.
Yeah, well, comments coming in. We'll check the weather forecast for the upcoming weather. At the moment, while I was just out there, it's not raining, albeit they're very slippery and going very wide there was Carter, and apparently it's starting to spit again out there. So maybe it was the right call to go to wet tyres, and in that case then Henry Carter's in a lot of trouble here. And apparently the rain is now starting to come back down out on circuit, and you can see that Henry Carter is tumbling down the order here.
And this will be the problem now, that if he gets offline and he hits more water and it loses the tyre temperature, it'll be like Lando Norris a few weeks ago in Sochi. There will be nothing that he can do here against the drivers on the treaded wet tyre. It was a brave call, and well, I was to say, you've got an X30 Senior champion on our camera today. You would have gone that way as well. There, the number 44 of Sukmani Kira is off, so that shows you how treacherous it is. That drivers on wet tyres are starting to go off.
You can see it there on the camera, the rain just coming down. They're quite big droplets here at Whilton Mill. We have seen it in the past where rain can all of a sudden just come out of nowhere and just plough down on the circuit. But at the moment, Harry Curry leading the way then from Will Green. All these drivers are on the slicks. The 7-2 Henry Carter currently falling down the order still, but is currently he's not crossed the line just yet. He's tumbling 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th place now. The 66 goes for an unintentional rotation. That's Max Wright, and another one. Oh, almost there. The 89 and the 7. So Mason O'Connor going for the spin, and Ben Gibson avoiding. Good avoidance there. So drama in this race.
Rain ending in 5 minutes, according to our forecast. Make that 4 minutes. But there's a three-way collection here. The number 99, I think it's Simeon Stone's in there. Henry Clark as well, and the 67 of Jonty Restrict. So they were all around 21st position. And I think Henry Clark, has he lost drive? Is there too much damage to the kart to continue? Slippery surface flag obviously is out here. I think he's lost the engine. And Marshall is just trying to get it restarted again. The question is, does this rain hold out and keep wetting the track surface for the rest of this race? 3 minutes of it to go. Harry Curry leading, Archie Lovett in second place. And it is so hard to make this call. Several times this year we've seen on Alpha Live broadcasts as off there is the number 7 of Ben Gibson. That's down at Ashby Corner, and Ben is out of the race here in heat number 3. This could really shake up the grid as well for the final. You can see the rain coming down now, and poor Henry Carter, who's now, I think, off the lead lap out there. The only driver to stay on the slick tyre. And the sun is starting to come out here. 2 minutes to go. What are the lap times looking like at the moment? Well, within the 102s, the end of the Honda race, we're into the sub 1 minute times, so we're still a way off that. Yellow flag out for, still think for the incident involving Clark and Restrick and others. As out is the number 19 there, and that's Rami Dramain. I think, is that at the boot? Yeah, that is at the boot. It's on the entry to the boot. You see the pit lane entry. He's okay. We'll hopefully get going in a few moments. Pace of, so I think actually Henry Carter has come into the pit. 71 there, fighting with the 68. This is Max Mason and Levi McGrath going over 7th place. Rain continuing to fall here in these mixed conditions at Whilton Mill. 1 minute on the clock. The lap times are coming back down though. We're back under a minute if you're in the shoes of Archie Lovett and Aaron Richardson. Blue flags out there for the number 89 of Mason O'Connor. So these drivers have managed to keep their tyres in check, manage them well. Just to look into the novices, George House in the number 77 is down the inside, goes Archie Lovett, takes the lead of the race away from Harry Curry. So a bit of a mistake there from Lovett, just ran wide. From Curry, sorry, Curry ran wide. And Archie Lovett was able to get through. There's going to be 2 more laps. There's the number 67 of Jonty Restrick running again now. I was just going to mention novices. George House recently graduated up from the Bambinos. Ran very well in the Super 1 Bambino Championship, which you can go back and watch here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. The 3 streams that we did at Clay Pigeon, here at Whilton Mill and at Shennington. He's having a good run. He's having a good battle as well, Charlie Lomas. And Charlie Lomas has just got by that 14th position, the 41 and the 77 out there. Penultimate lap of the race going on. Lap times again coming back down, 57s and 58s. And we're in that same situation now for the next race of what do you do? Do you stay with a wet tyre? If it rains again, that will be a very good choice. But do you go with a slick? Recognise that it's going to be a little bit slippery in the early stages, but if it continues to dry out, you will be in the ascendancy. Down the inside there, good move from Enzo Butterazzi. Gets by the number 57 of Finley Hines. That was for 8th place and gains 3 positions on that lap, does Enzo Butterazzi. Braith Murdoch sets the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.63. That's not far off oh, look at that, down the inside again. Butterazzi really on the move here. Max Cuthbert has now set the fastest lap, 54.43. Great racing going on here in Army Cadets. And some of these drivers, they'll be used to this from Bambino days where they race on a cut tyre, a treaded tyre in those categories, even on a slick surface. On the 36 of Jake Flewitt there. Trying to find a way through, but there's Archie Lovett over the line, takes the race victory. Harry Curry in 2nd place, Aaron Richardson in 3rd. Canish Grau and Jensen Chalk wrap out the top 5. Will Green, Max Mason in 6th and 7th place. Enzo Butterazzi, good end to the race, finishes in 8th. Braith Murdoch in 9th. Levi McGrath in 10th. Finley Hines in 11th place. Cian Amy 12th. Jake Flewitt in 13th. Charlie Lomas, the top of the novices, and a good, really good novice fight there. 1, 2, 3. Lomas, Joseph Smith and George House. Ethan Weldon and Max Cuthbert are next up. Max Cuthbert, fastest driver out there on the last lap, 54.13. Teddy Woodard in 19th, Sukhmani Kira in 20th. And then Max Wright, Harley Musk, Millen Tomlinson, Henry Clark, Simeon Stone, that's your top 25. Then off the lead lap, Jonty Restrick, Mason O'Connor, Rami Dramahaven, Henry Carter and Ben Gibson. Well, a very, very intriguing race there from the Army Cadets in those mixed conditions. Another flurry of rain. Really mixed it up here in the FastR WMKC Championships for 2021. Karts will come back into pit lane. Keep your comments coming in. Congratulations to Aaron Richardson. Another really good drive in 3rd place. It's Louise getting in touch there. And as I say, it's rainbows out now here at Whilton Mill. And we'll be getting ready shortly for the next race out there. The cadets will see in their finals later on in the afternoon, but it's X30 Mini and their 3rd heat of the day. They're out next. Back here at Whilton Mill for race number 19 on the schedule, which is the 3rd heat for X30 Mini. Let's have a look at the grid ahead of this one. Jensen Pugh will be starting the race from pole position. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans on row 1 alongside Ryan Gill and Luke Fleming on row 2. Charlie Mills and Ashton Wiggins on row number 3. Sebastian Mins and Harrison Mackey on row 4, Riley Bishop and Jack Mowat on row 5, Fred Green and Finn Leslie on row number 6, Zach Green and Lucas Field on row 7, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Morgan Hill on row 8, Luca Brooks and Charlie and Eve on row 9. Joshua Jones and Max Tompkinson on row 10, and then the 21 kart field is completed by Danielle De Benedictis. So light breeze back across the circuit. I do believe the rain has now fully stopped. I mean, we saw the lap times getting quicker and quicker towards the end of the previous race in Army Cadet. Now the interesting thing that I have on our minute by minute forecast is saying no rain for the next, and it's very specific, 111 minutes. Which makes things nice for this next race, but I think there could still be some fun and games with the precipitation kicking off around 3:45. So we'll keep an eye on what's around us. Nanny June is back, cheering on Harrison Mackie as the karts head out there for this one. Where is Harrison starting this next race? Just to remind myself, on row 4 of the grid. So the karts on their formation lap, Pugh and Cucurella Yeomans on the front row, Gill and Fleming row 2, Mills and Wiggins row 3, Minns and Mackie row 4, Bishop and Mowat row 5, Green and Leslie row 6, Green and Field row 7, Owen Drawbridge and Hill row 8, and then our novices Brooks, Neve, Jones, Tompkinson and D. Benedictis. All set to go then, round the final corner. And away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the third and final heat of the day for X30 Mini. Trying to find where that grip is through the first couple of corners. There's some on the outside, but it's a good start from Jensen Pugh, leading into Christmas for the first time round in the middle of the pack there, and everyone does very well to avoid. I think was that Luke Fleming, the number 14. Going round, there was one of the novices off towards the back. Harrison Mackie is also, and oh dear, coming out is Jensen Pugh. Jensen Pugh is out of the race, and is that Harrison? No, the Harrison Mackie's come through. It's the number 22, Morgan Hill. So how have they come together? How on earth have they come together? Because Jensen Pugh was at the front of the field, Morgan Hill was at the back. Both of them are out of the race now. That is quite strange, and I hope Jensen's okay there, because Morgan Hill's kart was placed on top of him. I just wondered, was Pugh wide out of increments, run out wide, and then come back on circuits? I think, have we got a... Well, we've got full course yellow, understandably. That was very strange. And Morgan Hill started in 16th place. Jensen Pugh, as we saw, was on pole position. Race is neutralised. And I can see Jensen Pugh climbing out of the kart, which is good to see. So it means Ryan Gill is leading this race. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans also didn't get round lap number 1. Got through the first sectors. I wonder, did something occur between first and second, and in fact the drivers are being, is that the drivers being instructed into the pit lane? Did I just see that they're being instructed to go into the pit lane? Yes, they are. Red flag. Red flag. The immediate leader hasn't gone into the pits. He's going to circle it back round. I wonder, is this going to be a chat about driving standards? So first red flag of the day here at Whilton Mill. For an incident on lap number 1. The order was Gill, Mills, Minns, Mowat, Bishop, Mackie. We're going to go to a short break here on the commentary and see more of the things that you can expect here from Alpha Live.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3 and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill for coverage of the 8th round of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. We're currently under red flag for an incident on the first lap of the third heat for X30 Mini. You've not missed any action in the last 10 minutes or so. Let's have a little recap of the race results confirmed so far today, starting with our first rotation. Honda Cadet Heat number 1 was won by Noah Barham ahead of Joshua Smith, Mayan Patel, Joshua Bajembi and Oliver Majewski. In fact, no, I'm going to do it heat category by category. So that was Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Heat number 2 looked like this. Albert Friend ahead of Elliot Potter, Zach Starbuck, Mayan Patel and Riley Till. And we've had the confirmed results come in from heat number 3 as well. Kai Clark ahead of Sergio Wirtz, Max Endicott, Oliver Majewski and Oliver Warner. Army Cadets so far. Their first heat looked like this. Archie Lovett ahead of Henry Carter, Max Mason, Braith Murdoch and Sukhmani Kira. In their second heat, confirmed result is in for that one as well. Will Green, who had the disappointment of a disqualification in the first race, bounced back, won the second one ahead of Archie Lovett, Braith Murdoch, Max Cuthbert and Aaron Richardson. I can see the carts there for the X30s being piloted away, I think, yeah. And so we'll see what happens with them in due course. Haven't had a confirmed result yet for Army Cadet Heat 3, so we'll leave that one for now. X30 Mini, their first heat looked a little bit like this. It was the win for Riley Bishop ahead of Lucas Field, Jack Mowat, Ashton Wiggins and Fred Green. Their second heat of the day, Morgan Hill took the race victory in this one. Has had good speed all day, but unfortunately was involved in that incident that has brought out this red flag. He won that second race ahead of Finn Leslie, Jack Murray, Lucasfield and Harrison Mackie. So that's where we're up to with X30 Mini. Mini Max, Mini Junior Max looks like this. Well, their first heat had Daniel Amore win it ahead of Harry Bartle, Harrison Morrow, Hugh Moulton and Callum Gosh. That was your top 5 in that one. Not had a confirmed result from their second heat yet. Not quite sure why, but that's the way things are on the timing. Junior Max, so moving into the Junior Rotax category now. Ronnie Mansfield took heat 1 ahead of Ronnie Smith, Leo Purchase, Spencer Brown and Lexi Belk. That was the top 5 there. We do have their second heat results. Jamie Perrelly ahead of Ryan Willis, James Jackson, Lexi Belk again in the top 5, having a strong day so far, and Harry Maynard. Next up, we've got X30 Junior, and Leo Brown took the win in their first race ahead of Micah Taylor. Was one of the really good races. I think it's one of the best races so far of the day, this one. Sam Baker was there in third place, Henry Gregory and Kian Geraghty in fifth place. Their second one looked like this. Jack Cox, Archie Heron, Morgan Moore, Henry Gregory and Kian Leon Gamio. That was the top 5 there. X30 Senior, still waiting on both of their results. So we'll skip over those for now. And Senior Rotax Max, we do have their first result. Not their second, but the first result was Carl Dunford ahead of Tommy Edmonds, Jaden Neil Holder, Alex Hughes and Jamie Rogers. All of those results are over on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. And we'll be back shortly after another short break here on the commentary. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill and coverage of the 8th round for this 2021 FastR WMKC Championship. Just to update you on the latest situation for the drivers, I know there's been questions. We do have one driver with a suspected broken leg. As a result, he's not being rushed out of the kart, of course. The medical safety of the drivers, the absolute paramount here. So we are going to be under pause for a while whilst the medical crews are able to do that safely. Do stick with us here on Alpha Live. We'll update you in the next 20 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill for coverage of round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships for today here at Whilton Mill. The news that I can give you is there is our air ambulance. Big thanks to the emergency services for their swift and brilliant response here to Whilton Mill. Jensen Pugh is going to be taken to hospital with a suspected broken leg. We had a bit of an extraction period where obviously we had to do things in a slow and methodical but safe manner. So that's why we've had this red flag. But exemplary performance from everyone involved, the marshals, race control, and of course the emergency services who have been responding to the accident here at Whilton Mill. Like I said, the air ambulance is going to take off very shortly. So if you're just joining us, this was a red flag during Heat 3 of the X30 Mini category. Their third and final heat. It was an incident on lap number 1 between Jensen Pugh and Morgan Hill. Morgan is okay. Jensen obviously will not be continuing today. I'll be taken to hospital to tend to that broken leg. And yeah, as Peter said on the chat, we wish Jensen a speedy recovery and hope him and the whole Pugh family are okay. I know he'll be back out on circuit very, very soon. It's a real shame. He was leading from pole position, and yeah, we'll be heading off to hospital to have that attended to. Obviously, with the delay, I suspect with it being shorter nights now, they have some race distances shortened. But as soon as we know in comms, we will pass that information on to yourselves. And thank you guys for sticking around. See 255 of you still watching. Your continued support really, really does mean a lot to us here at Alpha Live, Double Dash Motorsport Media and Whilton Mill Kart Club. Just a recap of the results so far, all of which you can look at on results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC. These are all confirmed results. So Honda Cadet winners so far. We had Noah Barham in heat number 1, Albert Friend in heat number 2. Just hearing in my ear, it's going to be a 3:05 local time restart. So for our international viewers, time is 2:53 p.m. here at Whilton Mill, so that is a restart in around 10 to 15 minutes time for the racing here at Whilton Mill. So yes, the results so far today. Noah Barham won the very first heat for Honda Cadets. Heat 2 was won by Albert Friend. Kai Clark confirmed as the winner for Honda Cadet Heat 3. They have completed their heat racing for today, just their final remaining. Second class, Archie Lovett was the winner of heat number 1. Will Green heat number 2. Archie Lovett again for heat number 3. There goes the air ambulance taking Jensen Pugh to hospital. I do wish Jensen the speediest of recoveries here at WMKC, and thanks once again to brilliant response from the air ambulance. They were here in a very, very short number of minutes.
Now you can see the circuit has, I think, pretty much been cleared. So we had the air ambulance here supporting. We had the fire service as well, as Jensen did have to be extracted from the kart. From what I understand, he was caught in the vehicle. There you see the dummy grid has been cleared, and I'm sure that Racing Troll will be quite rightly prioritising the competitors, telling them what they need to do next. And we'll wait shortly for which race we will recommence racing with here today. And as I say, that will be at 5 minutes past 3. Apologies, we do not know in comms which class that will be. Stand by for more further information. In X30 Mini, what we can tell you, heats 1 and 2 have both been declared. Riley Bishop was your winner of heat 1. Morgan Hill was your winner of heat number 2. Minimax, Daniel Amor took heat number 1. And we are yet to have declared heat number 2's results, so we await for that one. That'll be, I assume, being discussed and officiated with stewards for reasons unknown. Junior Max, Ronnie Mansfield was your winner in heat number 1. Jamie Perrelly was your winner in heat number 2, and a really good team performance for Project One in that race. Heat number 3 has not started yet. So actually, yeah, here are the heats. Here are the classes yet to have a third heat. We'll wait and see on the status of those heats, because one of the operational concerns now will be amount of light left for running here today, it being October after all. So currently, X30 Mini, as we saw earlier, was red flagged at the end or midway through lap number 2. We are yet to have Junior Max, X30 Junior, X30 Senior and Senior. So basically, both of the seniors and both of the juniors, they are yet to have their third heats. All classes obviously not have run their finals yet, so you've not missed any of the finals. Yes, so that's what we've got left on the schedule. Where were we up to with the results? We've done Junior Max with Jamie Perrelly. X30 Junior's 2 heats so far. We've seen Leo Brown take a win in heat number 1. Jack Cox take 1 in heat number 2. X30 Senior, Lucas Ellingham extended his championship lead earlier this morning in heat number 1. And Archie Forber in heat number 2. And then Senior Rotax Max, Carl Dunford took a really well-deserved victory in the first heat, continuing a ever-strengthening 2021 season for Kyle Dunford. And heat number 2 was taken by Jamie Rogers. That is all of your confirmed results for now. And I can see, is that Honda's being prepared for in dummy grid. Now, I suspect, I'll just have this confirmed in my ear, that this is going to be Honda Cadet Final. I think this is going to be Honda Cadet Final, going on the basis that they have completed their heats and they can have their final run now to full and proper time. So yeah, I can understand why that decision has been taken. Let's get finals completed for classes that have had their 3 heats. I was having a read of the sporting regulations last night. There is a precedent for categories, if they complete 3 heats, that the round result can be called off of that. Now, obviously, that is not what that's not what people would want. We want to see a final. We want to see a race. So that makes sense that for the sake of whilst we've got lights, we've got a track that's clear to go, Honda Cadets to have their final and run their full day of racing to expected time. I suspect that will be the same case for iArmy Cadet, and then we will resume with the remaining third heats for each of the classes
who have not completed their heats so far. Thank you for your patience, both here at the circuit and on the live stream. As I say, we are at 3 p.m. local time here at Whilton Mill. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you, and we are getting ready for the Honda Cadet final for round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. Just to remind you, let's have a look at the scores for Honda Cadet as things stand. So Joshua Bajembi leading the championship at the moment on 928 points. So this is, it's sort of considering 2 drop scores. But effectively everyone's on the scoring at the moment. Got today as a drop score because they haven't run their final yet. When you have a drop score, it's the drop score of accumulative points across the day. Not like in previous seasons where you dropped, say, your 2 worst finals and your 2 worst groups of heats. It's the collective round this year that gets dropped. That's because earlier in the season we did have some rounds that were run with 2 heats instead of 3. All complicated maths that I won't bore you with, but trust us, we've got it all under control here in the comms box on the maths front. But Joshua Bajembi currently leading on 928, Joshua Smith 912, Theo Champney 843, Mahan Patel 841, Findlay Lyons on 779. And I'm just going to check. James, do we have a set of grids ready for this final? They are being published in a minute, is what I'm being told in my ear.
Did you get the message we're resuming at 5 past? See Joshua Bajembi there in the centre of your shot. Has had a tricky day so far. Had a incident in the first race, but it looks like from where his kart's being positioned on the dummy grid there, it's a not bad starting spot for the championship leader. So 3 minutes before the karts head out on circuit. 5 past 5 start for the Honda Cadet final. Thank you very much, guys, for all the message of support for Jensen Pugh. I'm sure he'll be appreciative of them, and big racing family of the Pews. So yeah, very, very difficult times to see that happen. But as I say, we can hope to see Jensen Pugh back in future rounds of the championship. If you are just rejoining us after the red flag, Jensen Pugh has been taken to hospital with a suspected broken leg after the accident with Morgan Hill and Thomas Cucurella Yeomans on the first lap of Heat 3 of the X30 Minis. We are back now, just about ready to get racing again. I'm starting with the Honda Cadet final. Track is fully dry at the moment. These drivers had tricky conditions earlier on in the day for their 3rd heat, and no rain expected for the next 2 hours according to the weather forecast. Having said that, it was saying 2 hours till the next amount of rain, and then it came within about 20 minutes. There was a short sprinkling during the red flag. Apologies, just awaiting the grids to come in. As soon as we get them, we'll read them out to you. So we'll take a short break and be back with live coverage of the Honda Cadet final very, very shortly. Getting set then for the Honda Cadet final for round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for the Honda Cadet final. Noah Barham has had a fantastic day so far. Starts this race from pole position. Mahan Patel,
very consistent today and is rewarded with a front row start in the final. Elliot Potter and Joshua Smith are on row 2. Zach Starbuck and Albert Friend start on row number 3. Oliver Majewski and Max Endicott are on row 4. Kai Clark and Joshua Bajembi start on row 5. Max Fallon and Finley Lyons start there on the 6th row of the grid. Riley Till and Sergio Wirtz are on row 7. Callum Wilson and Jack Price go from row 8. Oliver Warner and Adam Hill start on the 9th row of the grid. Hayden Gray and Rio Licata form out the top 20. Jake Schulz and Theo Champney have a lot of work to do there from the 11th row of the grid. Alexander Koetchikov and Oliver Meek are on row 12. Zach Champney and Charlie Wolfit on row 13. Jensen Walker and Noah McNicholas to row 14. Ellis Pullin Memin and Oliver Spencer on row 15. And then Jacob Bachler and Thomas Butcher on row 16. Charlie King and Sebastiano Tuzio form out the 34 kart field. Anthony Jordan rejoins me.
I do indeed.
It's not the race we expected, but we're very glad to see it. I think this is going to be a good way to get us back underway after the red flag.
Yeah, exactly that. And you probably already said it, but I'll say it as well. Of course, a huge thank you to all the track staff here at Whilton Mill for their assistance, as well as all the emergency services, the air ambulance crew as well, because, of course, you have to remember the air ambulance crew are not government funded. They are publicly funded, of course, and they did show up here. And in very quick time, I have to say as well, they were here with the So absolutely fantastic for their support here at the circuit, and we can't thank them enough. And I'm sure there is viewers here who are wishing to support, and I'm sure you can head over to their website, of course, and donate via the website as well to the Northamptonshire Air Ambulance, and I highly recommend to do so.
Absolutely, absolutely. Fully second that. And yeah, keep your well wishes on the chat coming in. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the final, so this will be a full to time race as per the schedule. This is the Honda Cadet final. If you're expecting some of the seniors and juniors Heat 3s, they will be later in the day now. We are going to have a go at this Honda Cadet final for round 8 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championship. Lights out, away we go. Noah Barham looking for a good start here. Mayan Patel on the outside. In fact, I think it's Patel who's got the whole shot and leads into turn 1. Are they all going to get through? Okay, it's looking like a good one from the Hondas. Much better conditions than they had earlier. Switchback being attempted there by Barham. Just gets it a little bit wrong, though, and may have lost second place as a result there to Elliot Potter nipping through. But that's a great start, DJ, from Mayan Patel from P2.
Yeah, well, good start to this Honda Cadet final, of course, straight into it. And someone running very wide there onto the grass, getting back onto circuit, though. That looked like possibly Joshua Smith. He gets back on track, though. The rest of the field slotting through. A nice shot there of them whizzing down through Wilkins and into Oisiers, down the mini straight here, in towards the boot section. Another dive down the inside there by one of the Synergy carts, but again, unable to make the move done. Noah Barham coming back then for second place on Joshua Smith as they go towards the line, and an off in the back of shot there. One of the carts is off, and it looks to me like the 23 cart falling down the order. It's Oliver Warner.
Yeah, Oliver Warner unfortunately out of the Honda Cadet final here today, but a great first lap there from Joshua Smith. Leads by over a second, and quickly this second group have got to get themselves organised. They cannot, if they want to win this race, let a driver of the standard of Joshua Smith get too big a lead.
Yeah, exactly that. Like we say, we've seen him pile through this field in the first 2 heats earlier today, and of course seeing him here now at the front with the maximum amount of time he's got left in this final. You know, it's great for him. You know, he's just going to pull away in this pack, so these drivers really need to work together to try and push forward, because I always say it when it comes to Honda Cadet, 8 wheels and more work better than 4. You've got to work together. You've got to push each other along to close that gap. Let's see if they can do it. 8 minutes to go. Joshua Smith still leads from Albert Friend, Zach Starbuck, Mayan Patel, Elliot Potter, Noah Barham crossing the line in 6th place as well, and the rest of the field slotting through.
Albert Friend has been very quick today, though. Took a heats win earlier. There's driver in the red and black hooped helmet. I always think it's like a Queen's Park Rangers away helmet, but there we go. And in fact, the first sector from Friend is very good. 17.39 versus 17.46. So that's more like it from the second group. If they can pull in this 1.85 second gap, they have the time to do so. Zach Starbuck trying to go with Albert Friend. And then Mayan Patel behind there in fourth. Where are our championship protagonists? Joshua Bajembi's had a really good start. He's up to 7th place. There he is in kart number 52. Going round the final corner. Happy to work with Elliot Potter ahead there in the green and yellow helmet. And Oliver Majewski trying to come through the order is up to 8th. So Bajembi, in fact, the fastest driver on circuit. This is more like it from the championship leader. 53.66 last time around. Down the inside is Potter on Patel. Bajembi looking for an opportunity to get through as well. Kai Clark in the middle of all of this in the number 76. Bajembi looking down the inside there. It's getting tense here in the Honda Cadet final. There's still the best part of 7 minutes to go.
Yep, there is indeed. This is what we always see in Honda Cadet when it comes to the final, of course. Everyone is focused on just trying to get forward. That's the main thing that they want to do, because, of course, the silverware is up for grabs in this one. And down the inside goes Albert Friend, by the looks of it, I think, getting back at Mayan Patel there and moving up. So now big gap starting to form, as second place is managing to pull away. No, so it's not Albert Friend, sorry. I believe that was Alec Potter making that move back through as they go all whizzing past the start-finish line, back up the run to Christmas corner. Joshua Smith still leading the way from Albert Friend and Zach Starbuck, who are working together now. They are closing that gap up to the front. It's 1.7 seconds across the line that time around. Here you're looking at 4th place down, so Elliot Potter from Mayan Patel. Joshua Bajembe there, and Bajembe as they go through, and down the inside goes Mayan Patel, retakes 4th place, gets that job done, and getting nerfed out slightly wide was Elliot Potter there, now getting swamped by the rest of the pack as they go into the boot section. 3 wide, everyone's out of it, and good driving from these guys as they get through, but like you say, getting very, very scrappy from 4th place onwards.
Oliver Majewski did some good work there, up to 6th place. Max Endicott nearly gained hugely out of all of that, but just got blocked in the end. Still a gain of position up to 8th. Here comes Potter again down the inside of Majewski. So what's that gap looking like at the front? 1.74. It's holding at the moment for Joshua Smith, clear of Albert's Friend and Zach Starbuck, who's now the fastest driver out there on a 53.34.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, there looked like a bit of confusion there from Majewski with Potter. Now, it looked to me like Majewski was saying, come on, let's go. And Potter thought that was an open invitation to send one down the inside at Christmas. And you saw Majewski's reaction was just instantly, what are you doing? I didn't tell you to do that. So I think there's a bit of confusion there. So I think right now Majewski just needs to kind of slot in behind, just try and push Potter along. Yes, it's one position down that he wants to really be in, but you know that you've got to live with what you've got. Update on the gap. They have managed to close the gap to Joshua Smith, Albert Friend and Zach Starbuck. That is now 1.67, so they did only take a small fraction of time out of it, but it's still gaining time still, isn't it?
Some positions being gained out there. Theo Champney's up 7 to 15th, still with 4 minutes and the +1 lap to go. Looking in the novice category, Jacob Backler is having a really good race. He's up to 25th and clear of the other novices. So there's a trophy coming for Jacob if you can keep that going. Here is your group over 4th downwards. Zach Starbuck's putting in some nice pace at the moment. And Max Endicott as well into the 52s, first driver into the 52s, as well as Elliot Potter. So in fact, Bajembi through there. Bajembi's got past Patel. Patel now overtaken by Potter as well. So Patel just starting to fade a little bit in the second half of this race. And for Joshua Bajembi, that's a key move. It feels like a damage limitation day for the number 52 here at Whilton Mill. Still 2 rounds of this championship to go and a lead in the championship in hand. But when your title competitor is out the front there and looking imperious with a 1.65 second lead, you've just got to do everything that you can to get some points on the board.
Yeah, you do indeed as they go through. Less than 3 minutes to go then in this Honda Cadet final. And again, chopping and changing all the way throughout. Majewski back there in front, and the 81 of Max Endicott is moving up the order as well. He's got Kai Clark for company just behind. Back here at the front, though, because the gap is down a little bit more. Joshua Smith, the E-plate, still leads the way. He set a personal best lap on the last lap, but the two drivers behind, Albert Friend and Zach Starbuck, did take another 0.2 of a second out of that lead. It's down to 1.45 seconds now, as Zach Starbuck is setting purple's sector ones.
Is indeed. I feel like this is a frustrating final for Noah Barham, who was fantastic through the heats. Started on the front row of the grid. You can see him there in 10th place. The opportunity of a trophy at the end of the day just slipping away. Here is Endicott, Majewski, as Majewski goes back underneath, and got Clark in there as well. This is 6th, 7th and 8th places. Swapping back and forth. Another really good lap from Zach Starbuck last time around. So Starbuck now pushing Friend along. Both of them in the 53.0s. 53.2 last time around for Joshua Smith. So it's decent pace. The gap's coming down. You've only got 1.5 minutes of this race remaining on the clock, plus the one lap. Are they going to catch Joshua Smith in time?
It is a big gap that they have got to fill, but with the pace that they're going, I reckon it could be possible with the time they've got left. I reckon there's about 3 laps or so. They just need to try and squeeze a little bit more out of the Honda Cadet karts that they're running at the moment. So we'll see what the gap is when they next cross the line. That time around they took another 0.3 out of it. The gap is less than a second now for the race lead. Now it's all going to be down to catching up, but what are they going to do when they get past? Because now Bajembe is at a 52.89 from 4th place. That number 52 is now starting to close in on Zach Starbuck and Albert Friend as well.
Kai Clark down the inside of Oliver Majewski there, retakes 6th position. I think these 3 drivers are just content on, yep, it's going to be 6th. Or no more than 6th today, so that's why they're fighting over it. Noah Barham has got past Mayan Patel. There's Albert Friend in 2nd place. And what's interesting is it seems Joshua Smith's pace in the 2nd and 3rd sectors is very good today. Very good. Friend and Starbuck are able to close in the 1st sector, but when it comes down to the rest of the circuit, say down from Inkermans, they're not really making that much of an impression on him. However, Albert Friend has just put in a 52.8 and took 0.36 of a second out of Joshua Smith on that last lap. Now, this is a kind of pace from Albert Friend where he's going to be challenging Joshua Smith. It's going to be this lap plus one more, because they had about 5 seconds on the clock when they last crossed the line. Joshua Smith is going to have a fight on his hands here, DJ, for this final win.
He is indeed, yeah. Albert Friend, he turned the waftometer up to 11 and he's kicked that car into gear. He's right behind now, less than, well, it says half a second on our timing screens. It looks a lot less than that. That's lunge distance in my eyes, especially in Honda Cadet, as they come into the boot section that they've got now. Albert Friend is all over the back of Joshua Smith, the E-plate, the English champion. He looks over his shoulder and he can see the impending doom that is Albert Friend, who's closing in, especially with that last lap board looming in the distance as well. Zach Starbuck is unable to keep up with Albert Friend here. He's dropped back. Now he's just behind, but he's still in a prime opportunity as down the inside goes Albert Friend, gets the move done and demotes Joshua Smith to 2nd place. But Joshua Smith is going to fight back here. Into Ashby they go. The switchback, he's dived back down the inside, and keep an eye out because here comes Zach Starbuck. He's right behind as well, and back to the lead goes Joshua Smith. It's not over yet. There's contact between the top 2 of them, and round the outside goes Starbuck. Out of nowhere, Zach Starbuck takes the lead on the final lap. What a drive it is from him as they go through, and still side by side battling between Smith and Friend as they go through, but absolutely nothing can stop Zach Starbuck as he comes across the line to take the Honda Cadet final win.
A brilliant drive on the last lap, read the situation perfectly. 1st and 2nd so busy with themselves, left the door open for Starbuck, and it's a 1st final victory of the season for Zach Starbuck. So brave, round the outside, takes the win. Still good points for Joshua Smith in the championship, and I did wonder, was that going to be a thought on the mind, but he was clearly going for the race victory there. Albert Friend completes the top 3. Elliot Potter in 4th, Joshua Bajembi in 5th. Oliver Majewski wins out in that battle in 6th place. Kai Clark, Max Endicott, Noah Barham and Max Fallon in your top 10. But a fantastic drive from Zach Starbuck, a classic Honda Cadet win in a way. That's why we love Honda Cadet, because when you see those battles 1v1, you lose so much time, and it can bring a driver back into it. And Zach Starbuck kept that in mind, and look how happy he is as well. Always love to see that. A driver fully enjoying their racing. And as I say, results so far in finals for Starbuck so far this year: 16th at round 1, 31st, 11th, 9th, 10th, 5th. He's not even been on the podium so far in a final this year, and he's gone straight to the top, P1.
Yeah, that's what you have to love about Honda Cadet, because especially myself, I thought that Zach Starbuck was out of that contention because he would drop way back off the back of Albert Friend when he went for that move. But that just shows that you need a very large battle buffer, even with only 1 lap to go in Honda Cadet, because you can still lose position. It just shows how much time you can lose when you're not on the normal racing line. What a final. What a final. It was only our first one.
That's a pretty good one to start with, and we'll see the Honda Cadets back for the next round, 4th Sunday, as ever. They'll have their penultimate round of the season in November, and I do think that this one's going to go to the wire. So the 28th of November, we'll see them back for round 9. The battle between Smith, Bajembi and everybody else will continue. We're going to take a short break. IARMY final heading out now. Here we go then, IARMY Cadet final. Archie Lovett on pole position, Aaron Richardson on the front row as well. Braith Murdoch and Canish Crow on row 2, Jensen Chalk and Kian Amy on row 3, Sukmani Kiro and Harry Curry on row 4, Harley Musk and Max Mason row 5, Ethan Weldon and Will Green on row 6, Jake Flewitt and Henry Carter on row 7, Charlie Lomas and Enzo Butterazzi on row 8. Joseph Smith and Max Cuthbert on row 9. Finley Hines and Levi McGrath on row 10. Max Wright and Teddy Woodard on row 11. Henry Clark and George House on row 12. Rami Dramain and Millen Tomlinson row 13. John T. Restrick and Mason O'Connor row 14. Ben Gibson and Simeon Stone complete the 30 kart field. And are we good for a go? Is this going to go around again? Because the field is quite spread out. Yep, we're going to go around again.
I called that from quite a way back, I think, in the commentary box. I was doing the cowboy signalling here while they were going midway round the boot, so wasn't just my fancy dance moves in the commentary box. There was thought in the madness there.
I was going to say, it was like Saturday Night Fever in here.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Championship looks like this. Live points, 7.54 for Finley Hines, 7.53 for Max Mason, 7.27 for Braith Murdoch. So a good chance this for Murdoch, starting from the 2nd row. Archie Lovett 6.92, Aaron Richardson 6.68, Sukmani Kira in 6th on 6.51. I'm going to stop there because they're on the back straight, just about set for this one.
I just saw Henry Clark whiz down through the cut section there. I think he was rejoining from the pit lane. I think he was quite late out.
Due to start on row 12. Are we good for the IARMY Cadet final? No, we're going to go around again.
Yeah, there we go. Looked like it was going to go that time around, but no, again, call was made. So another false start.
The points situation for the round is quite interesting. Archie Lovett has been in fantastic battle today, 106 points. Aaron Richardson with well wishes coming in from Gillian on the chat. Keep your messages coming in, folks. On 91, so that's quite a big gap for Archie Lovett. But I think it shows how competitive IARMY Cadet on the whole has been today. That, you know, your drivers who've been in that top 5 pretty much all day. Okay, maybe not first or second. You know, they're the ones that have been rewarded with a shot here at the front of this grid, and they'll really go for this in this next 10 minutes.
Let's hope they do, as they line themselves up for the 3rd time. 3rd time's a charm, as we always say. A bit of bumping and barging there in the front of the pack, but everyone getting themselves slotted in. Now, nice and steady into the tram line. Don't accelerate too early.
It is going this time around, so it is green flag out. Off they go in towards oblivion, and again everyone through by the looks of it as they come steaming up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Out of the slipstream comes Aaron Richardson, and I think he gets nerfed out slightly wide there, and a spin in the midfield. The 19 goes around, there's more contact in the back of shot, and a huge concertina effect as everyone comes into play. The 20, the 67, the 7 are there, and those drivers off track at the moment, being seen to.
Charlie Lomas, Will Green, Enzo Butterazzi, George House, I think, in trouble there as well. Josie's met lots of drivers who have not come through sector number 1 yet, but at the front, kind of as the theme has been so far today, Archie Lovett is not bothered by any of that because he leads.
Battenberg flag is out, and a full course yellow has been called out on circuit, so all drivers essentially, if you're unfamiliar to what a full course yellow is, essentially it's a safety car situation. Everyone has to slow down, no overtaking and slot into position. They say no overtaking as everyone is 4 wide into Christmas Corner.
Let's have a look at a replay of that start of the run up to Christmas Corner. So Archie Lovett, I think there was a bit of loading from the back, if I'm being honest. And then, yeah, it all just gets a little bit too caught up in it. It's actually strangely on the exit of Christmas, but before Boxing Day. That's not often that you see karts getting together. Then normally, if it's on the run off, it's once they've got round the left-hand kink before it Inkermans. But well, I'll see if we're back to racing speed this time round. I think we. Oh, no, we're not. Everything's clear at the top end. We'll wait for the green flag. No, we're going to go around again. One more. Judson Chalk up in second place at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, another one of our drivers who's come through the Bambino ranks here into the cadets has been on the podium so far this season in these finals.
Yeah, he's had a 3rd and a 2nd this year so far in the finals. Yet to have a 1st though. So from 2nd place, what can he do?
So it's Enzo Butterazzi and Jonty Restrick who are not continuing in this race. I think Ben Gibson is off the back as well. So Lovett from Chalk, Murdoch, Kira, Rao, Musk, Mason, Amy, Curry, Weldon. That is your top 10. Aaron Richardson, really not a happy time on that first lap. Was down to 11th place, but still do something from there. The remaining time, 5 minutes on the clock. And we're going to go around DJ for at least one more lap under full course yellow.
We are indeed, yes. So better safe than sorry. Drivers still under the Battenberg flag conditions. So like we say on that one, please do keep getting your comments in. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and we'll try and give them a shout out. Not the drivers, unfortunately, couldn't hear us, but when they watch it back, they will see your comment and they will hear us say it on the live stream. And everyone likes a good shout out on the live stream, don't they?
They do.
They're like, oh, they said my name. They got it wrong, but they said my name.
Half the whole time. Do tell us if we're saying it wrong. Just looking at, say, championship situations, because it is that stage of the year. Lovett and Murdoch, they're the chasers at the moment of Hines and Mason. I think it's quite important for them to just keep this nice and calm for the next 4.5 minutes or so. We're back to green. Away we go then. Good start from Archie Lovett, and Jensen Chalk's gone with him. That was some heads-up racing from Jensen Chalk, who may have a run here on Archie Lovett up into Christmas Corner. Tap on the head from Lovett saying, think about it, let's work together. I think Kanish Grau was having a go there at Sukmani Kira for 4th place. But we're back up to racing speeds, and effectively we've got a 4-minute final now.
Yep, we do indeed as they go through. And with that time so low, I mean, Archie Lovett and Jensen Chalk now, I say, Archie Lovett is gone for that, you know, think, don't overtake, let's just try and go. And I think it is smart driving from Jensen Chalk, but Jensen doesn't want to leave it too long. He wants to try and get past as soon as possible, because then he can try and back Archie into the pack that's behind, and he can try and break away. But of course, he's very new to the cadet racing, like you say. He's worked his way up through the Bambino classes. It's things like this that he is going to pick up, and he is going to learn as he matures and he grows up into the car. So a chap there nearly over the fence there trying to tell his driver to go.
I've spotted him before. Kanish Grau is currently the fastest driver on circuit, and here he is going for 3rd place up the inside of Braith Murdoch. Really good move there. Braith Murdoch didn't make that easy, but Kanish Grau is up to 3rd.
Is indeed, yep. 3 minutes to go on the timer. And again, all slotting into position there. Ian Stone, Henry Clark, Mason O'Connor in 23rd, 24th and 25th, having a good scrap for position out there, a little further behind, but all eyes on this group here just before as the 54 dives down the inside. Will Green on Finley Hinds gets that move done in this pack. And I believe your previous man who started on the front row is in this battle. Aaron Richardson, currently in 11th place in that number 6, is in this pack that you can see. And as they slot across the line, Sukhmani Kira has moved up into P4 now. Braith Murdoch down into P5. All action, though, at the front because Archie Lovett, Jensen Chalk and Kanish Rao are closing into each other and are still 1, 2, 3 out on circuit with just over 2 minutes to go.
And they may catch a back marker here as well in the form of Ben Gibson. Down the inside goes Jensen Chalk. Can he get it stopped through Ashby? Yes, how about that for a mature move from a young driver. Jensen Chalk to the lead.
Yeah, that was a very nice and well-calculated move here. And like you say, they have got the traffic coming up in just a moment's time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they deal with this as they go into the boot section then. Less than 2 minutes left on the timer. And look at that, out of the way there. I'm not quite sure who that is, who is getting out of the way.
Ben Gibson.
It is indeed Ben Gibson, the number 7. So very well driven by himself to make sure he's not in the way. Blue flags did come out for a brief moment as they go round, then back across the start-finish line. 90 seconds left on the board, 90 seconds left on this final, and Jensen Chalk is starting to drive away. Max Wright in the wall at the final corner is okay. He's just trying to find a gap to spin it around. And now, look at this. Archie Lovett and Kanish Rao have swapped places. Kanish Rao now up into P2.
Yeah, Rao having a really good final. Best results so far in a final is a second at round number 5. Can Kanish Rao go one better here? 1 minute on the clock. There'll be 2 more laps, and yeah, there's lots of damage there to the number 66. Has got a puncture, so that kart is going to need to be brought into the pits by Max Wright as soon as possible. Here we are back with the leaders though. Jensen Chalk, 2 laps to go. Time will expire on this new one, and then there'll be the +1. Kanish Rao confirmed as in second place, and he's going to have good speed up the hill now. Jensen Chalk's going to need to defend. Is Kanish Rao going to go down the inside? He's going to have a look. What a move. Another brilliant overtake from Kanish Rao. He now leads.
Yep, good defensive driving for the part of that from Jensen Chalk as well. Positioned the cut perfectly. There's still cuts off in the background there. Timer less than 20 seconds to go. Last lap board will be out this time around. Looks like Max Wright pulled off to the side of the circuit with that puncture that he's got out there. Jensen Chalk now the beginning of the train from second place backwards now as Archie Lovett's trying to find a way through, and he does into the boot section. So Chalk now down into P3 as they go through. Kanish Rao now starting to pull away. They need to do exactly what they did in the previous races they had earlier on. They need to work together, try and close that gap up, but last lap board comes out for the Miami Cadet final.
This is not over yet. Any of these drivers could win it. In the likes of Sukhmani Kira, she's in there. Harley Musk and Harry Curry. Down the inside goes Jensen Chalk again, and off goes Sukhmani Kira. From 5th place, is going to rejoin the circuit in about 12th place, but unfortunately that's her chances of winning today's final done. Jensen Chalk down the inside of Archie Lovett again into Ashby Corner. This is all handing the win to Kanish Rao. Kanish Rao's got a huge lead now, can just pilot it round the last half of a lap and take a first finals victory of the year. But who's going to take 2nd, 3rd and 4th? This is all key points in the championship, with Braith Murdoch trying to go down the inside there of the 88 of Archie Lovett. He's going to be on the outside now. They make contact and Murdoch's off. Here comes Kanish Rao though, a first finals victory. What a brilliant drive from Kanish Rao. Jensen Chalk finishes 2nd. It's 3rd for Harry Curry, 4th for Harley Musk, 5th for Archie Lovett, 6th for Will Green. That's a heck of a drive through the field. Finley Hines in 7th, Aaron Richardson in 8th, Max Mason 9th, Ethan Weldon top 10, Kian Amy 11th, top novice, 12th overall. Brilliant day from Charlie Lomas. Henry Carter 13th, and this is where we get into the region of drivers that went all in and it didn't work out. Sukhmani Kira 14th, Braith Murdoch was corners away from a top 3 and a big haul of points in terms of championship finishes, 15th. Max Cuthbert in 16th, 17th for Levi McGrath, 2nd novice, 18th overall for Joseph Smith, on the line ahead of Teddy Woodard there who was third in novices. Millen Tomlinson in 20th. Henry Clark, Rami Dramain, Simeon Stone, George House, Mason O'Connor. Those are all those drivers on the lead lap. Ben Gibson 1 lap down. Problems for Max Wright, we saw there, pulling off the road. 2 retirements on lap 1, Enzo Butterazzi and Jonty Restrick. But what a win for Kanish Grau.
Oh, Harley Musk there looking like a nose cone penalty is coming fast his way, and that's a huge shame for the young driver. Finished in 4th place in that one. The top 3 all got through without a nose cone penalty. This is Will Green coming through, and all good for Will Green. So at the moment, only 1 nose cone penalty by the looks of it is going to the 21 of Harley Musk after a 4th place finish in that one. So big shame for Harley in that one. Well, plenty more racing coming up. What's up next? It is Mini X30. They look like Mini X30s to me.
They do. That was a well-educated guess. I was like, he's committed to it.
I'm committed to Mini X30. I'm pretty sure it's Mini X30.
The good news I can tell you, mate, is that we have a grid. We have a grid for X30 Mini, which would not be the case. Let's have a look at it. Lucas Field has pole position, Jack Mowat alongside on the front row, Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie on row 2, Ashton Wiggins and Fred Green on row 3, Thomas Cucurella Yeomans and Harrison Mackie row 4, Riley Bishop and Jensen Pugh row 5, Ryan Gill and Charlie Mills on row 6, Zach Green and Luca Brooks on row 7, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Joshua Jones on row 8, Luke Fleming and Charlie Neve on row 9, Sebastian Mins and Daniel De Benedictis on row 10, Max Tompkinson wraps out the 21 kart field, and of course Jensen Pugh will not be taking the start. If you were with us earlier, we had the long red flag. Jensen Pugh has been taken to hospital with a suspected broken leg, and that is what we know for now. I'll hopefully get it confirmed. I think what we've got here, DJ, I'm going to take an educated guess now, is that all other categories now have had their heats declared on 2 heats having been run, which is covered under the sporting regulations because we had rounds earlier in the year run to that same format. Means my spreadsheets are going to... I thought I had them all set for the rest of the year. I'm going to need to change them now. But future Andrew can worry about that.
Yeah. Sorry, future Andrew.
But yes, ready for the X30 Mini Final. It'll be 10 minutes once again.
Let's see if we can get a first time go, shall we? Mini X30, you provide good racing for us. Let's see if you can provide a good start to the race. It looks good right now. Into the tram lines. It is green flag. Off they go for Mini X30 Final. Good start then from the grid. And it's a good start from Lucas Field, who's managed to get the jump on Morgan Hill. They slot up in towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And again, the train forms. And everyone round, nice and clean. Good start to Mini X30 in towards Ashby Hairpin once again. Everyone diving for a move down the inside and everyone slotting back into position. Everyone through. Good start from the field.
Good starts all indeed. Onto the back straight they go, and Lucas Field will just try and control this early phase of the race. Morgan Hill there, he's had a very... not the kind of day I think he would have expected. I mean, he's got good grid position here in this final. Obviously, we saw him as part of the incident that brought out the red flag about an hour and a half ago. But Field from Hill, Mowat, Leslie, Wiggins, Cucurella, Yeomans, that's your top 6.
Nanny June joins us again, saying good luck to Harrison Mackie. I'm glad you're watching, Nanny June. All is well so far. And as they go through, Lucas Field holding on to that one. I have to say, he's putting away, actually, quite a gap.
Yeah, this is a really good opening part of this race from Lucas Field. hasn't had a race win so far today. He was second in the first heat, classified fourth in the second. That doesn't matter right now. It's the point of being with the most points across those two completed heats for the X30 Minis. 8.5 minutes to go. 49.14 for Field, 49.29 for Morgan Hill. So Morgan Hill needs to find some pace, and Jack Mowat trying to help behind there in third.
I think he has got the pace. He's just set, well, he set originally a purple sector 1. That was just taken from Jack Mowat now. The last fastest time was actually from the 32 Riley Bishop in 7th place. Obviously last year's Honda Cadet champion and current championship leader in this one, currently sitting in 7th place, is wanting to close up that gap ASAP. Now, had a breakdown in Heat 2, am I correct in saying, and won Heat 1. After, was it correct in saying? Yes, yeah, he did win Heat 1. So he's had a good dish day. He's a bit of a 50-50 on this one, so that's why he started mid-pack in the final for this one. So he's making moves at the moment, but he's working his way through the field. But he's just probably in the back of shot there. You can just see him there down the inside and making that move done, albeit had a little bit of resistance to get down. And, oh, my goodness me, who's that?
It's Ashton Wiggins, who it was rear tyre to rear tyre, I think, with Fred Green in the 51. Nothing. So Fred Green helping Bishop through there, and then just tight on the exit. Yep, we're going to get a rear left. That was so close to clipping Fred Green there.
It really was, wasn't it? That was, you just see the point of impact, and it was just edgy, closer and ping. It happens. That was my impression of a kart.
They do go. They do. Number 77, I think, in a spot of bother there. That's Lucas Field. That's your leader.
Yeah.
That's your race leader. So Lucas Field has had a problem and has dropped 7 positions. I'm hearing he got clipped maybe by another one of the karts, but for what it matters, Morgan Hill is now leading the race. Jack Mowat in 2nd place and Finn Leslie 3rd. Down the inside there. That was what I think that was Charlie Mills going for a move on Zach Green. Well, the context of this race is completely changed now. Morgan Hill leading the race isn't really a factor in the championship, having not been here for 3 rounds. And there has been a contact warning for the leader as well. So I just wonder if that was off camera. Maybe a bit of a coming together between Hill and Field, hence why Field has now dropped down the order. Apologies, we didn't see it in the comms box. Fred Green has just put in a... Well, clearly, nearly getting clipped in the helmet makes you go quite quick, because that's a 47.59 for the 51.
I suspect it pumps the adrenaline in, just like, oh, that was an axle about an inch away from my face. Yeah, I suspect that pumps the adrenaline up a little bit. So, yeah, about how much faster? About a 10th faster than some of the other drivers out there. So, yeah, he's got some pace now, has Fred Green in that number 15. Currently sitting in 6th place, and he's wanting to capitalise on using that. But all eyes on this one, because Jack Mowat has really caught up to the back of Morgan Hill now. On that last lap, it was a lot faster, or it was nearly a 10th faster in the first sector alone. Out to the final corner they go. And again, that time around, lap times near identical, but he's managed to close the gap in. Finn Leslie also closing in as well. 5 minutes to go in this final. Plenty of time. And who's that in the background? It's Riley Bishop, your championship leader, currently behind Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans. Those two are working together to close up into this group, and they are doing so successfully.
Jack Mowat has not had a finals victory so far this season in the FastR WMKC Championship. Best result is the 2nd place, which was at round number 5. This is a big opportunity, and Jack Mowat is still in championship contention but needs big points and needs them now. How much does he risk in this battle with Morgan Hill for the lead?
Oh, all of it. You risk it all.
Yep.
Go hard or go home. That's the attitude I think a lot of these drivers have got. And I think, you know, he's going to chuck that car into this race all he's got. You know, it's his home circuit for the team as well. The Mad Crop Promotions team, they're based here at Whilton Mill, so he wants to show the team that he's got the waft, he's got the pace, and he can really push that chassis to its true potential. We'll have to see what he can do. Fred Green, though, with a contact warning again. That number 15, or the 51, I think it is, he's running in 6th place there. He's still pushing in with the fastest lap of the race as well as they go through. And again, look at it. He's lashed onto the back of Morgan Hill is Jack Mowat, and he's going there. But Morgan's doing a fantastic job at the front of this, controlling the pace. But keep an eye on it because Finn Leslie is closing in. He is right there in third place.
He is indeed, was in third place in the final 1 month ago in round number 7. Can he get another top 3 here? Particularly with Jack Owen Drawbridge down in 12th place. That would be big in their battle over 4th place in the championship. Contact warning being shown to Morgan Hill. I'm guessing, is that a confirmation of the contact warning from earlier? Because we've been keeping an eye on Morgan Hill and he's not had any wheel-to-wheel action with anybody for the last few laps. There's Riley Bishop. Now that's a really interesting group, that group of Cucurella, Yeomans, Bishop, Green, because at the moment they're slightly quicker than the front trio. Fred Green last time around 47.15, fastest lap of the final so far. If they can work together, 3 minutes to go, we could see a 6-way battle here for the lead.
We could indeed. Stick around, folks, because this race is far from over. It's starting to get heated up. Just in the background as well, just behind Fred Green, that's Harrison Mackie. He's starting to close in as well, so this will be good in the final. Danny June, I hope you're watching and you hope you're paying attention because your grandson here is having a good old scrap at the moment and he's closing in on these groups, battling away in front. 3 by 3 by 1.
And I think this top 3 are aware of the threat now. You just saw all of them just checking over the shoulder, not making any moves yet. They need to play this tactically with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and Finn Leslie is responding. That's a new purple. Down the inside goes Mowat. He wants the lead. He takes the lead away from Morgan Hill. Now, can he drive away from the JDR driver? Oh, there's contact between the two of them. There's going to be contact again, and up the inside is going to go Finn Leslie. Takes the lead. Finn Leslie to the front then, but that's really opened things up. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans is in there now for second place, and here we go, DJ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the lead.
This is a very early ring the dinner bell, but we're going to ring it now because it's all starting to kick off now. So it's a good run from Finn Leslie. He's now in the lead of this race. You can just say, oh, they're in a bit of contact. It was Yeomans who slightly went over the back bumper there of Mowat, but he manages to keep the car on the straight and narrow. There's Bishop who's trying to get involved in this one. He's there in 4th place. He's trying to get past, but again, everyone's slotting into positions. You're in a tricky spot here now because the lead group is one big group. If 3rd place goes for a move on 2nd, that allows Leslie to break away, and that's exactly what Leslie wants, but it's not what anyone else wants. They're in a bit of hot bother here. It's really going to need to be the move on Mowat, on Leslie, to get the job done. But at this moment in time, that whole group is battling, and that's allowing Harrison Mackie in 7th place to close in. Of course, the rest of the field just behind Lucas Field still there. In 8th place from Charlie Mills, Zach Green. And look at the nose cone on Finn Leslie.
I think that nose cone is down. Now, I may be wrong, and I may need to go to Specsavers again, but Finn Leslie might not have this 1-1 if he's got a front fairing down. We'll leave that to the stewards, but yeah, I think that's down. So we'll remain to see. So this battle for second place could be a fight for the win now. Fred Green's involved there in the 51, forcing out wide the number 23 of Jack Mowat, who's being mugged down. Riley Bishop, just look at him there, holding position. This is quite a sensible game that Riley's playing at the moment. I think he knows there's going to be opportunities. There's 2 laps to go, and he's just keeping his powder dry for the moment.
Yeah, he's just waiting, like you say, for that prime opportunity to go in. 17 seconds left on the board then, so the last lap board will be out this time to this group of drivers leading the way. Finn Leslie from Thomas Cucurella Yeomans, from Morgan Hill, Fred Green, Mowat, Riley Bishop, Harrison Mackie and Lucas Field, the top 8. But all at the moment it's the top 7 in screen as down the inside goes Fred Green. Gets that job done on Morgan Hill, and Morgan Hill now under pressure from behind as well. Jack Mowat trying to get past, and here comes Bishop. Bishop trying to get involved. Mackie's now caught up to the back of this pack as they go through, and look at that, Finn Leslie, like you say, he's managed to break away, but there's all question marks over that front nose cone as they come out of the final corner. Last lap board will show this time. Bishop down the inside into the final corner, can't quite do it, slots back into place, and he's going to look in towards turn 1. That's a bold move, and he can't do it. Stays behind as they go up the hill now in towards turn 1. If Finn Leslie does have that nose cone penalty, the 5 seconds would put him down into 8th place behind Harrison Mackie, or 7th place I should say, behind Harrison Mackie. Contact warning for Bishop as they go through, but all action still kicking off here and only a few more corners to go.
Thomas Cucurella Yeomans was your race winner in the final at round 1. Could be sat on for a second full complement of points. this season. Second place will still be his best result since then. Round the final couple of corners, here comes Finn Leslie. It's a big provisional with a capital P based on that front fairing. But here he comes. It's been a pulsating race. Finn Leslie takes it on the road. Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans a brilliant second place. Fred Green in third. Morgan Hill in fourth. Fifth for Jack Murray, sixth Riley Bishop. And all of the championship protagonists didn't really take advantage of that one. Harrison Mackie in seventh. Lucas Field finishes in 8th. Zach Green and Charlie Mills wrap out the top 10. Sebastian Mins in 11th. Jack Owen Drawbridge in 12th. It's not quite been Jack's day today, but he'll be back for future rounds, I'm sure. Ryan Gill in 13th. Ashton Wiggins 14th. Luca Brooks is the top novice there in 15th, ahead of Joshua Jones. Luke Fleming, Charlie Neve, and last but not least, Daniel De Benedictis.
Well, nose cone watch.
Oof.
We couldn't have a more important nose cone watch if we tried on this one. Let's see. The big question mark is the 29 Finn Leslie. Has he got a nose cone penalty?
Gap under the Nassau panel, do you see there?
It's good.
It's good. It is good. So that will remain.
Oh, Fred Green, double check. He's good. Oh, I tell you, heart in the mouth moment there for Fred Green, third place finish. So it will be Finn Leslie from Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans and Fred Green. They get through cleanly. Of course, they have got scrutineering now to get through. So yeah, the nose cone's good, but the rest of it's got to be good as well.
Well, there we go. That is your X30 mini final, and a really, really interesting battle. And we'll tally up the points and see how that shakes things out at the end of the day. We're going to move on, though, and I think next out on Circuits Martin to have a go. I think it's going to be Minimax.
So now the director has done a thing. Well, oh, now he's gone to that. That looks like Minimax to me.
There we go.
You're okay.
Did James play the wrong thing?
No.
No.
He went to the other camera. He kept away from the pit lane. I think he was trying to hide the karts on the dummy grid, thinking that I don't want to hurt his feelings.
Let's have a look at the grid for this next final.
Apparently, you're not having.
I've upset him.
You've upset him now.
Really
The disembodied voice in our head is upset. Karts fire up.
Like Paul
There's the
O'Neill
grid.
on Friday. Daniel Amore has pole position for the Minimax final. Callum Gush alongside on the front row. Hugh Moulton's been great today. Starts on the second row alongside Harry Bartle. Ben Crossley and Harrison Morrow go from the third row of the grid. Damien Barris Haggett starts on the fourth row of the grid alongside Josh Salvadori. Michael Dalton and Devon Nolan on row 5. George Ivanov and Oliver Sander on row 6. Victor Hansen and Oliver Bocock start on row 7. Finn McElwraith and Corey Fowler will be looking to move through from row 8. Ollie Wise and Riven Welsh, first of the novices there on row 9. Sasha Bagley and Jensen Powers start on row 10. Milo Manderson and Ellis Snow are on row 11. Lucy Wielden and Lena Summers-Kelly are on row 12. Charlie Gregory and Zach McDonald are on row 13. Harry Clogger and Harry Higgs on row 14. Oliver Smith and Mitchell Mulvey are on row 15. And last but not least, Dalton Hayward and Seth Hathaway due to start on row 16. It'll be 10 minutes for the Minimaxers. Are we good to go? No, we're not. We're going to go round again.
They're going to go round. They make you rush through that grid to do a false start.
It's all right, because I can talk championship.
Oh, there you
Daniel
go.
Amore, 835 points as things stand. Oliver Smith not here today, second on 790. Big moment, I feel, this for Damien Barris Haggett. Now, he's a little bit further back in points because he's had 2 absentee rounds, so they're currently on the spreadsheet counting as his drops. But he'll take a big step forward now with just getting to the end of this final. If he can get in a good position, I think he's going to close up that gap to Daniel Amore. So we'll see what happens here in the context of this race. But it's a great opportunity for Daniel Amore to become our first clean sweeper of the day, with 2 heat wins so far, and here in the final, starting from pole position.
Let's see what we can do in this final for Minimax. One false start so far. Are we going to get a green flag start this time around? Let's find out as we head into the final corner. Everyone just bumping and barging once more. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag's out. And off we go for the final then in Minimax and in towards or through Oblivion they go. It's a clean start. It's a good start from the grid as they slot up in towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And, ooh, a little bit of a half rotation there in the mid-pack. That looked like the 14 going slightly wide. But I don't see a 14 on my screen, so it could be
Devon Nolan.
It is indeed. Devon Nolan. And there's a rotation at Ashby. It was just off camera, so I couldn't quite see the number. So we'll keep an eye on one of the karts who's not coming across the first sector quickly.
Oh, there's more karts off in the background. One of them's the 99 of Lucy Whilton, the 80 of Zach McDonald, and the 72 of Harry Clogger. So they were all in the lower quarter of the field. But big start from Daniel Amore. A lot of pressure. Quarter of a second is his lead. Hugh Moulton there in second place. And not a bad start for Michael Dalton as well. Up 2 positions, is now in 7th place.
I don't think Daniel Amore will like being the lead in this one.
No.
Because it means he can't do his absolutely mega move around the outside into the boot.
Yeah, that is
He can't
true.
copy it. He's leading.
Who gained the most positions on that lap? I think it was Dalton Hayward, actually, from the back of the field. Up 6 positions to 23rd. George Ivanov, I think, DJ, was your initial spinner because he lost 13 positions and he's now in 24th.
Right. So I called it as the number 14. It was the number 22. How wrong could I have been in calling out kart number?
I said initial spinner. Your second spinner down at Ashby. That was the one that went round.
Right. Okay.
So you're good. You're all good.
Okay, fine. A bit of redemption there. We're all good.
McDonald and Clogger out of the race in the pits. That leaves us with 3 novices as here's Ben Crossley looking down the inside of Callum Gosh, and Callum Gosh shuts the door there, holds on to 4th place. Over to Jack West, who's currently very happy because he's got 1st and 2nd that he's cheering for at the moment. Amore and Moulton, and they've got a 2nd clear of Harry Bartle as the meatball of not the good kind, not the IKEA kind, the one we don't want to have, has just been handed out to Lucy Whilton. Mechanical problem on the number 99. Other meatball suppliers are available.
Support coming in on the stream for some of the drivers. Good luck to cousin Mitchell Mulvey from Izzy. 2 capital kisses on there, so there we go. Lots of love coming in there. Good luck to Daniel Amore as well. That was from Ewan Charman Racing, and Ewan Charman, good to see him watching fellow drivers racing away. 7 minutes to go.
Corey Fowler coming through the order was very quick in the first round of heats. Had a poor start, an unfortunate start in the second. You can see him making the adjustments there, managing those engine temperatures. He's up to 11th place now. In fact, make that 10th because he's got past Josh Salvador right there. But the pace from the 2 leaders, they've got that gap, that 1.2 second gap, and they're now just in race management mode. Harry Bartle is another driver who's had a very good 2021 season whenever I've been seeing him racing around the country. He's there in 3rd place.
Support on the stream as well for Harry Bartle, but it's Harry Bartle EEE.
From Jasmine, yeah, Jasmine, who's raced with Harry in Super 1 so far this season. To 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Ben Crossley now the fastest driver in this field, 47.54. And just trying to catch the back of this. Down the inside goes the 54. That was a bit of a half move by Devon Nolan. I think actually that's going to lose positions in the end to Josh Salvador and possibly Oliver Sander as well. And it's always the thing with those is it's like if you're going for the move, you've got to commit to it and commit to it early, almost to make the driver on the outside aware, sorry, you are not turning in here today. I'm coming through.
You shall not pass.
You shall not pass.
There we go. Famous movie quote from what film, ladies and gentlemen at home? Don't give him any tips.
There's Fowler. Another move from Fowler. That's I think that was getting past Morrow. Yes, it was. And out is the Lucy Whilton number 99. And I think it was damaged possibly to the rear end. And the exhaust. That was Lucy off on lap number 1. There's the George Ivanov in kart number 22 trying to come back through. This race settling down, 5¼ minutes of it to go on time. Contact warning for the number 61, which is Sasha Bagley. Day compromised really by the first race, an incident on lap number 1, leaving Sasha to the bottom end of the order. Had a very good race, a second race, of course. Another move from Fowler, and he's cleared the traffic now up to 7th place.
Yes, indeed, but like you say, yeah, a lot of track in front. Looking down the inside there, looked to be, was I think Michael Dalton who tried to get the move there, couldn't quite do it, and it looked like Devon Nolan's managed to get past Corey Fowler and tried to get a move on Dalton as well as they go through, and again it's all starting to chop and change in this section here, in a rotation, and round goes Michael Dalton from 7th place out of the or really the running of this race, and he falls down the order. Let's have a look at what happened there. So you're looking at the number 44 in the back of shot. He's on the outside going in, cuts across, and unfortunately there was a cut there.
Yeah, Kart of Oliver Bocock, and Oliver's not able to disappear at that point. A bit of a racing incident on the entry to the boots, but Daniel Lamore still leads. Hugh Moulton in 2nd place. And they're not battling yet because this trio behind them are working very, very well. Harry Bartle at the front of it, Callum Gosh there in 4th, and Ben Crossley. All of them were quicker than the top 2 last time around. Let's have a look at the times at the end of lap number 8. And yeah, again, it's better from Amore and Moulton, 47.2 and 47.3. Bartle, Gosh and Crossley. And here goes Moulton down the inside. He's decided to take the lead. Now he's got to push now. He's really got to try and pull away, because otherwise Daniel Lamore is going to be questioning why that move was made.
Callum Gosh also made a move on Harry Bartle as well. He saw that move up ahead and thought, right, okay, I can afford to do this move and we won't lose time. So, yeah, he got that move done. Now he leads the trio just behind. And that gap's still the same, albeit I think they did lose a little bit of time, but not that much, which is good to see. Less than 3 minutes to go then. All action still happening in this Minimax final, because this is your top 5 in the final, who's now changed around. It's Hugh Moulton from Daniel Amore, Callum Gosh, Harry Bartle and Ben Crossley. Damien Barris Haggett, sorry. He is still right there, actually. The number 27 in 6th place. He's just out of shot, but he's in distance. If they start scrapping, and they will start scrapping because they're actually all caught up now, it's one big group of 5 now. And
Damien Barris Haggett has shown the skills this season to pick up the scraps. He's a very shrewd driver, and he's going pretty quickly in the first sector. That's a new PB from Damien that time around. Hugh Moulton continuing to lead. It is now a group of 5 at the front of the order. 2 minutes to go on the clock as we go on to lap number 10. New fastest lap of the race from Callum Gosh, a 47 flat. Devon Nolan has got past Corey Fowler, so Corey Fowler's progress in this race seems to have been arrested. Dalton Hayward is also in the pits and out of the race, if we'd not noted that. Oh, is that a mistake from Moulton? Down the inside goes Amore, retakes the lead.
Yep, good stuff there from Amore. Saw a weakness and went for the move, and down the inside as well goes the 73 of Bartle and Callum Gosh as well. So Bartle managed to get back past Gosh through the Ashby hairpin also, and then managed to get 2nd place in through the Wilkins section of the circuit. So another switch around of positions as we end this next lap. 10 laps completed, now 11 laps, and it's Amore who leads the way from Bartle, Gosh, Moulton, Crossley and Barris Haggett.
Bartle was looking very racy, but hasn't got the run off and through Fine Lady. Gosh is going to be down the inside, going for 2nd place. Goes too long, though. Bartle cuts it back. Brilliant stuff from Harry Bartle. Knew he was under pressure there because he didn't get the run out through turn 2, but dealt with that nicely. And I feel at this stage of the race, he's a little bit quicker than Daniel Amore.
Yeah, he could possibly be. You can see him there. He's pushing the car a little bit more. He runs a little bit wider out of Wilkins, and some may think that that loses you a bit of time, but if you can maintain that pace through the section, you know, you can really benefit yourself. Out they go. A little bit of a tighter line through the exit of the boot section, round Paddock Bend, across the start-finish line. Still Amore leading from Bartle, but like you say, Bartle had a purple Sector 2 in that time. It's just been taken off him, though, by Devon Nolan in 7th place in the number 54. And look at that. Right down the inside there goes the 51 of Hugh Moulton on Ghosh. Can't quite get it done. Ghosh comes back through. That allows Ben Crossley to catch back up. And as well, that's going to allow Damien Barris-Haggett also to catch back up.
Harry Bartle had a much better run up the hill to Christmas that time around. He was suckered to the rear bumper of Daniel Amore. They've got one more lap after this. That will play on the mind of both of these drivers, because Christmas Corner is still the best place to make an overtake on the last lap. The 88 fighting there. They seem to be content with going over 3rd place. Nearly contacts between Ghosh and Moulton there. This is the crucial run then for Harry Bartle. Can he get the run out and up the hill? It's a good slipstream, but he's got to be brave on the brakes. Daniel Amore will go defensive. Bartle to the outside. Bartle's going to go all in. Not a factor in the championship. This is his first appearance in WMKC for 2021. Daniel Amore has got to think smartly about this. 2nd place to do on a day like today, but he's still got the lead.
Yeah, he's still got the lead, but not for much longer, because down the inside goes Harry Bartle, and Moore get pushed out wide there, and Bartle takes the lead now, and it's all closing in behind as well. So that's signed, sealed, and done then by Harry Bartle. He got that move done through the Wilkins corner, and now is cleared by some 0.3 of a second as they come out of the final corner, and it's going to be Harry Bartle taking the checker flag from Daniel Amore. Who gets 3rd? It's Callum Ghosh from Ben Crossley, Damien Barris-Haggett, Hugh Moulton crosses the line in 6th place from Devon Nolan, Corey Fowler, Oliver Sander, Ollie Wise, Josh Salvadori, I should say, in 11th place from Finn McLilrath there. There's a look at the overtake. So again, slots down the inside. Now, he didn't go defensive. Daniel Amore didn't go offensive in that one, and yet he just was alongside. It was fair game. It was a good move. I just think didn't want to concede it too much out on the exit.
Good points, though, still for 2nd place, and the good form continues, crucially ending ahead of the likes of Damien Barris-Haggett and Callum Ghosh. We'll see the Minimax drivers back out on the 28th of November. That's when their next round is. Harry Bartle, a very impressive victory in what's been a really good season for him. It's been great to have him here today. As the drivers go in for their checks.
Is all well? All good for Mr. Amore. All good for Harry Bartle. All good for
Confirmed. And they'll go in for scrutineering. Hello to those, wave. We're going for the Junior Max Final. Now we're back with us. Apologies, slight technical hitch there. Let's have a look through the grid for this Junior Max Final. Ryan Willis will have pole position, Lexi Belk alongside on the front row. Ronnie Mansfield and Harry Maynard, row 2. James Jackson and Spencer Brown, row 3. Ronnie Smith and Charlie Pritchard on row 4. Oliver Kerr and William Ray, row 5. Leo Purchase and Daniel Tribula on row 6. Freddie Ingram and Jamie Perrelly, row 7. Luke Ringham and Bobby Rosie, row 8. Mac McFarquhar and Reza C. Rurathan on row number 9. Max Lee and Alfie Bray on row 10. Jack Cooper and Ewan Thomas on row 11. Ollie Ward and Miles Dawn on row 12. Jensen Weston and the best spring rolls in the paddock are on row 13 alongside Holly Meal. George Allen and Jack Spencer, row 14. Mikey Porter and Zane Khan, row 15. Murphy Aldridge and Jessica White due to be starting there on the 16th row of the grid. And there you just had confirmation that, DDMM very easily bribed for shout-outs with food.
Yeah, exactly. All commentators are, ice cream, chips,
Yeah,
anything.
Really.
Nothing
As long as
rustly.
it's not got nuts in it, it doesn't cause things to happen. We're all good.
We're all good.
And we're all good for this final. Away we go for 10 minutes for the Junior Max drivers. Ryan Willis, great start into turn 1 and 2. A couple of drivers running wide and nearly skirting with the grass. One of them is in the grass and I think pulling off out of the race. So we're already down to 30 karts out there. Jessica White is, by the way, after the incident earlier running, you see the 37 at the back of the field. That is good to see. And I think James Jackson is already out of this race, and that's a real shame. No, he's still going. No, his transponder was just a bit slow through sector number 1. I'll try and track, who was it who pulled off the road there? 9 minutes and 30 to go. But a good start from Ryan Willis there.
British Championship contender Sophie Kinghorn joins the stream,
It's
saying,
Freddie
come on,
Ingram.
Lexi Belk.
Freddie Ingram is out of the race. Thank you, Piers, for picking that one up. Quarter of a second, it's the lead for Ryan Willis and Ronnie Mansfield to second place, trying to stamp his authority on this Junior Max Championship. Currently leading 825 points versus Spencer Brown's 747. James Jackson didn't have the greatest of starts, fell 8 positions on that first lap, and Jensen Weston up 8 positions to 17th. Good start there for kart number 30.
Yes, indeed. Chopping and changing all the way through the field as down the inside there goes James Jackson, the 41, trying to get past Sabula, and I think successfully not managing to do so. So there we go. Chopping and changing my words there. So Sabula up past Spencer Brum now. And it's all starting to kick off at the front. Now, we saw earlier on Ryan Willis and his teammate, Jamie Perrelly, 1-2 in heat number 2, if I'm correct in saying that. What can they do this time around? Because they're actually quite separated this time. Ryan Willis is leading this race. Jamie Perrelly, the number 40, is currently in 12th place. So there's a bit of work ahead to try and close that gap.
Is well, good pace for Jamie Perrelly. Just caught sight of him there in the red suit with the red, white and green livery of Project One. I think could be coming up into the higher reaches of the top 10 with time remaining here. Plenty of time remaining, effectively the full length of a heat. Ronnie Mansfield playing this well with the tactics, just trying to isolate Ryan Williams. No point fighting with so much time left on the clock, especially when you've got a 1.2 second lead over Ronnie Smith there in third.
Yep, these two drivers, you'll probably find them, they'll work together. They will be absolutely nose to tail, super glued to each other all the way around this circuit until it comes to the last lap, and then it's all right, game on, let's do this.
Harry Maynard getting past Oliver Kerr there for 6th place. Harry may feel a little bit aggrieved with how the day's played out, because I think he was due to start from nearer the front in his third heat, which never ran. So he's been a bit compromised in terms of how his days went, but he's moving nicely, as I say, up to 6th. And Max Lee is now the fastest driver out there on circuit in 12th place, number 12, 45.67.
Indeed. That's a good time there, actually, from the number 12. In 12th place, that makes it really handy to identify. See if we can continue that momentum and maybe get some places in there as well. We'll have to see. Back here at the front, though, Ryan Willis and Ronnie Mansfield. No moves being made yet. It's Project One versus Comp Kart as they go through. I know it's a Comp Kart because it says it on the steering wheel.
Good spot. Good spot indeed. Some retirements to tell you about, unfortunately. Mars Dawn, Murphy Aldridge and Jack Cooper are all off the lead lap now. So they're not going to be getting happy results at the end of the day. There goes Daniel Chabula down the inside of William Ray. That's for 7th position.
A little bit sideways there went Spencer Brum there. He just tried to get a move down the inside and just tagged the rear back end of one of the drivers. It just unsettled the rear, and half around she went did the kart. So yeah, that's a bit of a nightmare. Gets it slot back into position though. 5.5 minutes to go, and again all chopping and changing. A quick rundown of the order. Willis still leads from Mansfield, from Smith. Lexi Belk still holding on to 4th place from Leo Purchase. Harry Maynard, Daniel Sabula up into 7th place now from William Ray. Jamie Perrelly up into 9th place, so that number 40 making moves from Max Lee. The top 10 and pulling off the circuit is the 47, Zane Khan for the Croc Promotions team. That kart goeth no further.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for Zane Khan. And it ends on lap number 6. There is Max Lee. It's another position gained for the number 12, past the 15 there of William Ray. So where's Perrelly gone in all of this? Because Perrelly was between those two karts at the start of the lap. And hello to Sophie, cheering on Lexi Belk. This is a key race for Lexi Belk, who takes 3rd place. And this is good, because Lexi Belk, as things stand, is 3rd place in the championship, and at the moment ahead of Max Lee, looking to extend that gap for major spots in the championship order. Again, Max Lee down the inside. That's him past Daniel Chabula now, up into 8th place. And I think he's basically following Jamie Perrelly. So Jamie Perrelly's absolutely fine, and moving up himself to 7th.
Yep, there it is. You can just see there. Sabula just keeping the pack behind at bay in that very custom-styled helmet livery he has. Now, we'll keep an eye on the gap between Mansfield, Willis and Belk. The top 3, of course. Currently, as it stands, it's 1.8 seconds across the line. Leo Purchase is back up into P3 now, so I'm not sure what happened to Lexi Belk there, who's now down into P4. And there you can see a move there, and that's Lexi Belk out the way again. That allows Harry Maynard back through. So Belk struggling now. Maybe the pressures were set to come in fairly early into this race, and now they're starting to not be at their optimum pressure now, and now is struggling to fall down the order. There's one of the Thule Motorsport karts. That's the 41 of James Jackson, getting a little bit squirrely out of Wilkins and is moving down a few positions. So that's a bit of a shame there. Back here at the front, because this is 3rd place down. There's your 2 race leaders up ahead, and that gap now is 2.2 seconds that they've got. They are pulling away, and a lead change as well, because Ronnie Mansfield has taken the lead, and now Ryan Willis dives back down the order. Is that a bit early? There's still 3 minutes to go. They have got a good battle buffer, but I don't think it's big enough. If they battle like this for the rest of the race, they will have the group behind them who are now licking their lips and not going for a move, because they can see, oh, they're battling. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And they're all, yeah, okay, I'm in agreement with this. Yeah,
I fully agree with you there, DJ. And I just wonder with Willis, was that him not liking being overtaken, just stamping his authority back on this race, saying, no, I am going to lead this. Keep working with me, Ronnie Mansfield, and we'll take 1 and 2 and decide who takes the big pot home on the last lap. 2 minutes and 15 to go. Jamie Perrelly's coming alive. 45.37, fastest lap of the race so far. Mansfield's going down the inside. He's not having any of that. Retakes the lead.
Yeah, there we go. They're both being a very dominant figure here at the front of this junior Rotax grid. And at the moment, both of them trying to say, no, I will lead this race. And at the moment, that's going to be causing them to fall down the order, because keep an eye on that gap. It was 2.6 when they last crossed the line, and the group behind haven't started battling yet. Another look over the shoulder there from Mansfield just to check where Willis is. He doesn't go defensive, which is crucial now, because, again, they're not losing time. That's the crucial bit. Out of the final corner they go, across the line. They cross the line. The gap's 2.5. The gap's 2.4 now. So it's still roughly around the same. So they really need to start closing in. But now again, defensive goes Mansfield. Willis on the outside can't do it anything this time around.
4 laps, I reckon. I reckon they've got on time 3 more. And then the +1 mechanical flag is out for Mac McFarquhar. It's not been his day. He's in 19th place. Will have to come into the pits. And down the inside again goes Ryan Willis. Perfect move into Osie, is expertly done. Ronnie Mansfield doesn't try to fight it, just holds there in 2nd place. Still a long way to go in this race. Now, what's crucial? Where are they going to cross? If it's anything above 47 seconds, yeah, it's 48. They're going to get another 2 more laps in here before they even see the final lap board. Willis back to the front. Of course, he's going to go defensive. And all contact between Willis and Mansfield there. Mansfield trying to get really late on the brakes. Needs to be careful that he doesn't pick up a front fairing penalty. He's gone down the inside into Ashby. Very good on the brakes was Ronnie Mansfield. Back to the front once more.
Yeah, tipped that in perfectly, and it just shot down the inside. The gap, there was just enough of a gap to get that move done as well. Willis didn't open that gap up, and it wasn't opened, but it was just enough. It was just enough to get a squeeze a kart through, which is good driving from both of these drivers. But now look at the gap. Look at Leo Purchase. He's perched on the front of his kart, he is, and he's wanting to close this gap up, and he has done. It's less than a second now between those two. It's just over half a second as again defensive goes Mansfield. Willis round the outside, and look at Purchase. He's right there with them now. This is a battle for the lead now, and there's 5 karts involved because Willis back down the inside now of Mansfield. Keep an eye on Purchase because he's alongside now. He's looking for a move on first place. He can't quite do it. He slots back into third. Belk's back into this one. Back down the inside of Oys is, and Mansfield's been left out to dry. Mansfield is out of moves, and Mans moved down.
Yeah, that's really not worked for Mansfield at all. Leo Purchase hasn't actually been on the podium so far this season in finals. Lexi Belk has got through to second place. The side-by-side as they go through the final corner. Last lap board is out. Ryan Willis is on for victory here. Leo Purchase trying to make a move up the standings there in second place. Best result, I think, for him so far in a final is a 5th place back in round 3. Lexi Belk still there in third. Ronnie Mansfield has recovered well in the early stages of this final lap to try and get back on the podium. Contact with Belk there. Belk is off and in the grass. And I wonder if there may be some ramifications about that, because that looked to me Ronnie Mansfield on the brakes there, getting into the back of Lexi Belk. Ryan Willis won't care about that, though. Here he is through the final corners. It's been a great day for Project One. They've expertly piloted to their way through this competition, and Ryan Willis takes round 8 in Junior Max here for the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. Leo Purchase takes a best result of the year so far in second. Jamie Perrelly gets it on the podium late on there with third. Ronnie Mansfield is fourth. Ronnie Smith fifth. Max Lee, Daniel Chabula, Rita Seaworthen, William Ray and Spencer Brown all in the top 10. Let's have a look then. I'm just interested to see the Lexi Belk, and yeah, that's a bit of a punt in my book from Ronnie Mansfield. It wasn't deliberate, of course. They were racing hard, but I wonder if there's going to be something about that later on. There may be, again, a front fairing down. We'll wait and see. Oliver Kerr 11th, Bobby Rosier 12th, Lexi Belk in the end 13th, Mikey Porter 14th, James Jackson 15th. Jessica White, good drive that from Jessica, from the back of the grid, finishes 16th. Jensen Weston 17th. Top novice is Ewan Thomas in 18th. Alfie Bray and Ollie Ward is your top 20. Holly Meal and Charlie Pritchard 21st and 22nd. George Allen, Jack Spencer, the two of the novices, 23rd and 24th. Luke Wingham 25th. Harry Maynard, a disappointing 26th with so much speed across the course of the day. Miles Dawn was also a lap down, and then you've got retirees Mac McFarquhar, Murphy Aldridge, Jack Cooper, Zane Khan and Freddie Ingram. How are we looking on the nose cones?
So far so good. Everyone's through. No dramas whatsoever. There comes Lexi Belk, and all good, no insult to injury there. And the rest of the field goes through. So a nice, good final again from Junior Rotax. Plenty more finals coming up. I'm going to hazard a guess, and I'm going to say it's Junior X30 coming up next.
It is indeed. Junior X30 preparing for their final. And the grid will be based off the 2 finals results that we've had today.
2 heat results.
2 heat results, sorry. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Yeah.
Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting.
Now, I've had this question in my head for a while. What does the 30 stand for in X30? Don't answer it.
I'm not going to.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, if you are a karting fanatic, like myself, but I'm an idiot, so I don't know everything, please do let us know why the 30. Why not Mini X40, Mini X20?
Mini X56.
Exactly. You like that number, don't you?
It was my original race number in my first year in BUKC.
There we go. There we go.
So, yeah.
Well, let us know. If anyone knows in the paddock, come in. The commentary box is open, you know. Do let us know. Bring snacks. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll see if we can try answer this question. Everyone now furiously Googling at home. Do you reckon?
Indeed, I think I'll give it 60 seconds and
60 seconds, and someone will say.
X30 Junior Final then. There they are, sat in dummy grid. Let's have a look at the order and how they will line up for this 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. Henry Gregory starts on pole position. Archie Heron joining Henry on the front row. Jack Cox and Micah Taylor on row 2. Sam Baker and Cian Geraghty on row number 3. Leo Brown and Luke Sintler on row 4. Josh Agambar and Rylan Etchberg inside the top 10. Sam Longley and Cian Leon Gamio on row number 6. Rhys Lomax and Zaki Hussain row 7. Morgan Moore and Luke Taylor row 8. Benjamin Rowe and Remy Gilbert on row number 9. Amelia Pennington and Jack Collins row 10. Lily Jeffs and Jaden Gregg row 11. Dayton Coulthard and David Marshall are on row number 12 of this grid. Oliver Harris and Anastasia Dean row 13. Jake Bell, and Kai Carrington on row 14. And Anthony Whippage on row 15.
Now Andrew Rowan comes in saying 30cc displacement. Well, I don't think it's that because the cadets, the IAME cadets, they're 60cc. So if the mini X30, junior X30, and the senior X30 were 30cc and the cadets had a little bit more, I'd be a little bit concerned.
Hello to Jasmine Taylor again, cheering on Archie Heron in this one. Rhys Lomax being cheered on by Sophie Kinghorn as well. Are we good to go? No, we're not. We're going to go around again.
There we go.
For another restart. Mainly because I think timing's had a wobble. There we go.
There we go.
X30, the number boards go green.
Lauren doing her best there, timekeeper. She's working hard here at Whilton Mill. She does quite a lot. Not just at Whilton Mill. Many other places. There we go.
Another final. We've seen a lot of action, a lot of overtaking X30 juniors today, and I think a driver being able to stitch together a good start and move through the order could spring a surprise here. We are under starters' orders. DJ's just hopped out of the commentary box. Don't worry, he'll be back. So Henry Gregory in the number 77 will be on the left-hand side of your screen as they go down the pit straight. Archie Heron alongside on the front row. Who's going to get the best start? Away we go. Good start for Henry Gregory. Chopping across as they go into turn 1. Is he going to retain the lead up the hill? Yes, indeed he is. And is already having to defend the wall. Very close there with, I think it was Jack Cox having a good start. Pretty much all of them apart from one spinner at the back. It's the number 55 of Lily Jeffs. Lily gets going again and is still in the race. But a big, bold start, I feel, from Henry Gregory there, as off in the exit of Ashby's the number 54 of Remy Gilbert. Gets back on the circuit though. Still lots to play for, plenty of time in this race. Into the boot they go for the first time. See on the CRG machine there, up into second place with Henry Gregory still leading in this one. It is Micah Taylor, Kart's number 48. So Gregory from Taylor, Cox, Heron, Brown, Baker, Geraghty, Agambar, Lomax, Etchberg. Has anybody made big moves? Dayton Coulthard's made decent moves, up 4 places to 16th at the end of lap 1. Jake Bell as well, up 4. Top novice at the moment in 20th. Those are your biggest gainers on that first lap here in the X30 Junior Final. 8 minutes and 35 seconds of it to go. And Henry Gregory doing quite nicely here. He's got a good gap of nearly half of a second ahead of Micah Taylor. End of lap number 2. 46.20, the pace of the leader at the moment. Leo Brown up to 4th place on that last lap. Keane Geraghty following, gains 2 spots up to 5th. Poor Archie Heron, though, having started on the front row of the grid. It is not happening in this final at the moment for Archie. He's down 3 places on that last lap. It's now in 7th. And in fact, I think he's just had a slow sector number 2 as well. So Archie Heron in more trouble and falling down through the order. But Henry Gregory continues to control this. Micah Taylor a little bit quicker through the first sector. Is purple in sector number 1. Round the final corner they go. Cross start finish. And yes, indeed. In fact, that was a good lap from Micah Taylor. 45.84 to 45.91 in comparison to Henry Gregory. 7 minutes and 20 to go. Lots of changes in the mid-packs. Luke Sintler up to 10th, past Etchberg. Hussein past Longley for 12th. Rowan Collins gaining on that last lap as well. Amelia Pennington up to 17th. It's all fighting for those points. Henry Gregory still out front, though. Micah Taylor in second place. Continued to be very strong in the first sector, and that could be telling in the latter stages of this race. Sector 1 including Christmas Corner, of course. And we've seen many a move over today. Leo Brown is also starting to increase the pace. 45.57 for Leo Brown now, and it's this 4 clear. They've got a 1.38 second gap over Keane Geraghty, who's flying solo at the moment there in 5th place. Ronald Etchberg has got past, I can see again. He's got back past Luke Sintler for 11th spot. And Luke Taylor and Amelia Pennington continuing to move up through the order. They are now 15th and 16th respectively. Around the final corner they go. 6 minutes to go then for the X30 juniors. And this top 4 are just nicely even on pace at the moment. Get the feeling they're just feeling each other out at the moment, trying to work out where, you know, if you're in the case of Leo Brown, where are my competitors strong? Where are I stronger? Where can I make these moves? It's got the benefit of the toe at the moment. 45.47 last time around for Leo Brown. 5.5 to go, still plenty of time. Leo Brown at the moment. I think I want to just push up to the rear bumper of Jack Cox, push the 18 Kart along a bit, and encourage Jack Cox to get close to Micah Taylor and in turn closer to Henry Gregory. Keane Geraghty's digging deep as well. Just set a personal best 45.6. DJ rejoins me. It's not been the most spectacular final in the first half, DJ, but it's close, and you get the feeling that just a couple of moves here and there, this one's really going to come alight.
So basically what you're saying is right now, the Junior X30 race is like an elastic band. And at the moment it is stretching. And by the end of the race it will betwang, and we will see some exciting racing.
I love the term betwang. That is the height that we'll use that one. We'll put it in the technical terms diary. And, well, the top 4 now covered by 0.65 with 4 minutes, or just over 4 minutes to go. And Henry Gregory is not driving the karts too hard. I like the way he's driving this race. He's not, you know, taking energy out of the tyres. He's giving himself a good fighting chance for the latter stages of this one.
He is indeed. And you have to remember as well that in previous rounds there has been a bit of a tyre shortage, so they've been trying to get tyres in, so maybe some of these drivers may have not been running on some, you know, fresh tyres. They could be running on some like used tyres as well to get out in these sessions, so you've got to remember that is a factor that some of these drivers have got to bring into these weekends, of course, because it is just a club round, of course, but it's of course, a very official club round. You know, the Wilton Mill Club round, of course, it is backed by Motorsport UK. Of course, we have got Motorsport UK officials here at the circuit to make sure that, you know, the racing is up to scratch and up to code and everything like that. And a change, because down the inside for 3rd place, Leo Brown. And the 133 makes that move on Jack Cox. And now look, that separates the top 4. That's the crucial bit. Now they've got to work together. As a yellow flag as we go into Toys is, and a slow kart pulling off to the side of the circuit. Is that just a back marker, or was it a mechanical failure?
Yeah, I think it's a mechanical issue for maybe for Lily Jeffs. He got a spin on lap 1. Oh no, has come through sector number 2 now. And I think it's Jake Bell, actually.
I think it could be Jake Bell, yeah.
There's smoke, there's blue smoke out the back. And here down the inside goes Micah Taylor for the lead. Takes the lead away from Henry Gregory. Leo Brown, down the inside again goes Gregory, wants to retake the lead, and this is playing into the hands of Leo Brown. I like the way that Leo Brown thought about that move for third, because Cox just got a little bit loose out of Christmas, had lost that tail to Micah Taylor, and that's when Leo Brown went, right, I've got to get myself up into third place. And has definitely got the pace because he's closed up to this top 2 again. He's still in the fight for a win here.
Oh, very much is so. These top 4 absolutely super glued to each other, like we say. They go across the start-finish line. That's allowing Cian Geraghty to also close up. Rhys Lomax is having a good race as well. The 52 currently there in 6th place. He's just out of shot, but he is still closing in on this group. He's only a few seconds behind. He's got Sam Baker and Josh Agenbar for company, as well as Archie Heron and Rylan Eschberg. They're all absolutely line astern in the back of shot as well, but all eyes are focused on these top 4 at the moment. Geraghty, Taylor, Brown and Cox is waiting to see who goes for that move. Jack Cox has closed right back into the back of Leo Brown now, and Leo just looking like he's waiting for that opportunity again. He's just waiting for a chink in the armoury.
He is indeed. Josh Agenbar, we mentioned, is up to 8th place. Jason Coulthard has also gained a position on that last lap, past Oliver Harris for 21st position. 1 minute 20 to go then. Eschberg and Hussein have got past Heron as well, so yeah, it's been a really tough race for Archie Heron. Great through the heats. It's just not come together here in this 10-minute final. Henry Gregory, though, still leads. Micah Taylor in 2nd place. This top 3 trying, I think, to break away from Jack Cox now with mixed results. He's still there. Is kart number 18. Down the inside goes Leo Brown. Sensed a bit of a weakness on Micah Taylor there. He's going to try and squeeze him towards the grass and bullishly gets his way through there into 2nd place.
Yeah, it was well timed, it was well executed and well defended as well on the outside of the corner, and that's allowed him, he's a little bit wide out of the pit's bend there, but he's allowing himself to now close in, and it's just Henry Gregory the next on the timer. Now you have to remember, Leo Brown has got the fastest lap of the race of a 45.47. That has not been updated as Jack Cox goes down the inside of Micah Taylor, gets that job done, and as they go through swapping positions once more, no, he can't quite do it, but that's allowing Cian Geraghty to close in. The 73 is now right onto the back of these two battling, so now it's a group of 5 for the lead, albeit there's a slight gap now between Leo Brown and Micah Taylor there.
No finals victory so far this season at WMKC for Leo Brown. Henry Gregory's had one back at round number 4. Across the line they go. Final lap board. I thought I saw 0 seconds on the gantry there. Not seen final lap come up on. It. And he's holding the ball out, so yes, so this is the final lap then. Final chance, and down the inside goes the number 77. It's Henry Gregory and Leo Brown fighting over there. Micah Taylor's right back in it as well, defending down into Ashby. It's one of these 5 who's going to take it. Cian Geraghty's right back into the mix here. Down the inside goes Micah Taylor, brilliantly positioned. Can he hold it on the inside line? Oh, Leo Brown back around the outside, attacking and defending at the same time. Side by side as they come onto the back straight. Leo Brown's on the grass, he's out of it. 3 wide, round the outside goes Jack Cox. What a brilliant piece of driving that is. Can he get the run off the final corner? Nearly side by side, a little bit of contact. Drag race to the line. Who's going to take it? It's Jack Cox who's going to take it. On the line there by 0.11 of a second, ahead of Henry Gregory. Micah Taylor in 3rd. Cian Geraghty scores in 4th. Leo Brown will not be happy there in 5th. 6th for Rhys Lomax. 7th for Josh Agenbar. 8th for Sam Baker. 9th Archie Heron. Rylan Eschberg in the top 10. In fact, no, we're still running. We're still running. This is the last lap. It is the last lap. The checkered flag has not gone out, so we'll go again. I think there's a bit of confusion here at the end. Jack Cox is going to keep circulating. And, well, I'm not quite sure what's happened here.
No, they are pitting.
They are pitting. timing's had a bit of a wobble here.
But some haven't. Some haven't
I
pitted.
think they're going to go round. This is confusion across the line. There is the checkered flag. Josh
Agambar
Agambar might have won this. Josh Agambar might have won this. From Archie Heron, Rylan Etchberg, Zaki Hussain. Well, there's going to be controversy about this. But they were racing as if it was the last lap. The checkered flag did not get shown, as far as I'm aware. The checkered flag is now shown after lap 15, and Josh Agambar on our timing is scored as the winner. That is one of the most bizarre finishes to a race, DJ, that I've ever seen.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm pretty sure I saw a final lap board being handed out on the start-finish line, and that is what the majority of the drivers saw as well, which is why you saw them pit.
Let's have a look. Well...
So this is
what we need to see is, was there a checkered flag at the end of lap 14? So what we thought was the race with, there goes Josh Agambar thinking, what on earth's going on here, guys? We haven't seen the checkered flag. Heads up, if that goes to Josh Agambar, that is heads up. Play to the whistle. Play to the whistle. Checkered flag wasn't out, carried on, and may have taken a win as a result of that. I don't know, do we have it, James? Do we have the shot at the end of lap 14 with Jack Cox coming over the line? And whether there was a checkered flag out at that point, confusion reigns here in the X30 Junior Final. And I think there's going to be some fairly unhappy drivers there.
I suspect you're probably right. Yeah.
Now, what I will say is that the timer was showing 0:00 at the end of lap 13.
And that's when the last lap board would come out.
And that's when the last lap board came out. Now, I just wonder, was that true?
He's going into scrutineering, though, is Jack Cox, the man who thought we took the win. And that overtake was an overtake for the win. That wasn't just an overtake in general. That was an overtake in the last lap for a race win, and that's what he thought he was doing. But at the moment, the top three that were originally thought have gone into scrutineering. That's crucial. I might do some investigationing.
You go do that, DJ. Right. So there's no checkered flag. That's the last lap board going out. Is that a checkered flag? It's the lap after that I think we need. So the last lap board was shown. That's the end of lap 13. Was there a checkered flag, though, at the end of lap 14? That is what I think the confusion is over. And the timer quite clearly did see 0:00. Well, yes. Absolute confusion reigns. On timing, at least, Josh Agambar is scored as the winner ahead of Archie Heron, Rylan Etchberg, but that may get counted back a lap, which, if it is, final lap, but there is no checkered flag at that point. Now, there'll be an argument that there should have been, but there is no checkered flag at that point. That is the crucial one, because the drivers, there is Josh Agambar, the number 14 coming over the line, and he's raced to the whistle, effectively gone, well, there's no checkered flag, so I'm going to keep racing. Everybody else pitted ahead of him, and he scores as the win. Now, yeah, that is one of the most provisional results I think we've ever seen, and yeah, Karting 1, very knowledgeable. As I said, really spot on. This is a regulatory nightmare. Right, well, we'll leave the officials to sort out that one, and we will move on to the X30 Senior Final. That's up next. Back here at Whilton Mill, and getting ready for the X30 Senior Final, which will be over 10 minutes. And there they are, sat in the dummy grid. Let's have a look at the grid for this X30 Senior Final. Lucas Ellingham. Big chance this to really cement his position at the top of the standings. Has pole position. Jude Fernahoe alongside on the front row. Nathan Amos and Jacob Stilp row 2, Tyler Reid and Brandon Matchell on the 3rd row of the grid. Archie Forber and Ty Stansfield on row 4, Cameron Coombs and Oliver Henwood on row 5, Hugo Gilbert and Alex Johnston on row number 6, Vishal Patel and Ellis Bourchier row 7, Harry Cottrell and Jerome Philippe on row 8. Thomas Mullett and Thomas Massarella are on the 9th row of the grid. Benjamin Southgate and Daniel Hackett row 10, Christopher Bingham and Jensen Buckingham on row 11, Benjamin Watts and Harrison Pugh on row 12, Finley McKee and Martin Auger row 13, Stephanie Hobieka completes the 20. Oh, what's happened here? 3 karts, I think, have had a bit of an oops on the way out for the X30 seniors. And that's the 21 of Thomas Massarella in trouble. Oh dear, as Benjamin Southgate's facing the wrong way and I think pulling off. So I think we've got karts already out of this race before it's even begun. That will be particularly disappointing for those drivers who were looking forward to having a good race here. DJ rejoins me in the box.
I'm going to leave my woolly hat on.
Yeah.
I've never commentated with a woolly hat on before.
So first time for everything. What have you found out in the 10 seconds we've got?
In my investigations, I went to the timing tower, and basically it looked like a bit of a misunfortunate timing thing where the system allocates like a second before someone crosses the line.
Yep.
The timer didn't do it, but your man on the start box did. And he showed the last lap board, but the timing thought, no, it's not last lap yet, we'll give it one more.
Okay. Well, across the line we go for the start of the final here in X30 Senior. Lucas Ellingham gets a good start ahead of the rest of the field. Couple of drivers running out wide, but it is going to be Ellingham ahead of Amos on the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. They all fan out as they go 2 and 3 wide, and there's a spin there. I think, is that the 14 of Archie Forber? Yes, it is. That's a real shame for Archie. Would have hoped for more in this final, but I don't think it's going to be a top 10 from where he is now. Still dry conditions out there. That's the number 36 of Nathan Amos. But a clean start there from the X30 seniors, and that's what we want to see.
Yes, indeed. It was in a very good, clean start. So they make their way round the boot section for the first time after asking, and the order will appear on the screen. Ellingham leads from Amos, Ferrenho, Stilp, Matchell, Reid, Stansfield, Patel, Coombs, Johnson, Massarella, Cottrell, Gilbert. Your top 13 out there at the moment, less than 9 minutes to go. And the rest of the field slotting into place there. So 35 just getting seen out of the way there. That's Finley McKee getting passed by Jensen Buckingham. That is for 22nd place down the road. But as the rest of the field slot through, slight breakaway at the front of the field because Ellingham has managed to pull about a 6/10 lead at the moment. It's not much, but it's on its work.
Fair play to Harrison Pugh in this situation to go back out and continue racing. That takes guts, considering what we saw and heard happen to Jensen earlier in the day. If you were with us earlier, popped away from it, the news is that Jensen Pugh, away with a suspected broken leg, has gone to hospital to have that attended to. That is the latest that we know. But Lucas Ellingham leading this race, and I have to remind myself that he's still in his debut year of seniors. You know, even at club level, we often see, drivers coming through the ranks, and they take a bit of time to get up to speed in seniors, especially in X30. But Lucas Ellingham, he's making it look like he's been at this level for years with the way that he's driving.
Yeah, he has. He really does, and he does show a great skill out on circuit, and we'll just have to see what he can do when he gets to the end of this race. That is the 36, so that's second place down at the moment, because your race leader is just there, out of shot. There we go. He's going through the Ashby hairpin now, and a change for second place because Jacob still takes the lead, or takes second place, and a bit of contact further down. The 66 and the 44 is Daniel Hackett and Benjamin Watts, though it's 18th and 19th place on circuit. Look like they've had a coming together at Christmas Corner. They're both back out on circuit. No injuries or no damage to report by the looks of it, albeit some broken egos and drop down the order.
Yep, and less points as a result. Encouragement coming from The pit straight there on the gantry. 6 minutes and 50 seconds ago. Oh dear, Archie Forber has had a spin. This is a final to forget for Archie, unfortunately. 6 minutes and 40 to go. We're going to put a question to the folks of you on the chat. Let us know who you nominate for driver of the day and overtake of the day, and you've had some good ones today.
You've had some,
So,
yeah.
Let us know who you think those awards should go to. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Jacob still digging deep here. He's up to second place and has just gone purple in sector 1.
He doesn't want to, you know, get outshone by his younger brother, Gabe. Of course, he wants to come away with a final win. I did speak to him earlier today, and he just said, "Oh yeah, Gabe, you know, he won the final at Adria. I want to come away and win the final in this one." He's got a bit of work to do because currently he's got a bit of, well, he's got quite a bit of retail between himself and Lucas Ellingham in the form of 2.1 seconds. So there's quite a bit of space there. But Jacob Stilp just set the fastest lap of the race, albeit it wasn't by much.
Pace of the top 4 here, all of them in the 45.0s or the 45.1s, is very, very good. Nathan Amos, unfortunately, just can't live with it at the moment in 5th, a 45.7 last time around. 5.5 minutes to go. There's this race plus one more, so for those of you sticking around to watch Super GT race, thank you very much for sticking around. You're going to be rewarded for your dedicated time shortly. This pulsating X30 Senior Final still has lots to give here. Ty Stansfield's had a good run so far, DJ. Had a bit of a scrappy second heat, if he doesn't mind me saying, but here in the final, back on form, there in 7th place in the 22.
Yeah, good to see that from Ty Stansfield. Again, another regular driver that we see in the British Kart Champs, and you know, he's really showing his skill here at Whilton Mill. Again, it's a tough old grid because, of course, all of these drivers are experts here at Whilton Mill. They know this circuit like the back of their hand, and of course, at other circuits as well. You know, they don't just race in this, some do, but you know, there are a lot of experience here at Whilton Mill, and it's a very tough club round to do, and it's a very tough track to do as well, which is why it's so popular as well. You see a lot of coverage at the circuit. You see a lot of people come to the circuit, and these last few rounds have been near max capacity. You know, we've got drivers in the reserve list who wish they could be racing, and you know, they've just, unfortunately, they've not been able to attend purely because it's been so packed out and filled out, which is good to see, but you know, a shame for some.
Yeah, 2 more rounds of this championship to go. 28th of November, and then 2 weeks later, I want to say on the 11th of December. We saw Brandon Matchell getting past Nathan Amos. You've got a feel for Nathan Amos. I think he's struggling on tyres. He's going to give it a go back on Ty Stansfield. Retakes 6th place there. The 12th of December, apologies, for the final round of the season. Ellingham still leading from Stilp then, managing the gap 1.8 seconds. It is closing, but I don't think at a rate that's enough for Stilp, with 3.5 minutes on the clock to worry Ellingham too much. Down the inside there goes Vishal Patel on Nathan Amos. That's good for 6th.
Comes back at him though. 36 fighting him off. And down the inside as well goes Ty Stansfield. So Stansfield makes the move. So Patel, trying to get those moves done, has now lost one. Slots back into position. Now comes back down the inside of Stansfield and can't quite do it. So Nathan Ames now down into P8. Stansfield up into P6. And Vishal Patel now in P7. Having a good little scrap there, but again, now line astern, looking like they've got into a position that they like to be in. Now they've just got to work together, close those gaps back up again. You've had your little squabble. Now it's time to pay attention, back in class, back to learning, back to closing those gaps.
In terms of championship, as things stand, this is not just a good day for Lucas Ellingham, it's a very good day. You can see him there in the lead of the race. Nathan Amos, you know, just not got the pace in this one, down in 8th place. Alex Johnson, he's had a tough day. He's a better final, is up into top 10 but only 9th. Archie Forber, terrible final, is out of the running in this one. Thomas Massarella is back up to 11th. So all of his championship contemporaries not having finals where they're in that top 5 and pushing him, and Lucas Ellingham is one, I feel today, with the efforts that he's put in, can get through these last 2 minutes. I wouldn't say he's got one hand on the championship trophy, but he's definitely got one finger and a thumb, perhaps, as with 2 rounds to go?
Yeah, maybe. That's a good way of putting it. I mean, lots can happen. Lots can happen in karting. You know, yeah, anything could happen. You know, you can't be really signed, sealed, and done until it is signed, sealed, and done, and you're holding it. There you go. It is done now, because, like I say, anything can happen. It can happen on track. It can happen off track. It can happen in scrutineering. You know, it can happen in the paddock. It can happen on the dummy grid. It can happen anywhere. You know, so you just. You calm down.
Here's a good scrap. 3rd place, Jude Fernahoe ahead of Tyler Reid. And Jude Fernahoe, another driver afield this year in particular. DJ has really grown and matured as a driver through 2021. And it's good to see him here increasing in competitiveness in that JDR MS Kart machine. Keeping nominations coming in for Driver of the Day and Overtake of the Day. I think I know what my nomination for Overtake of the Day is, but I'm not going to say it right now.
Well, exactly. To answer, George, you just type it in the comments. It's not an official one. It's just a personal one for your aspect there.
Tyler Reid down the inside, retakes 3rd place from Jude Fernahoe. 35 seconds to go on the clock, and Fernahoe's nibbling away there at the rear bumper of Tyler Reid, keeping the pressure on. Back down the inside, retakes 3rd place. Great move. Really, really loving this. Oh, and the back again, and onto the grass goes Jude Fernahoe, and that's going to end the battle, I guess. And Tyler Reid back into 3rd on the road.
There we go. So good running there. Now less than 10 seconds to go now. So the final lap board, fingers crossed, will be out this time on both the gantry and the start-finish line. And we'll hopefully see a race concluded. Now that gap is down to 1 second now. He has closed in. Jacob Stilp has done an absolutely fantastic job there on that Mad Crop Promotions kart, and is really putting the waft down round this circuit, 3rd waft of the day, and he's really closing that gap. I mean, yeah, 1 second, exactly 1 second last time around, but he's not going to gain a second in a lap. Miracles would need to happen to stop a train like Lucas Ellingham to close a gap in 1 second in 1 lap.
Final lap and last lap board shown in tandem there. And Lucas Ellingham up to Christmas corner now. You can see him trying to get in as much of an aerodynamic position as possible. Jacob Stilp, this is a really good drive. It's what you come to expect from Jacob Stilp. I think it also shows the level at which Lucas Ellingham is driving, that it takes a driver of Jacob's calibre to keep Lucas honest, as we've seen through this race. And Jacob would have wished that this race was 15-20 minutes long.
Yeah.
But I think he is going to run out of time. Lucas Ellingham, though, what a season he is having round the final corner to take another final victory in the X30 Seniors. Look how much it means to him. He takes round 8 of X30 Seniors 2021 FastR WMKC Championship. Jacob Stilp is 2nd, Tyler Reid 3rd, Jude Fernahoe there in 4th place. Brandon Matchell solidly in the top 5. Ty Stansfield battles back to 6th in the final. Vishal Patel 7th. Nathan Amos maybe a little bit disappointed with 8th. 9th for Harry Cottrell. 10th Alex Johnston. Thomas Massarello in 11th place. Ellis Bourget, Oliver Henwood, Jerome Philippe. Cameron Coombs is your top 15. Jensen Buckingham 16th. Good response there from Jensen, who's had problems earlier in the day. Benjamin Southgate 17th, Thomas Mullett 18th, Christopher Bingham 19th, Archie Forber, it just didn't happen for him today in the final, finishes 20th, Finley McKee 21st, Benjamin Watts, Hugo Gilbert, Stephanie Hobieka and Harrison Pugh is top 25, 2 retirements, Martin Alger and Daniel Hackett.
Nose cone watch happens.
And I think they're all good. I've not seen the camera phone come out yet.
No. And I think we're all good for our top 3. There we go. Well, that's...
One race to go here at Whilton Mill. It will be the Senior Rotax Max Final. Thank you very much for your patience and sticking around for it if that's your particular race of interest. As we say, it is next here on Alpha Live.
Like we were saying, Senior Rotax about to make their way out onto the circuit.
for their final. And of course, the championship has been lit alive. We get drivers, we get new drivers join all the way through the day. You're just loading up the grid, ready to go as well. The interwebbings in the commentary boxes slowly, I think,
around the wheel.
They are indeed. I think you need to get the hamsters some nuts or something like that, because they're not going around the wheel fast enough. There we go. But like you say, yeah, lots of awesome drivers we've got in this category. Of course, we'll look down the order. Joshua Valance, he's running on the Kart Republic chassis. I've only seen one Kart Republic chassis out there, actually. I think there is a couple, but they're a fantastic chassis to use. They're great when you get them right, but if you get them slightly wrong, but we won't talk about that bit. But yeah, if you've got them set up, and I believe he has got it set up quite nicely out there as well. Benjamin Ballou, we saw him earlier. He went for a spin and he went right up the banking, almost into our cameraman up at the Christmas corner as well. And then, of course, you've got Super GT. You've got Steve Brown in this race, of course. He doesn't really race in the Whilton Kart Club, but he's out here. I think he's testing the new chassis. And do you know what? He's had a pretty solid day today, I would say.
Yeah, it's the pace has been there. I think they obviously they've gone for the new chassis, and it's worked. If they have been struggling with setup across the course of the year so far with the old chassis. So the one thing is that we didn't get to see what that kart could do from a front grid position, because obviously this is one of the classes that missed out on their third heat. This grid called off the results of the first two heats. And in fact, let's have a look at that grid now, if we can, and how this Senior Rotax Max final looks like for race 32. Carl Dunford has pole position. Jamie Rogers alongside on the front row. Jaden Neil Holder and Tommy Edmonds are on row 2. Alex Hughes and Rob Ellis, championship leader, start on row number 3. Nathan Chafer's been great today. Watch out for him on row 4 alongside Harry Holland. Joshua Valance and Steve Brown are on row 5. Alfie Brooks and Luke Oliver start on the 6th row of the grid. James Webb and Lewis Wild row 7. Mikey Austin and Jason Bond on row 8. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Freya Belk start on the 9th row of the grid, and then it's Sam Light and Joshua Pickford on row 10. Tommy Lee Davis and Millie Hart are on row 11. Mick Banner and Archie Elliott on the 12th row of the grid. Harry East and Alex Jackson start on row 13. Elliot Barrell and Charlie Pinkney on row 14. Benjamin Ballou completes the 29 kart field. Nathan Chafer as well, same story as Steve. Had his one from the back, had his one from the middle. We never got to see what he was like at the very front of the field, but we know he can overtake.
Oh, yes.
I think he could be a bit of a dark horse for this race, starting from that, 3rd or 4th row of the grid.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Yeah, starting in 6th place. I think we're missing someone from our top 10.
Yeah.
Because the order is slightly befunked on my screen. We might be missing one, but we'll find out then when we cross the line, because is it going to be green flag first time of asking? No. It's not. False start is out, and that'll be the back of the field not closed in enough. So another lap of warming said tyres on, and Sophie Kinghorn rejoins, saying good luck to Freya Belk, who's out on circuit.
I'm just counting through. I think we had everybody in the top 4 rows, just not necessarily in the right order.
Oh.
So it should be Dunford Rogers, Neil Holder and Edmonds, Hughes and Ellis, Chafer and Holland, Valance and Brown.
So they're all out there.
They're all out there. They
were just a bit
put themselves in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. Sort it out. Sure they will. I mean, I can't count to 10. There we go. So do get your comments in of who you are supporting, and of course we will do our best to shout them out as the race progresses. But of course we might not be able to shout all of them out, but we'll do our very, very bestest, I promise. There we go. Here we go then. In towards then the final corner. Second time of asking, is it green flag for the final race of the day? It is green flag, and off they go. Good start then for Senior Rotax. Round through the first corner, and it's a good start from the front row. Leading the way, Carl Dunsford breaks away from the pack, but again very defensive. Jamie Rogers, the 59, dives it down the inside, and everyone through. Someone very wide and onto the grass. That's one of the Vision karts, and I believe that was Archie Elliott, the 54, going very wide. Gets it back on track, but albeit now right at the back of the field. But a good start as more go wide out of the Ashby hairpin. That's Steve Brown down the inside. It looks like he's moved up a couple of places now. The number 90 making moves as he goes through, but it's a good start from that front row man. Carl Dunsford, the 66, out of the final corner. looking like he's made at least a second gap on the rest of the field.
Cracking start from Carl Dunford, and yeah, 0.75 is the gap to Jaden Neal Holder there in second place, Alex Hughes third. Nathan Chafer, as expected, has had a good start as well, is already up to fourth place. Jamie Rogers shuffled down to fifth, and Steve Brown up to sixth place, I think that was now, past Harry Holland. Rob Ellis has got a bit of a job to do here. He's currently in 8th place, but we know he's got so much experience. I've seen him do this several times across various competitions this year. He's out. Oh, Benjamin Ballou.
He's not had a good day.
Tough day.
He has.
And he's fallen off the back of the field. I think there was also somebody in trouble in the middle of that pack of karts just ahead of Ballou there. But Rob Ellis, this is remind me, I want to say, of his senior Rotax final in Super 1 on Alpha Live earlier in the year, where he just fell back a bit, but he was able to one by one pull himself back through and get good points on the board. That's what he needs today. He doesn't need to go out and win this race. Here's the battle between Chafer and Rogers. Rogers down the inside in the 59, goes past, and Harry Holland is, apologies, still there in 6th place, but Steve Super GT Brown, this is the strongest showing, I think, from him since his return to owner racing in the seniors. Start of the year in Senior X30, switched across to Senior Rotax. This is a good run for the Quadrant Racing driver there in 7th.
Yeah, for this is obviously his first year in karting, of course, this year. You know, he's really chucked himself in the deep end. You know, he's been racing at different racetracks all around the country, and you know, to first learn a kart. For one, he jumped into the X30 to start. You know, he's karted in Club 100 and everything for many years, but, you know, to come into proper owner karting is a totally different kettle of fish, a totally different kart as changes there. The 27, Harry Holland, making moves on Nathan Chafer, moving up 1 place. But, yeah, like I was saying, you know, he's first year in open wheel karting, and, like I say, he started in Senior X30, then he switched to Junior Rotax, which means he didn't really get to fully appreciate and fully learn the X30 class. Then it's obviously racing at different racetracks around the UK. He's not been able to really dial in learning that kart because he's been learning tracks as well at the same time. You know, that's the perfect thing with the Whilton Mill Kart Club, is that you can come to one circuit, you can get used to the kart at one circuit first for a year, and then you can go maybe next year move it into different championships and rounds like that. But I have to say, he's had a fantastic year for his first year, and the Dan Holland Racing team have done an excellent work with the kart and getting that kart primed and ready for his races.
Jamie Rogers is on the move, 45.06, and here's Rob Ellis having to put up with Luke Oliver at the moment. This is not the race I was expecting from Rob Ellis today. He did have kart issues yesterday in practice, but there he is, tucked under the rear bumper of Joshua Valance. That's fighting over 10th place.
Yes, indeed. There on the Kart Republic chassis, going through is the 28 of Joshua Valance there, and a good running so far. 6 minutes to go then. Across the start-finish line, we end lap 5. We start lap 6, and through they go. And that lead that Carl Dunsford had has, well, that's gone away now, because Jaden Neal Holder has closed right in now, as well as Alex Hughes. It's a train of 3. And that 4th car as well, Jamie Rogers, the 59, is also closing in. And then it's the group from 5th down to 7th. Harry Holland, Nathan Chafer, and Steve Brown, the top 7 from Tommy Edmonds and Alfie Brooks. And Joshua Valance holding on to that top 10 at the moment. It's still a very close finalist one. The top, what is that, the top 5 separate, or the top 10 separated by less than 4 seconds at the moment.
Lewis Wild and Joshua Pickford got by past James Webb on the last lap, so up to 13th and 14th. Credit Benjamin Ballou. Still cracking on, gains 2 positions, back up to 22nd place, not giving in this race. Dunford under attack now from Jaden Neal Holder. Can Neal Holder get it stopped? Yes, he can. Really big move into Christmas corner. 5 minutes out, and down the inside goes Dunford, and it looks like Alex Hughes is trying to nip through as well. Here comes Jamie Rogers in 4th place, slips on the inside to the 3rd place, and oh, it's so close with Alex Hughes there. I thought they were going to take each other out there, but they're all still pointing in the right direction. But here come the rest of them. Here comes Holland and Chafer and Brown into the mix. This is a proper scrap.
This is a great scrap, and for a final as well, as Steve Brown down the inside gets that move done on the 27, Harry Holland. So Harry getting his nose dirty there, and he's going to have to come straight back at him, and he's doing a sterling job, is Harry. Speaking to Harry early, had a long drive, of course, from the island of Barry Island in Wales he's from. He's had a long long old drive to get here. 4.5 minutes to go, and again, that's just to let Carl Dunford. He's managed to open that gap up again now as everyone's slotting into place, and off the track goes the 75 of Jaden Neal-Holder, and he slots back down the order.
Yeah, and a bit of sparking as well on the chassis underneath. Millie Hart has had a contact warning. He's currently in 25th place. Let's take stock then with 4 minutes of this final +1 lap to go. Carl Dunford has a good lead as the others fight for second place and need to get themselves reorganised again if they're going to close him down. The gap is now almost a second ahead of Jamie Rogers, Alex Hughes in third, Nathan Chafer fourth. Harry Holland got back past Steve Brown on that last lap, is now going for fourth place on Chafer and has got through. So Harry Holland up to fourth place. Steve Brown still there in sixth. Tommy Edmonds coming back into this. Another driver who's done many years here in the Rotax classes at WMKC. He's there in seventh.
Yep, good running from Senior Rotax, and a great way to end the day's racing here at Whilton Mill as well for the
what's
round.
happened here?
And,
it's all broken down, and through has gone Chafer, through has gone Brown. I think Holland's lost out in all of that. We just caught the end of it. I was just about to make a joke about Steve Brown being in sixth place, but I don't have to now. He's up to fifth.
Well, there we go. But all the meanwhile, this man here, Carl Dunford, he's blissfully unaware of what's occurring behind him, and he is just driving away, albeit not at a pace that I think he'll like, because Jamie Rogers is closing in still once again. He took 0.3 of a second out of him that time around. It was a 45.2 from Dunsford. It was a 44.9 from Rogers that time around. So he is closing that gap. So keep a very close on it. He's running the KR Sport chassis there. So he's having a good old run. To answer your question, these are Senior Rotax carts for the question that's just come up onto the stream. 2.5 minutes to go. Dunford leads from Rogers, Hughes, Chafer, Brown, Brooks, Neal-Holder, Edmonds, Valance, Oliver, Ellis are the top 11.
Rob Ellis has had a contact warning from the officials. This is the big battle, fourth place. Nathan Chafer, these two drivers, Chafer and Brown, have been together pretty much all day. And into Ashby Corner they go. It's so good to see Brown having so much more confidence with this kart than he's had throughout the year so far. Really does bode well for the end of his 2021 season and going into 22. Jaden Neal-Holder, as you mentioned, DJ, got past Tommy Edmonds on that last lap. He's not out of this battle for the top 5. There in 7th. 1 minute and 40 to go then. Carl Dunford still doing a brilliant job. New PB, 45.2, but Jamie Rogers is closing in. It's less than a quarter of a second. Here they are, up the straight. Alex Hughes is there as well in third. Game on for the race victory here in the Senior Max final.
It is indeed 90 seconds to go, and like you say, Dunford now under pressure from Jamie Rogers and Alex Hughes as they go through. Keep an eye on Dunsford. He's not gone defensive yet, and is that tactical, or is he just not expecting Rogers to go for the move so early? There is still a minute to go, so they've still got at least a couple of laps in. Down the inside looks, Rogers can't do it, and round goes Dunford. Rogers goes in the air and rotates, and now Alex Hughes leads the way, and my goodness me, this has really chopped and changed the order. So it's Alex Hughes from Nathan Chafer, from Steve Brown, Alfie Brooks, Jaden Neal-Holder, Tommy Edmonds, Joshua Valance, Luke Oliver, Joshua Pickford and Rob Ellis now your top 10. Super GT for the fans at home is in third place. He's on the podium here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Senior Rotax final.
53 seconds are on the clock as the drivers cross the line. That means they've got this lap, another one. That'll time us out, so it's 3 laps including this one. This is a heck of a final. Alex Hughes leads it now by 1.61 seconds. I just don't think there's enough time for this group of 3 to close in, so it's all about who wants to be on the podium. Big move down the inside from Alfie Brooks. Steve Brown defends it around the outside. Can he get locked down? No, he's going to lose the position. Down the inside goes Alfie Brooks. That was well positioned by Alfie Brooks. 7 seconds to go, 2 more. Here comes Jaden Neal-Holder as well. Started on the front row of the grid. He's back up to 4th.
Timer strike 0, last lap board will be out this time, and now very defensive there goes Alfie Brooks. And again, just very defensive into Christmas corner. They all slot back into position. Alex Hughes now leading this way comfortably by 1.7 seconds. Steve Brown tries to go for a move down the inside of Ashby with a hand up in the air saying, what are you doing? Let's close up. Let's try and catch up. Don't try and go for the move just yet, but it's the final lap, or the final lap's out this time. There's not much time to go, and it's off. And off. And that looks like two of the karts is that radiator run, and heavy damage there to the 133 and the 34. It's Tommy Lee Davis and Millie Hart with a big collision at Christmas corner. I can report they're both out of the kart, and technical flags coming out for the 46.
Jaden Neil Holder is not happy with Alfie Brooks at all. We're on the final lap of the race. Steve Brown trying to set up a move on Neil Holder. There's a yellow flag out. There will be no opportunity to overtake here. There are the stricken karts of Tommy Lee Davis and Millie Hart. Alex Hughes is clear. He's got this win sewn up. There's also in the mix of all of this a mechanical flag for the championship leader. Rob Ellis is not going to score in the final here today in Senior Max. Half a lap to go. Alex Hughes leads. Nathan Chafer there in second place. It's still all on for third place. Alfie Brooks has third place ahead of Jaden Neil Holder and Steve Brown. Round the final corner we go. Alex Hughes is going to take a brilliant victory in Senior Rotax Max. It's second for Nathan Chafer, third for Alfie Brooks, fourth for Jaden Neil Holder. Steve Brown is better than sixth. He's in the top five. That's his best result since returning to owner karting for many, many years after his young days in Rotax some 10 or more years ago. He'll be very pleased with that. Luke Oliver battles through to sixth place. Tommy Edmondson, Joshua Pickford finished 7th and 8th. Joshua Valance, another top 10 there in 9th. James Webb in 10th. Now, Rob Ellis is stated there in 11th, but got a mechanical flag and will be disqualified as a result of that. I just wonder whether it was for exhaust being loose. He didn't catch a good sight of it. Harry Holland in 12th place will be disappointed. Jamie Rogers ends up in 13th. He was in the battle for a long, long time, but had that contact through the boot. 14th for Lewis Wild, 15th Harry East, Mikey Austin in 16th, Benjamin Ballou, Freya Belt, Carl Dunford, Alex Jackson is your top 20. Sam Light in 21st, Lucas Ivaskavicius in 22nd, Jason Bond 23rd, Mick Banner 24th, Elliot Barrell the top novice in 25th as the only one of them to finish, Charlie Pinkney in 26th, and then 3 retirements, Tommy Lee Davis, Archie Elliott and Millie Hart. What a final race, DJ.
I tell you what, that's definitely one way to end the day's racing here at Whilton Mill, isn't it?
Really, really good stuff. And we've still got 2 more rounds of this to go between now and the end of the season. On the 28th of November, that's when our next round is, and then to finish off the season in a late finish due to you-know-what, disrupting all the calendars this year. On the 12th of December. But well done to Alex Hughes. That was a race where you just needed to keep a cool head to get into the top 5. Alex Hughes, the coolest head of them all, takes the race victory.
Albeit looks like he's letting off some steam there with a recreation of an incident that may have happened out on circuit. Yeah, clearly not happy with something that happened in this race, but albeit he does take the win. No nose cone penalties reported for the top group of drivers, in fact, at all, until, oh no, it was a moment there for the 37 out on second. Benjamin Below, he thought he had one there. It was just, oh no, hold on. Oh no, wait, you are good. Don't do that to me. Yeah, it looks like everyone's managed to get through okay.
Fantastic stuff. Well, we're going to wrap the stream up here, guys. Thank you, everybody in the chat who's watched. Thank you for sticking through, particularly through the red flag. To mention the red flag, we've got to thank the marshals, all of the race staff here at Whilton Mill. Thank you to the emergency services guys, the air ambulance and the fire crews who came out earlier, were fantastic in their response, and we do wish Jensen Pugh all the best and a speedy recovery from the injury sustained in that crash earlier in the X30 Minis. Thank you to all the Alpha Live staff and the camera crew out there on circuit. We literally could not do our jobs in commentary without their skills, so thank you to all the guys there. DJ, thank you to yourself.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you, as I say, to all of you at home. This has been Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties. We'll see you next month, 28th of November, for the penultimate round of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Do enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Take care and goodbye.